All right, what is up, chat? Yes, audio is on. Always check to make sure your audio is going before you live stream because sometimes it's not. So obvious answer. The song Angel Fire is not, yes, has the same name as a web hosting site from the 90s. It's not trying to be 80s or something. It is from a 1990s straight to video horror movie called Demon Queen. I'm a fucking dork. Oh, the worms. Screw it, I'll leave the worms up. I was trying out some new stuff. The Worms is one of them. Hey, thanks. Glad you like the videos that I do on the internet. They're just catching up with a few little things from the chat. Where's having two chats. So yeah, Goblin Guide is released. You can get it now on itch.io. PDF. So the time frame is this. The PDF was released. You can get that now if you want a PDF. If you want a print copy, I don't know how many I'm going to make because I have I've had issues. I have issues where I'm like, okay, several hundred people purchased this during the Kickstarter. I'm gonna get 50 extra copies because people will buy them. And not to be not to be too complaining or anything, but I still have this many copies of Satanic Panic left over. So it's an issue where I turn away from the microphone and keep talking without taking into account the fact that that makes it very difficult for me to be heard. So I don't know how many copies I am going to have available, but I will have some print copies available, but not until after I have shipped out all of the backer copies. That's 200-ish that I have to deal with. So that's what's going on with the Goblin Guide. And the reason that this live stream is specifically now, is because I wanted to do this, but I didn't have time, because there was the Goblin Guide that I had to work on and get finished. And then I did. So, yeah. Hello, YouTube chat. Hello, Twitch chat. Satanic Panic is the Zine Quest game that I did in 2022, I think. Gee, if only I had a copy of the game and I could look up when it was released. Oh wait, was that the weird one? So there was this weird situation where one of the Zine Quests was in August. They're usually in February, but one year they just did it in August. So it was this weird situation where one year there were 2 Zine Quests, and then I think none the next year. Let's see, Dinosaur Erotica. Digthezig.itch.io is going to give you all my game stuff. I will put it in chat. I just need to find it. Boop. Boop, boo. There we go. That's where all my games are. Penetrating the Veil, Punktopia, Cosmic Hooligans. This is, without a doubt, unequivocally, my least popular printed game. No one likes Cosmic Hooligans. It's also notably the game where I accidentally redesigned the Cortex system. Which is why you often hear me saying nice things about the Cortex system, because I'm like, well, I accidentally redesigned it. But yes. Satanic Panic, the role-playing game. From the year of our Lord, 2023. So is that after Penetrating the Veil? Here's a thing that happens when you make stuff. When you're like, oh, here's all the zine games I have published. You kind of forget what order they were in. So it's Punktopia, then Penetrating the Veil was also 2023. Okay, so I think it was Satanic Panic, then Penetrating the Veil. So I think Point is, like years later, I still have a big stack of copies of Penetrating the Veil. Not Penetrating the Veil. Satanic Panic. I've got a big number of copies on it. So that's a. Oh no, my camera. I need a new camera. Aside from, it going weird sometimes, it's just shit. This camera's possibly older than some of the people watching. So now, well, let's get to the thing that we're doing here today, unless anyone has other things like, oh, yeah, also Discord. I have a Discord server now. People were asking me if I had a Discord server, and I kept saying, no, I don't know what I would do with a Discord server. And I still don't, but I have a Discord server. If you are watching on YouTube, there is a link in the description. If you are watching on Twitch, no, it's not over 40 years old. That's it, like, just dealing with internet, you have to account for the fact that sometimes your viewers are going to be, like, 15, 14, 18, and, like, oh, wait, is this thing more than 20 years old? When did I get that? Oh god, yeah, this webcam may in fact be over 20 years old. There was something I was looking up. This is what happens when you're old. You forget things. You forget things and you need your coffee, and you say, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to, there we go. I was going to post a link to the Discord and the Twitch chat. So Twitch chat can enjoy some Discord action too, if that's what they want. If they don't want, they can't though. You can only join the Discord if you want to. That's the rule. All right, so now let's actually get to the thing that we came here for. The one-page RPG jam. I have a different frame, apparently. I'm not going to bother fixing that. I use this frame a lot when I was streaming years ago, and I was trying to stream like more game stuff. So I had like the green one, and I had the red one, and I had one that looked like it was kind of modeled in clay. And then I made a red one that looks like it's molded in clay, and that's the one I have on the other screen right now. Point is, one page RPG Jam, 2K to 5. 2025, that's the year it is right now. So, yeah. Rules, yeah. They did, actually, I liked a thing they did this year is they added, like, official little, logos that you could put on your project. That was cool because I like to see like more community about it. The optional theme was growth. That is a thing that I mentioned because it will come up. And I should know how to find the things. Submissions. So there were 686 entries this year. Lots and lots and lots and lots of one-page role-playing games, and as you can imagine, this is going to take quite a long time to go through, except it's not. It's actually not going to take a long time to go through, because I've already gone through it. Yeah, so long story short, like there's like a 2-part process, like 3-part. There's a multi-step process that I use for cutting 686 games down to 5 to feature in a video. So first I go through all of... First I go through all of the entries, all of the games that were released for the one-page RPG Jam. And I, middle click to open in a new tab all the ones that seem like they might be interesting. So from there, I've got, still hundreds of games probably. Oh no, I'm giving away my shitty internet. So then from there, I go and look at the open tabs, and the ones that still seem interesting, I will bookmark into a folder. And then I will go through those and look at the actual game. So there's a big number of... Screw it, I don't care if they load. So there's a big, series of cuts. It cuts from all of them down to the ones that look like they might be interesting to the ones that looks like I want to look at them, and then I actually look at those. Also, though, the Jam's a really good example of something that I am always telling people that people don't think about. I'm trying to find a bad example.
Dang it.
Like, hey, no image. That doesn't make me want to click on this. No image. So like that. A one-page vampire RPG. What does that tell me? No description. No description. Like, I guarantee you there are dozens. No description. There are like dozens of games in the Jam that just have a description of a one-page RPG. And as someone who goes through 686 different one-page RPGs, I can definitely say that just saying a one-page RPG is not a good enough description to get anyone's attention, especially during a specific one-page RPG Jam. So, like, the thing you need to keep in mind if you're making games is that imagine someone is looking at your game on this page. That you need to have an image that is going to catch their attention, and then you need to have a description that's going to make them want to click on it, and then, very annoyingly, you have to click twice, you have to have a description that makes them want to download or purchase your game. But, as I said, we don't have to go through all of the games, because I pre-went through them. I'm being very professional and replying to a text. Yeah, that is a problem. Like, as I have spoken before, the first time I did the one-page RPG Jam, I submitted 2 games for my first one-page RPG Jam, and that was Head the Severed, which is a one-page World of Darkness parody. Yes, I condensed the storyteller system to a single page, but then I cut it down to a page, but then I felt like I don't feel like I made a one-page game, and that's what I made Now You Are a Zombie, which was designed to be a one-page game. That's the thing, is you really need to start with your scale small. Because you can make a 5-page game and cut it down to 1 page, but that's not going to be a one-page game. It's going to be a 5-page game that you cut down to 1 page. Also, you can just make a 5-page game. That's allowed. Like, if there's one thing I wish to impress upon people, it's that everything you make doesn't have to be important. I believe I said that in my thing. Boop. There we go. Like, Goblin Guide. Lemon Stealing Whores. Not important. Let's see. I obviously I put the important things first. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I just threw that game together in a little time. Well, if you want to play Head the Severed, you can. There we go. Because it's available for free. Ah, frickin'! Sorry, I use the integrated OBS Twitch features that allow you to have your OBS chat in like popped out like in the OBS, like your Twitch chat in the but also like if you accidentally move it too close to the OBS window, it like sucks into the panels. So like here's the thing, I don't know your history. But like if you just can't let go, if this is your first game, that is a very bad sign. Like the worst thing you can do, the worst thing you can do in any creative endeavor, in writing, in game design, in game development, in art, in, I don't know, interior design, in erotic kabuki, whatever it is you're doing, especially if it's erotic kabuki, don't think that just because you started doing something, you need to finish it. Like, that is a huge mistake that people make, and they end up working on one thing for years when they could be doing other shit. Because back to what I was saying, like, Texas Chainmail Massacre, I just kind of threw this together as a joke, because I realized that Dungeons and Dragons and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre both came out in 1974, and it was the 50th anniversary of both. Three Raccoons in a Trench Coat, the game that has now been republished by Steve Jackson Games, literally, joke. I was like, oh, it's April 1st is like in 2 days. I should just throw together a silly little game to release as a joke. Crabpocalypse? Absolute, I did that in an evening. Consider the Ooze? Same thing. Dance Dance Macabre? I was just like, hey, I wonder if I can make a game based on dance battles. And then I did. Now You Are a Zombie. Once again, that's the actual one-page game. But like most of these games, just things that I threw together for my own amusement. That's what you gotta do. You have to find a project that is doable and finish it. That's the big thing. Is that you can't. It's a combination. You have to like. I will tell you, like, you know, oh, look at all these games that I have completed. You don't know how many games I have not completed, because I have gotten to the stage of like being able to recognize when an idea is shit and when it's not going anywhere. Like, not my first like project that I worked on. My first project that I worked on was a tabletop strategy game based on zombies. It was called Zombie Panic. I'm still planning on like bringing that back. Oh no, my first game was a war game based around chess, which I'm definitely gonna bring back at some point. But like, yeah, zombie game, like simple zombie survival game that spiraled so far away from its original concept that it basically became a full-fledged role-playing game, and then I started making it as a full-fledged role-playing game. Okay, let me just address Twitch chat real quick here. Erotic Kabuki Bukake would not be a one-page role-playing game. That would be a several hundred-page game. You have to really dive into the intricacies of Kabuki as well as the fluid dynamics of Bukake. This is pretty much what my what my multi-streams are like. Fairly normal conversation on YouTube and Bukake on Twitch. But yeah, spiraled into a game that eventually, I'm dead fucking serious here, I had intended, like, based on Pathfinder, like core on Pathfinder rules, but I upped it to a D100. That's a smart thing to do. And there was an initiative system. There was an initiative system that I am planning on making a video on. I am planning on making an entire video just to showcase what I consider to be the worst thing I ever designed. Which is kind of sad because since then I have encountered games that use something similar to a thing that I consider to be the worst idea I ever had. Short version, there was a big wheel broken into, I think, 20 segments. And your initiative, you rolled your initiative, and that determined your starting spot on the wheel. But then your initiative score also determined how far you moved on the wheel after your turn. So if your standard initiative would be 20, that means that, like, after your turn, you stay in the same spot. You move 20 spaces ahead. But if your initiative was lower, like say 15, you would move 15 spaces ahead, which would mean that you would actually get a second turn in that one round. But if you had like really slow initiative, you might move like 23. Your initiative might be like 23 or 24, which means that you would move it. You would have an action in the next round, but it would occur later in the round. And over the course of several rounds, you would eventually lose a turn. It is the stupidest thing that I ever thought was a good idea, and somehow, as I said, I've seen very similar things actually get done. So, 2025. A forest getaway. Oh my god. Exalted had that. Exalted, the game that I almost fucking did it again. Exalted, the game that I keep meaning to check out, but don't. So yeah, like I said, someday I will, I was planning on making it around the time, I've been planning on doing like a whole series on game design, so I was planning on doing that around that time, like as an entry in that, and being like, okay, I've been telling you people what not to do as a game designer, so here's an example of how I know exactly what not to do. Alright, so, a forest getaway. This diceless horror TTRPG is made for one-shots with 2 to 6 players and a GM host. Resolution mechanics include secret name draws and coin flips to decide who dies or gets away with their lives. Can you survive your weekend away at a forest getaway? So yeah, as I said, I actually looked through these several weeks ago. So while these are the ones that I've chosen to look at, I don't remember what they are. A tranquil cabin deep in the forest is a perfect place for you to have a killer weekend with some of your greatest friends. And maybe some new ones. Sure, there's no internet or cell phones out here, but the chirping of the birds should give you all the peace and relaxation you so desperately need. So pop open some brews, take a stroll down to the pond, and enjoy the temporary quiet. Because it won't last forever. Oh, that makes the window go away, doesn't it? Okay, so Forest Getaway. Actually, I have a legitimate question for chat or anyone else. Was there recently a popular game that used this 3-column or pamphlet format? Because as you will see, there like this year there are a lot of pamphlet games. And back when I made Three Raccoons and a Trench Coat and Three Raccoons and a Spacesuit, which are both pamphlet games, that was not common. Like, I saw a few, but there were so many pamphlet games this year, and then also these 3-column games that look like they're made by someone who either is making a readable version of a pamphlet game or just like didn't saw a pamphlet game and didn't really just understand the format. But like, it's a thing where whenever I notice a specific trend, like, you know, in format or God, that freaking word, epistolary? The word that means through letters. Like, one year during Zine Quest, like half the games were that. But, oh, hi! I'm having a swell night. It's usually because, like, something popular did this. Okay. Ugh. And we zoom in because I need new glasses. Okay, we already read that. So, that's what we need. What's first? So, things to bring. Bring following things. 1 host, Game Master. 2 to 6 players, character cards, downloaded and printed, writing tools, small cloth bag sack pouch, coins of some kind, i.e. quarters. I guess we need player cards. Oh wait, yeah, I had that open. Forest Getaway character cards. And character cards. Okay, so these are the character cards. These are they. I mean, don't get me wrong. If they, like, I have this. We kind of bypassed it, but I have this thing where I really like horizontal format for screen reading. But like, I feel like we kind of passed the point of it. That like in the 2000s, when people started doing like, you know, digital distribution and like the big indie TTRPG boom, which was not due to the OGL. The OGL, if anything, hurt the indie TTRPG boom of the early 2000s. Everyone was making things 8.5 by 11 because that's what D&D was doing. And if your book is never being printed, making it in a landscape format makes it much easier to read on a screen. But I feel like we've jumped that now. We've jumped that and gone to a point where people are reading more and more on small vertical screens. So the era of the landscape format has kind of, you know, dried up. So the other good thing about the pamphlet games is if you actually cut the pages into pages, they're really easy to read on a phone. Okay. Fill out a character sheet with a name and choose one of the 6 skills, then fill out the tab on the bottom of the card with your name and the character's name. Okay, name player. 2 of the 6 skills. Okay, so we get to choose ingenuity, muscle, smart, speed, stealth, and voice. Yell or convince. Okay, I do not really take suggestions in the Patreon. Like, people make suggestions all the time, and I'm like, I'll think about it. Here's the thing with 3D&T. I do not speak Portuguese. That is the big thing that is stopping me from covering Defenders of Tokyo in general. Yeah, I see. You're like, oh, here's a random obscure thing. No, I'm very familiar with 3D&T. I know about Drago Brazil. I know about their 3D&T based Street Fighter Zero role-playing game. I also know about their 3D&T based Mortal Kombat role-playing game, and that is the one that you are. If I get around to actually doing a Google translated review of a 3D&T game, it will almost certainly be their Mortal Kombat 4 version. Because that's the one that seems, I think, is most interesting. Because, like, they already did on the Mega Man one, might be cool too. Why? So here's a funny thing. Here's a funny thing that happens. If you like Street Fighter the storytelling game, you can't help but learn quite a bit about the Brazilian tabletop gaming scene. I am not against that. Oh yeah, there was a core 3D&T. I haven't been able to find the core, like the 3D&T core book, which is why I was thinking of just like doing the Mortal Kombat just because it would be simple. Yeah, like, yeah, Justifiers is another thing that, like, these things stack up. And I've complained about this before, is that here's the thing: if I looked at Justifiers or Other Sons, it would probably get like 1,000 views. Like, that's the thing that I have to consider that I absolutely hate, is that as my videos get more complex, it comes to the point that, like, it takes weeks to make them, and I can't invest that much into something that, like, no one's going to watch. Oh, hey, thanks. I'm glad you're liking the Goblin Guide. Glad everyone likes the Goblin Guide. It is the best guide I've ever written. But yeah, so it's an annoying thing that, like, I would love to cover everything. Hence why 3D&T, if I covered 3D&T, then like the just the base core book that I remember exists, that probably would perform terribly. That's why I'm like, oh, the Mortal Kombat role-playing game that Drago published would get people to click, because I'd get to say the official Mortal Kombat role-playing game in the thumbnail. Also, I like Mortal Kombat. Alright, set a da-da-da and character name. Cut or tear off the tab, fold the tab in half, and put it in the bag. What? Okay. This game's getting weird. Okay, so we select 2 things, write character name, then write a name and player name on here, then tear that off, fold it, and put it in the bag. They're doing something different. I like that they're doing something different. Really? Oh wait, isn't the 3D&T is a free PDF? I've never seen it. I know, like, the one that followed 3D&T, because I think they're on the 4th edition now. I seem to recall reading on a machine translated version of Brazilian Wikipedia. Because of the whole thing that I said. Okay, pull on, fold, and hand in the bag. Once the tab's in the bag, the host will then mix them up and draw one name in secret. The host will begin the story by asking everybody where they are in the cabin and what they are doing as they settle in. From here, everyone will be in scenes. So players are gonna pair up and start scenes. Okay, it's a joke that you would get if you were into BDSM. You call like an activity a scene. Oh shit. Shh. Don't tell Twitch.tv I said that. The host will ask you what you're doing during the scene. You will be able to briefly describe it. Afterwards, the host will ask you to elaborate more. You tell. Okay, that's interesting. The phrasing here is just interesting. The host will ask you to elaborate more, tell you how the world reacts, or if you need to react to something. So like how the world like how the game world reacts. I use similar language in Dinosaur Erotica, except that I just describe the narrative as being a character in its own right. If you are forced to react, you will decide which skill using and how you're using it. To see if you're successful, flip a coin and read the results for the host to interpret and narrate. Heads, success; tails, failure. If you are using one of your preferred skills, you choose earlier in character, flip 2 coins and take the heads if it comes up. Cool. If you want to know the probability of that, you should check out the Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling. I kind of avoided actually using D2s for that, just for the fact that I could go into the math on that and actually do full page illustrations of, you have 2 options and then 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. It's a whole thing. If you get a tails trying to escape from a particularly dire situation, you will likely perish and will describe the way in which you do so. For the group, once you die, your name is removed from the bag. A new one is drawn. Wait. What? Hold on. If you are using one of your first skills, if you get tails while trying to escape from Prelay, you will likely perish and will describe the way in which you do so for the group. Once you die, your name is removed from the bag. A new one is drawn by you and handed to the host without looking. The game continues until one player remains alive or all of the remaining characters successfully escape. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, it seems to be. Not as cool as Cabin in the Woods. My favorite Chris Hemsworth movie. As mentioned previously, the cabin you are renting weekend is deep in the woods outside of town, probably an hour drive to the nearest small town, 2 to 3 hours near a city. Small but a comfortable size for group. There's a bedroom for every 2 people to have their scenes. A bathroom for every 3 people. That's weirdly specific. A full kitchen, a living room with a fireplace, a deck with a 2-person hot tub, and a locked shed nearby for maintaining the property. The roads are dirt and gravel. Surrounding the cabin are miles of thick wilderness, about possibly 20 walk. Beautiful private pond, nearest neighboring towns. Many critters are deer, raccoons, bears, mountain lions. The cabin comes stocked with items available for the groups so they can locate them. A lighter, a flashlight, plates, pans, and cutlery. A dull axe for firewood. Firewood! Toilet paper rolls, tissue, and paper towels. I feel like these aren't important things to list. A radio with a CD player, a TV with a DVD and VCR. No cable channels. 2 short-range walkie-talkies. A book about the nearby area. A gas lantern, a dozen candles. An animal-proof trash can. A snow shovel. I mean, arguably, those crystal castle dice that are like barrels, but they're trying. It's weird. The ones that are basically barrels. I guess you could call those crystal math. Um, yeah, that is my take 100%. World of Darkness games are a lot. Like the rules are like 50% the same between all the World of Darkness games. But I will tell you, the main reason I haven't done more videos on World of Darkness is specifically because the books are so poorly formatted and also filled with so much fluff text that, like, reading a World of Darkness book is a slog. It is not a fun experience. It feels like reading an assignment for your high school English class. Like, once you learn the rules, yeah, running a World of Darkness game is not that bad, depending on which one it is. Like Vampire the Masquerade is going to be easier than Mage, obviously. Oh yeah, they are so bloated. I recommend watching my Let's Make Us character videos on World of Darkness, because there is a huge variance in how complicated each game is. Like I said, Mage has probably, yeah, in terms of game, I'm sorry, in terms of storyteller load, I would say Mage has the most. There is the most shit that the storyteller has to deal with personally. And then Vampire's like a lot easier, or Werewolf. I agree with you. Street Fighter the storytelling game is the best World of Darkness title. Fight me, everyone. But keep in mind that I have higher initiative, and that means I can interrupt your turn at any moment. This is a game about murder, a game about making the players feel comfortable before you start picking them off one by one, a game about keeping on their toes and thinking that deaths could be around any corner. But the number one thing is that you want the players to feel like the game is fair, even when they're getting stabbed repeatedly. Okay, behavior. Oh, taking a dig at the developers of Dead by Daylight. Use distractions, use traps as surprise, but to make sure that the story you're telling makes sense and feels honest. Another key to remember is to never reveal the name that you've drawn from the bag. The person drawn is the next player marked by the killer, but that should not become apparent until the killer is ready to attack the chosen player. Okay, that's what I was missing earlier when they were like, okay, so as the, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I kind of like that as someone who has seen 200 slasher movies. Has seen 200 slasher movies, and also the only themed one of these videos is 5 one-page slasher games. Works on a game, draw out the cabin based on the description on the other page of the document, lay out the rooms, have a general idea. Also think about the general layout of the forest around the cabin, any interesting landmark structures that could provide interesting plot points during play. Miniatures or other markers to indicate where players are. Screen players can also follow their positions, have a better visual of where they are. One thing should never be revealed to the player is the whereabouts of the killer, which should only be revealed when it attacks. Making a murder. When thinking about who your main antagonist could be, lean into the tropes of murderers that you have seen in movies, books, or in history. Make them stealthy and cunning. Here are some possible archetypes. A crazy local, the ghost of a visitor past, the spirit of an ancient. So, guys, chat. There's this movie called Bloodbeat, and it's set in like somewhere in rural America, where a family is being stalked by a ghost samurai. I don't know why, it's a samurai in somewhere in rural America, but it is. They try to explain it. But the audio mixing during the big exposition scene where someone explains the whole lore dump that explains why there's a samurai ghost in rural America is so bad that you can't actually hear what they are saying. They just hear like while like really loud music plays, and it's just hilarious. A demon, a bloodthirsty mythical creature, like a unicorn. Or a merman. An alien being. Someone who knows/knew the group. A crazed cabin owner. An escaped serial killer, like in Slumber Party Massacre. An animated or risen corpse. Also, it's important to think about what methods of tools in my unit. Knife, gun, chainsaw, machete, sharpened claws, teeth, traps, poison, bow, fire. Well, why don't I just use my my silicone dice that I got from The Wandering Bard. The Wandering Bard, for the finest in Dungeons and Dragons themed sex toys. And let's roll up. Let's roll up a killer. All right, 4 and a 6. So a demon with teeth. I was hoping I'd get something funny, like a unicorn with a knife. I'd like to point out they gave me these for free, but I am under no requirement to continue plugging them like I do all the time. I just like them. I like my silicone dice. Squishy, 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 squishy die. Squishy, squishy, squishy die. And I got a whole set of them in bright pink. It's one of my favorite colors. Well, if Bloodbeat if Bloodbeat reminded you of a project that you need to pick up, I correct what I said. You need to finish that project. Because Bloodbeat is a movie. Alright, so, think about what they're doing. People, what is their appearance like? Do they wear a mask? Is this figure discarded, covered in tattoos? To decide where the killer will give up or what their end rampage make it. Make it feel fair, but difficult. They can be thwarted, allowing players to die. To escape. But never describe seeing the killer actually die. I mean, you can describe the killer dying. That's my only complaint about Slasher Flick, is that, like, the killer has hit points, basically. Oh my god, that's amazing. I want to play a... I want to play a slasher flick where the killer's a deer. I just want to play any slasher flick. Despite my incredible glowing review of that game, I've never played it. Because in order to play slasher flick, one of two things need to happen. Either A, I need to get a group of people who are willing to play slasher flick, and I need to run it. Or B, I have to somehow just luck into a situation where someone else is running slasher flick, and I get to play it, because I would love to actually play the game. That is, like many people, I have ran significantly more games than I have played. What have I played? I think I've only actually played D&D, Pathfinder, Mutants and Masterminds, Fate Condensed. There's got to be something else, but like every other game, I just end up having to run because hey, let's play a different game. Okay, but only if you run it. All right, setting atmosphere. Atmosphere in. Okay. Atmosphere in a forest getaway. Okay, it got weird. I hate this font. I absolutely loathe this font. It's created in a few ways that are important. Play up order. Physical environment that you create a room. Wait. One is physical environment that you create in the room you are playing in. Some ways to push the scary atmosphere includes trying to create a similar aesthetic with the cabin players are in. Dim the lights, light some candles, play subtle ambient music that creates tension or fits the environment. Bring physical props and encourage the players to get into their characters, whether that's through acting. Another way to further push the atmosphere by playing by narratively, just by use descriptive language that emphasizes the remoteness of the cabin. Describe the vast dark wilderness. Create distractions for both targeted players and those who are currently safe. These can be things like sudden noise in the distance. Disable their abilities to easily get away. Yeah, that's the thing. And make it feel stuck. Allow the killer to taunt them before attack. Scary video CD player. Get input by asking them how they're feeling and putting themselves into the character's shoes or experiences. So, I have. This game is this is an interesting one. So like, it is really really simple. Like the actual mechanics account to the like coin flip for a skill check and like randomly selecting who gets targeted, which I find very interesting because like this is pretty much the entirety of the rules. What I like here is how much effort they put into telling you how, like, what the game should be like, how you should run the game, what the feeling should be. I like that, but I feel like they're putting a lot of demands on the game master without giving them too much to work off of. Weirdly, it reminds me of a dream I had once where I was staying. I'm gonna tell you this dream, and you're gonna be like, "Wow, you're a fucking nerd." So I had a dream once that I was staying at a cabin, and looking through the closet, I found a role-playing game that I'd never heard of before. I don't remember what it was called, but it had a picture of like, it was like in a box and a picture of a screaming woman on the cover, and for some reason I remembered that the title was in Cooper Standard, because that's what happens when you're a nerd. You can identify fucking typefaces in your dreams. But the whole thing was then like, it was, you know, it was a rented cabin. So I was trying to figure out how to like sneakily steal this game. That was the thing. That like, I was like, oh my god, this is a game I've never heard of. I must surreptitiously sneak off with it, and no one will know, because you know, obviously it belongs to whoever owns the cabin. So that was my dream, and then I keep wanting to like do something with that kind of story, because I really like the idea of like Chiller was like I want a movie that I want to like make something that delivers on what the movie Chiller promised. Like a horror experience that really revolves around a role-playing game. The best thing I thought of was like something like, you know, when you're saying like, oh, when your character dies, you die in real life. Oh, but like, how do you make that work and not have a situation where the DM can then go, okay, everyone escapes, the end, and then you're safe. Oh, yeah, that is see, that is the main issue with you know, the main issue with horror games. The main issue with horror games in and one that Slasher Flick really took. One of the big things I said about Slasher Flick was how it took time to, it really tried to offset this, is yeah, players want to play smart. They assume it's a horror game. Like in D&D, surviving is success. So obviously, if you play a horror game, you have to win by surviving. You can't enjoy the game. I am a Dead by Daylight player. I experience people who cannot enjoy the game without winning on a regular basis. Like reasonably, you shouldn't win all the time. Like that's part of horror, is that people die. That's an issue with horror role-playing games, is that the players like to be very, very smart. They like to be too smart to actually play the game, to engage with the story, because they have to win, and that's the number one problem with horror games. I mean, ironically, one of my All Flesh Must Be Eaten games, I did have a situation where one of the players played smart, but it was after the other players abandoned him. Left him hanging out a window. He managed to get by, and like he played smart for the rest of the thing, and he was the only one who survived. But for the most part, it's boring. Like, here's the thing. Actually, All Flesh Must Be Eaten is a really good example. Or any zombie game, you can just barricade yourself in a room and then say you won. Like, people don't understand what fun is. Okay, so number 2. Antifa fighting fascism, ant by ant. Ant no sunshine when fascism. Guess why I chose this one? I'll give you a clue. Fucking puns. Puns, and I really like the style here. Like this is infinitely better than AI slop, because someone made this. Someone drew this intentionally. The thing I don't see enough people pointing out with like AI generated content is that it is specifically something someone didn't want to make. AI art is art that someone didn't want to make. An AI written story is a story that someone didn't want to write. It is content that is created begrudgingly. A solo and multi GM-less TTRPG about ants fighting fascism and keeping your queen happy. I mean, those two kind of, yeah. Monarchy, yay. Gather up to 6 humans, as many dice and pen their bravery, destroy fascism in this witty, terrible crawler. Wait, in this witty, terrible fascist facility crawler. 4 different classes to play. Be a forger, builder, scout, soldier. Get radiated and be even more than that. 6 bossy antagonists. Antagonists. Be hilarious if this one ends up in the video, just so that I get to say antagonist. Destroy the WASP AI server or find the right form to deactivate the bureaucracy. 18 locations to explore, full of happy surprises and deadly environment hazards. Mind your step. 12 antagonists to defeat. Okay, 6 bossy antagonists needs a regular antagonist. Rats, angry bureaucrats, sentries. They all deserve your anthropy. Yeah, that one wasn't as funny. 12 artifacts to loot, because nothing is heavy. 7 hand-drawn illustrations, because AI drawing is a fascist technology. You too. Carbon-neutral bio... carbon-neutral bio-LLM, your brain. Actually, yes. I mean, if you're on the fence about that, you should look up how incredibly popular AI-generated imagery is with the very far right. No GM. Why? Because we live by this philosophy. Don't ever for any reason do anything. Wait. Don't ever for any reason do anything to anyone for any reason ever, no matter what, no matter where, or who or what you are with when you are going. What? Ask a GM to take on the role of a fascist leader. Maybe this one's weird. Maybe this one is weird and I don't want to really delve into it too much. Because, like, saying that you shouldn't ask a game master to take on the role of a fascist leader is kind of playing into the idea that a game is inherently player versus game master. That the game master wins when they defeat the players, and by that association, if the game master is playing Nazis, that they must agree with the Nazis, but they don't. Like, you can be running a game and be the objectively bad guys because you're running the game. Your goal is to provide a experience for your players, not See, this game started off really like, I'm like, haha, I love the puns, and I'm like, ooh, this right here is making me feel like they don't understand the basic concept of how to run a game. Oh. The original idea of Antifa was conceived by two game studies academics during a one-page RPG workshop given by someone at the University of Louisiana. These three academics, when conceived as a one-page RPG jam, was played. I mean, I'm gonna check it out, but like, I don't like. Made by three academics at a one-page RPG workshop. That sounds awful. Those are like workshops. It's like a lot of these workshops are like shit. That's the thing. Whenever I see people talking about them, it's like, wow, your whole thing is just trying to really make people do things. Once again, horizontal 3-column format. All right, GM-less game. That's the thing, is like, I don't go to these conventions, but like I see the panels and I'm like, that sounds like some bunch of pretentious people just jerking each other off over how smart they think they are. Like, I give lots of advice on game design, and everything I say is like, yeah, you should make the game you want to make. You should do it in your way. You should just get in there and make a game, and maybe it'll suck, maybe it won't. I don't tell you, you shouldn't create an environment where the GM is asked to take the role of a bad person. Okay. GM let 6 humans, as many dice penetrated. Mostly complaint I have is, like, just in general, the degree to which people use die interchangeably with d6. Because, like, yes, that is the dice most people are familiar with, but also, 1d6, antagonist table, roll 1d6 on the bossy antagonist table to define your worst enemy. Each player then rolls 1d6 and writes down their own specialization looking at the ants below. Reroll on a 6. I feel like you could have come up with one more. I feel like you could have come up with one more. Alright, a forager. You excel at finding resources. When looking for stuff on the loot table, you roll twice and keep your favorite result. Key sentences are, oh my god, look. Let's call it Scout. You explore the wild worlds endlessly and prepare for terrain or more ants to join the fight. When your allies can only 1d3 ants. Wait. While your allies can only call 1d6 minus 3 ants, can you call negative ants for reinforcement? You can call 1d6 ants. Wow, amazing. Your key sentences are straight to the basket on your left, and oh, hi. Like, see, here's the thing. 1d6 minus 3, I'm assuming that's 0, so how about this? Roll a d6, and if the results are 1, 2, or 3, you can call that many, and if it's 4, 5, and 6, it's 0. Builder. You excel crafting bridges, tunnels, and hills. You roll 2 dice to keep the best. See, I know it's a one-page game, but I would really like it if there was like a brief overview of the rules before getting into this, because I don't know what any of this means. This one's builder points. Key senses, you're a soldier, you fight for the queen and wreck stuff. Also, like, I was hoping that, like, the queen, because they put it all in caps, was going to be like, they were going to do something with that, but like, no, it seems like they're just being like, yeah, you're fighting fascism. Also, you served the monarch unwaveringly. That seems a little like they didn't think something through. Third dice, keep the best one as damage points. You can also sacrifice your ant to inflict double damages. Now draw a corridor on the paper. Your commando starts in it, followed by 15 friendly ants. You're unnoticed by the enemies. Threat level equals 0, and the queen is happy. Queen dissatisfaction equals 0. No ant killed for now. Track any change in those values. Turn overview. Roll a new location on the location table and draw it. If your location roll doesn't contain a pair, roll an antagonist in the eponymous table. That's a word people use in role-playing games all the time. Define the possible actions with a tactical roll. Pick your actions and roll your tactical roll. Roll number of players, d6, to define what action to be taken as turn. For example, allows each player to fight. What? Okay. 5 soldier action or loot. 1 forager action. Players discuss what they want to achieve. Once their plan is defined, each player may pick 1 die to roll it for the related action. Start the next turn by rolling in a room and doing another tactical roll if you're blocked by the antagonist. Any player can achieve an action, the TR, even if they're silent. What about the 6? Each 6 on the TR can be used as a joker. You can even use your free will to alter 1 or more 6s in any other number. The queen feel each alteration as an act of rebellion. Increase the queen dissatisfaction by 1 for each joker used. The queen decides to relocate the call and the game is over. Like, fucking... Wow, that fucking went over their heads. That really seemed to have gone over their heads when designing this. Death is no big deal. When you're fright and a will, your ants get killed. You get another one from the ant pool. The next tactical roll. Decrease the pool by 1 and roll a new specialization. Count all ants fallen in combat. Each 10th death QD increases by 1. How dare you kill my baby? Screams the queen. She loves you all, you know. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like I thought that was going to be. 6, or you have drawn 10 rooms, quarters not included. Bossy antagonist shows up to destroy your team. Defeat the evil by its specific rules. If you win, you are a veterant. That one's average. Add +1 to all your specialization rolls during the next game. Start your next run with a threat level equal to the highest veterant level. Okay, queen dissatisfaction. Ants killed. Full turn example. Well, hopefully this is going to explain things, because I honestly do not understand a lot of what just happened there. There are 4 players with the following specializations: Soldier, Builder, Soldier, Scout. QD is 3, threat level 0, ants killed 10, and ant pools 5. You roll 3d6 for the node location. 1, 5, 5, 11, a checkpoint. You enter the checkpoint, draw on the map, and immediately activate its effect. You have to roll an antagonist despite having a pair in your location roll. You roll for the antagonist. You need to activate a tripwire. You roll on the tactical roll. 4, 6, 3, 1 to cut them. You need 3 builder points. P2 rolled the 4 die and the second one using their builder points to keep the best die. They get 1, 2, and fail to cut the alarm. P1 takes the 6 die and turn it to a 4 to try again, thus satisfying the queen and increasing the QD by 1. They then roll a 5 and cut the alarm. P3 takes the 1 die to forage. Roll. I'm really confused by this. I'm genuinely confused by this. Like, you roll the dice, and then each of the dice can be taken by one of the players, which they then roll. So unless you roll a 6 on this die, because yeah, player 2 rolls the 4 die and a second one using their builder points to keep the best die. They get 1, 2, and fail to cut the alarm. If he takes the 1 die to forage, roll 5, 4, 1, 10, and get a key card. Like, I think that's the rule? Unless I'm missing something, I don't understand why that tactical roll exists. Tactical roll. Roll number of players d6 to define what actions can be taken this turn. For example, okay, wait. Okay, no, I got it. I understand now. I understand. It's stupid, but I understand. So, you roll the tactical die. Sorry, I'm just making sure my stream was still running. You roll the tactical die, and then what numbers show up on the dice are what actions you can take as associated with the rolls. So you can run into an enemy and roll 4 1s, and all you can do is forage. That's kind of stupid. Let's see, bossy antagonist, location table. Antagonist table. Oh no, a rat is on your track. Door locked. Ant traps. Propagandist. Attack his eyes. 10 soldiers. Yeah, this game seems way more interested in making a point than it does in being a good game. Let's check out the next game. Button Mash. Button Mash is a one-page TTRPG inspired by fighting games. Each character has a move list that randomly determines their combo. I was thinking of Street Fighter and River City Ransom when making this game. I haven't playtested this, so comment if you think something could be improved. So, just kind of proof that, like, I put almost no I have like I have no what's the word I'm looking for? Standards. I have no standards. Any game that looks interesting, I will look at. It doesn't have to be fancy. It can be like this. And I'll look at it. Uh it's making a point. It's making the point very heavy-handedly, and I feel like that can be fun, but also what you are attaching it to has to be fun too. Like it has to be a good thing that is making the point. Best example I can think of off the top of my head, the Boondocks cartoon. Made a lot of like really, really heavy-handed points, but it was also a really good show. And I think that's the thing is they like really feel like they needed to brush up the actual game before making it like I made Punktopia. I made one of the least subtle uh games ever. But I don't feel like this is like aware of what it is. Well, sometimes projects are 13 years old, sometimes projects are 20 years old. I have no idea how old my oldest games are. So, Button Mash. Button Mash, a tale role-playing game based on fighter video games. That's one of my favorites. But will it be better than Street Fighter, the storytelling game? No, it won't. Because that's the best role-playing game ever. There are 4 stats: power, speed, mind, and spirit. All stats start at D4. You have 3 stat enhancements to buff it up to the next size. 4 to 6, 6 to 8. 8 to 10. Let's zoom in a little bit so that I can read this. Power, your strength used for fighting, lifting, smashing. Speed, your quickness, agility for fighting, sprinting, and acrobatics. Mind, your knowledge. This is used for perception, persuasion, lying, and deduction. Spirit, your willpower, control of ki. This is used for fighting. This is used for fighting spirit and ki-infused techniques. Fight the game with Stip. You start the game with 15 stamina. Character successful attacks reduce your stamina. When you're out of stamina, you are KO'd. Roleplay traits. Roll on these tables. Devoted, oh, I got 3d6. All right, competitive criminal who looks like someone famous. I'm going to assume it's Nicolas Cage. And that while doing crimes, it's difficult. You see, it's very difficult for this character to do crimes because they look like Nicolas Cage. So whenever they're trying to do a crime, someone's like, "Hey, are you Nicolas Cage?" And they're like, No, man, I'm not Nicolas Cage." They're like, No, you're Nicolas Cage." He's like, "I don't even like Willy's Wonderland." All right. And then, of course, being competitive, you know, that's troublesome because all the other criminals are doing their criminal activities without being mistaken for Nicolas Cage. All right, characters have a move list. They can equip 1 move per power or speed die size. I feel like they could have done this a bit easier. Because see, we're assuming here. We are assuming that D4 is 1 point. The power speed as each move can only be equipped once. The jab and hook moves are required for all move lists. Special moves with an asterisk can only be equipped on a number 6 or higher slot. So does it D4? Do you get 4 points for a D4? When attacking, each fighter rolls 3D number with a combination of power and speed dice. What? When attacking, each fighter rolls 3D whatever with a combination of power and speed dice. That is 2 dice, not 3. You must have at least 1 of each. Your result of each die determines what move was used based on the move list. Add up the results of all dice to determine attack value. The fighter with the highest attack value wins that exchange and deals damage equal to the difference. If you roll a 3 or more of the same number, what's the third die, though? Perform a super move. Roll a spirit die and add it to your attack value. Counter. Once per match, you can declare a counter. After taking damage from an exchange, you can roll 1 mind die to damage the opponent who damaged you. With your mind. Like in our original D&D with the optional rules, as explained in my video. Brawl. If multiple fighters are attacking at the same time, each fighter rolls their own dice and compares the attack value to all opponents. Each fighter deals damage to opponent with a lesser attack value. This could mean multiple simultaneous damage, different amounts. Non-combat challenges. When you're in phases, roll 3d whatever using your chosen stat and the results of your challenge to your challenge value. GM sets a difficulty that you need to meet or exceed. Okay, so this one is just like 1, like 3 of the same die. If a character can help another by saying what they do and rolling 1 die of their choice, the roll is added. Value, you can still challenge simultaneously. Bad guys. Goons have 40 d4 stats and 5 stamina. Mid-level bosses similar to his. Wait, have similar stats character but 30 stamina. Then be a challenge for a group of characters. Bosses 4 die enhancements, 45 stamina. Players have to go all out. The GM can award enhancements like dice increases, more dice to roll, and more stamina. Hook, add 1 to the attack value. Reducing speed by 1. Okay, so like, I guess if I had to play this game, if someone came up to me and they were like, I will give you $50 to run this game. First of all, I should ask for more than that. But secondly, I'm going to assume when attacking, each fighter rolls 3d whatever with a combination of power and speed dice. I am going to assume that you get to add 1 of those dice twice. That is what I'm going to have to assume. So, yeah, I like this one. Admittedly, I'm someone who, as mentioned earlier, made a game about dance battles just because I wanted to see if I can make a game about dance battles. But like, it has a concept. They wanted to make a fighting game, role-playing game. It has its own interesting mechanic. The move table is an interesting mechanic. Wait a minute. I just had a thought. The result of each die determines what move will be used based on their move list. How do you determine the move list? Character on a mood list, they can equip 1 move per power or speed die size. Each move can be equipped once. So, like... Okay. I got it. I think I understand this. I think I understand this game. Okay. Yeah, not big, really important piece of advice for anyone making a game. Give the game to someone who has never read the game or heard anything about the game, and they will tell you what is wrong with it. They will tell you what they don't understand. Okay. Having gathered all the information, I now understand this game, I believe. So, you get a number of moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So, and everyone gets hook and jab. Okay. Character die moveless, they get one move per power or speed die size. And you roll 3 power and speed dice. Okay. I believe the way it works is that you have a power move list and a speed move list. So if your power is a d6 and your speed is a d8, you choose 6 moves, 2 of which have to be jab and hook for the d6 for power, and then 8 moves for the speed. Then you roll, as I said, 2 of one of the dice, 1 of the other, and then, so basically, let's just say we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then you roll on your own list. Okay, so you make your own random table for rolling the move, and then you get 3 moves for the 3 dice. But then also you add together the result from all the dice to determine the value. That really could have been explained better, but is interesting. Yeah, there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason why the order in which the... Yeah. So actually, here's where it's really interesting then. Flying Kick. Add 3 to your attack value if you roll 2 threes. You would want, reasonably, yeah, like add 1 spirit die to attack value. Here's a good one. There's an asterisk here, but it doesn't say what that asterisk means. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is actually interesting. So, once again, like, let's say you have, let's say you have a D4. You have jab and hook. Let's say those are number 1 and 2. Let's say those have to be 1 and 2. It doesn't really specify that. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe they don't have to be 1 and 2. So, like, a jab has no effect. So, you put that on, like, 4. Because that one's already doing the most damage. And then you, add, like, a more powerful... Then you want to put a more powerful attack on the lower value so that even if you roll low damage, you still get a good effect. I think that's how this game works. Because then also things like Flying Kick. Add 3 to your attack value if you rolled 2 threes. So if you had a D6, if you had a D8 in power and a D4 in speed, then rolling 2 D4s, choosing to voluntarily roll 2 D4s, may be advantageous because you have more of a chance of rolling 2 threes and also of rolling Flying Kick. Like if you put Flying Kick on number... Actually, 3. There you go. Put Flying Kick on 3, and then you 3. Okay. If the designer of this game sees anything, I doubt they will, but should check. You should revise this game. This is why I love one-page RPGs. Is like, this is a tangled mess of rules that are very difficult to decipher, but like underneath it is a cool little system. And if this person had sat down and tried to make this into a big 500-page D&D book, it would probably never come out. But here, they put this out into the world, and people like me can say, wow, this is good. You should, polish it up. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I don't know. They done anything else? Not really. I should leave them a comment at some point telling them that conceptually that one's very interesting and that they should elaborate on it. All right. Next up, Corvid Combat Carnival. Once again, professionalism is not a thing I look for, only interesting. Made for the one-page RPG Jam 2025, includes some CC0 images that I have unfortunately lost track of, blah blah blah. To play, it's most convenient to have a full set of RPG dice, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20. If you don't have any dice, I have made a setup in any dice that can be used instead. I'm very interested in what this setup is. Yeah, I say as if I know the coding features in any dice. I barely know those. Okay, so Corvid Combat Carnival. Oh wow, this is... someone's first game, so I can't be too critical, but wow, this just assaulted my eyes. See, this is the advantage of having a really bad memory, is that, like, things can surprise you multiple times. Okay, Corva's the buggy champions to duke it out for the grand prize. Get yourself a companion and kit them out for a chance to reign over the Corvid kind. I will say the main thing that got my interest was the little caterpillars of the sword and shield. What kind of bird are you? Entire upgrade points. Magpie. Intimidation tactics. You have advantage to negotiate with humans. I'm curious why you're going to be negotiating with humans in this. J. Spectacle. Your good looks can be used to your advantage. Please say how specifically. Wait a minute. If there's negotiating and... if there's search and negotiate... okay, this is weird. They have the highest negotiate. Nutcracker. Demolitions expert. You have advantage to breaking and opening contained goodies. Crow. Supreme scavenger. You have advantage while searching through refuge. I genuinely do not... oh my god, this is... oh, this right here. This is hurting me as a layout editor. Also, I can barely read this typeface. Oh, with a GM, without a GM. Like, am I supposed to read this next or this next? When searching, describe to the GM what you are searching for and where you are searching for. The GM will set an appropriate DC for you to meet or beat with your search roll. The outcome of the search will also determine the effects of what you may or may not find. When negotiating, you must choose a target, a human, a bird. I would rather have this in just like a plain unformatted document. Oh, because they need to make it fit onto 2 pages. That's why it's all... that's why it's like this. Okay. When negotiating, you must first choose a target, a human, a bird, or another player. When choosing a non-player character, the GM will set an appropriate DC to meet or beat with your negotiator. When your is successful, determine the outcome. Negotiations with other players do not require any rolls. A search or negotiate takes 1 round. You have 5 rounds prior to the start of the tournament to prepare your champion. Without a GM. Without a GM, you're free to do whatever you like. I suppose I would never deny to give orders to the future ruler of Kovitz. However, my suggestions use the following tables to determine the outcomes of your rolls. Fine, just as before, 5 rounds prior to the start of the tournament. You find nothing. You find an item giving you +1 fight or health. Flip a coin. Okay. No luck. You may exchange 1 item for another 1 tier higher. For every 4 below 20 roll. What? I just had the realization of, like, do I even know what dice I'm rolling here? Are these... Because it starts at 1. Okay, am I... Let's just assume that it goes here. Alright, so here's the rough list of steps for getting a start with this here game of mine. Did you not look at this? Did you not look at this? Did your eyes not glance upon the literal letter Y splitting this in half? Choose your bird type. Distribute your upgrade points to die types. X greater than or equal to X number and +1 bonuses to both search and negotiate. I sure am glad that I looked at this that told me these stats are search and negotiate. Choose one of them to be the GM, then choose one of the PvP or PvM modes. Distribute your upgrade points to die type. Less than or equal to X, X number, and I sure hope this is hilarious for everyone watching. Watching me just be like, what the... Okay, I remembered seeing this before. You find an item that goes +3 to fight, +3 to health, increases X number by 1, and lowers less than X number by 1. So X number and less than X number are stats, as is health apparently, but I don't know... I don't know how anything works. And +1 bonuses both share and negotiate. There's a stat block on the back side of this page that you can use to help with keeping track of this. I don't know, man. I don't know if anything can help me keep track of this. If you're by yourself, have fun. Do 5 rounds of search and negotiate. Do 3 rounds of combat. For PvP, follow the rules for your tournament style. Otherwise, repeat steps 4 through 5 as long as is fun. Notes. Between rounds of combat, I found it's the most fun to do a complete reset of the champion's stats. If you'd rather keep going what you have left, that also works, but doesn't tend to do so well PvP format since it tends to generate a loop of alternating losses and wins. If you have a tournament style that cannot help prevent it, by all means use this mechanic also for most players. Let's keep it on board, please. Short or long as you like. We did only a single phase of Shingdu, followed by 1 round of combat between players. It seems to be a fairly good way to get everyone to speed on how the game is played. Fight. On your turn, roll... Maybe it was supposed to go from here to here. This total... Okay. Roll your fight dice and add your fight bonus. This is your total damage to deal on your turn. When you take damage, you may distribute the total between... When you take damage, you may distribute the total between your health, fight, or any bonuses you have to your fight die if you have them. If your health reaches 0, your champion is withdrawn for their own safety. Every round you play, you will earn 1 upgrade point. Upgrade points may be spent to improve your search or negotiate in the following ways. Die upgrades cost 4. This is the first time a die has actually been mentioned. Okay. So you can spend points to step up your die. Including from 12 to 20 because D14s and 16s are not a thing. If you'd like to know how to roll a D16, Check out the Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling. I can't tell you how to roll a d14 because I would need a d7 for that. Okay. Lowering the explosion minimum when upgrading dice. Wait. When upgrading dice, your, I guess, explosion minimum increases to be the same amount below the highest roll for that die. Increasing the explosion depth. I guess that's when upgrading dice, your explosion depth is maintained. A flat +1 bonus to fight per upgrade point spent. Every 3 rounds, you are given a break from fighting and have 5 rounds to search and negotiate. When making a roll, if you meet or beat your... I'm right with you. I'm right with you on this. Huh. When making a roll, if you meet or beat your explosion minimum, then roll again and add the result to the previous roll. Repeat until you meet your explosion depth. I hate that I'm starting to understand this. I've read so many games. Okay, so explosion minimum. What is explosion? Okay, so summary. Distribute upgrade points to die type. Distribute your upgrade points to die type and +1 bonuses. Okay, so here's the thing I don't get. What kind of bird do you choose starting upgrade points? According to, like, do you get base upgrade points? Because according to this, there are... I understand what these symbols mean and how they function. Like, I'm understanding parts of this. Because it's like, you have search and negotiate. These are static values for search and negotiate, so presumably those would go straight into your search and negotiate. So what do your explosion minimum and explosion depth start at? So, like, from, you know, if your explosion minimum is 5 and your explosion depth is 3, then if you're rolling a d6, you roll a 5 or 6, then you roll again. And if you roll a 5 or 6 again, you can roll again. And if you roll a 5 or 6 again, you can't roll another time. No, you can roll once more. Be up to the explosion minimum, but how do we set? What is the base explosion minimum? My instinct is to say 4. But then the question becomes, like, lowering the explosion. When upgrading dice, your explosion increases. Okay, when upgrading your dice, the explosion minimum increases to be the same amount below the highest roll for that die. But what does it start at? Does it start at 4? And then if you increase the size of your die, it becomes 6? Increasing the explosion depth. Wait, okay, so you can upgrade the die, lower the explosion minimum. When upgrading the die, your explosion minimum increases to be the same amount below the highest roll for that die. That doesn't tell me how to lower the explosion minimum. It just tells me what happens when I increase the size of the die, and then also not what the explosion minimum starts at. When upgrading your die, your explosion depth is maintained. First of all, why don't they call these, like, EM and ED? That would be much easier. A flat one. Yeah, this whole section doesn't actually tell you how to increase those two things. But here it's like, distribute your upgrade points to die type, explosion minimum, explosion depth, and +1 bonuses. It doesn't actually tell you. Oh yeah, they said that. Like, they said that in the rules, it's just... As I said, give your game to someone who has not ever read it or heard you talk about it, because they will look at it. Okay, someone who has not ever read it and also gives a damn, gives a fuck, because sorry, this live stream is now AI flagged as being adults only. If you're AI flagged as a child, you've just been kicked from the chat. Because they will look at this and be like, I am confused about these things. And I am confused. That's the main thing I'm confused about at this point. Is how to increase or the default. Once again, if we were at a game convention and you handed me this and said, hey, run this. Oh my god, that would actually be a really fun thing to do at a game convention. Like a fun panel, you know, not the boring panels. Like, literally just have some people show up, hand them a game, and say, run this right now. Yeah, I would have to say that it starts at 4. That this starts at, your explosion minimum starts at 4, because your D4 starts at 4, and the explosion depth starts at 1, but then I wouldn't be sure of how to advance that. Because this goes 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, so would lowering the explosion minimum also be 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, etc., etc. Sup, Swords and Stones? I'm reading a very bad game. I mean, like, a very amateur game. I'm just confused by it. Everyone starts somewhere, and, like, here's what I will say. Here is what I will say. This game is very bad. But, like, is your game better? I can say yes. I can say yes to that. But, like... This person made a thing. Like, you know, so their thing is confusing, but that's still better than, like, just not doing anything. Okay, for the beautiful GM, that's me. First and foremost, your goal is to make the players have fun. Okay, make sure they're players. I thought it said it's to make the players have fun. You're gonna have fun, buddy. If anything I wrote here isn't doing it for your group, change it. Throw crumbs because of your choosing to your birds, players. For getting into the RP part of the game too. See, here's my thing is, like, I really feel like this page, I have a feeling it's going to have a lot of stuff that's not very necessary when compared to this page, which is very confusing to follow. PvE. There are 2 main ways to do PvE. First, each player goes first in a combat round on their own, and their total score is the number of rounds that they win. Second, all the players can team up together and fight against harder enemies. B. Singles. You have 3 upgrade points that you may spend freely on the enemy character. Each track how many players win against you. More than half of them win, give yourself 2 upgrade points for that round. If less than half win, give yourself 1. During search and negotiate, try and match roughly what your players get. Adjusting the numbers depending... See, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Try and match roughly what your players get. Okay, so... artificially buff up the enemies based on the advancement that the players have. Like, negate good rolls that they get. Because if they happen to do good during the search and negotiate section, and you're just saying, okay, well then I give an equal number of upgrades to the enemy, that just completely negates the good rolls they got. Once again, something covered in the Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling. The Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling, containing simple information on dice math and mechanics, and objectively correct opinions. Okay, give yourself 2 upgrade points. You can refuse one stat block for all players. You give a little variation. For this, just shift 1 or 2 players. I feel like this seemed like a smart decision at the time. Actually, this is another huge mistake for starting designers. It's not as bad as it used to be. Back in the 2010s, symbols were really big. Like representing a thing in the game with like a symbol or like a special little thing like this was really popular. Watch my video on fucking Warhammer Roleplay 3rd Edition, where they just use like colors and symbols instead of numbers to refer to character levels. It's a thing that got really popular. I've seen it done well a few times, but like, yeah, don't be cute. Like that's really hilarious coming from me, who is cute all the goddamn time. But like, don't get cute with explaining the rules. You can get cute with the way you write. You can get cute with, you know, being a little silly, but don't get cute with the rules. The rules should be explained in the simplest way possible. If you have 3 upgrade points for your 3 on your big bad, then 2 likewise somewhere following. Yes, don't be cute, be clear. You can be cute later. You don't have to be cute. Like, it's like layout, you know? Number one thing is readability. Everything else is secondary. You can do amazing, great layout, but make sure that everything can be easily followed and read first. Well, it must be, see, I get accused of it all the time because I'm just adorable, so. Everyone's having fun, and that one player just doesn't. This is. This is sounding like it's about to be bad. For PvP, there's a more delicate balance to play to make sure that everyone's having fun and that one player doesn't just absolutely run away with things. You are free to structure the matches between your players as you see fit, round robin, eliminations, Swiss system, and so on. This should set the winning for players as well as the number of rounds played. If there's a very obvious best player, don't be afraid to toss more bonuses to the other players. Once again, no. Saying like, oh, this person has done better, so let's just jack everyone else up to compensate for it. Frickin' D&D 5th edition. Like, everyone doesn't need to be even. Like, look friggin' Dungeon Crawl Classics. Characters are incredibly unbalanced in that. It's fun. Use what is a slightly lower DCs for search and negotiate. Still, yeah, I know Fantasy Flight does that. I'm upset. So here's the thing. I will say I have two. I have 2 products from Fantasy Flight games: the Doom board game and an expansion to the Doom board game. Fantasy Flight Games makes good board games. They just make shitty role-playing games. Yeah, like in Mario Kart, it makes sense. Like Mario Kart's really well balanced, but that's because it's Mario Kart. So, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing about game balance. Once again, like, you have to keep in mind, this is someone's first game. And you need to keep in mind that they are making this game based on their experiences with and understanding of role-playing games. If you look at people who are into OSR and, like, actual old games, you find a lot of people don't care about balance. It's not a big deal. Yeah, one character is going to be stronger because they rolled an 18 for strength. People who are more brought into it via Critical Role and the Critical Role role-playing game, yeah, that's what I'm fucking calling D&D from now on, the Critical Role role-playing game, are used to the idea that everything is supposed to be balanced and equal. And my biggest complaint about D&D and dungeon likes, like Pathfinder is essentially D&D, and also a thing that I complained about a lot in the Goblin Guide. Sorry I keep mentioning the Goblin Guide. I literally published it yesterday and had been putting in like 14-hour days on it up until that point. Is this: if you add 1 to a character's skill checks every single level, but then also add 1 to the difficulty at every level, you have done nothing. And that is a problem that the dungeon likes have, is that these two things. One, the idea that all the players are supposed to be balanced together, and then also that there is supposed to be a perpetual balance between characters and challenges, that whatever level you get up to, you never get like amazingly better. The challenges are always raised up to meet you. And as I said, that is probably what this person is used to. They are experienced with D&D. The idea of a game being unbalanced and that being okay is just not a thing that the average Critical Role, Dimension 20 fan is going to be exposed to, because they are only exposed to Dungeons and Dragons or something else that is very similar to Dungeons and Dragons. So it's like I can't blame someone too much for, for bonus points. Turns into a little more of a physical game. Players, they search the area for small trinkets, cool rocks, shiny objects, etc. See, this is good. This is good. But like, I can't fault someone too much for expecting, especially for your first game, for expecting that role-playing games as a genre, as a medium, are what you are used to. Well, notes for both of these. How many rounds do you like to play beforehand? Once again, this could be cool. Like, this could be cool if everything was like written out coherently. The difficulty enemy, so like something optimal strategy. You can probably favor +1 bonuses, dice upgrades. That this freaking needs to go though. Yeah, it never says how. Actually, it never says how many points to get a +1 bonus to a roll either. So there's a lot. Yeah, it's just not. If you want a truly glassy cannon, favor X and dice upgrades. Okay, yeah, but you don't tell me how to upgrade those things. You didn't tell me how to upgrade health. Search, negotiate. Okay, so like, I was right. It starts at 4 and 1, but like, where? Wait, helpers, D6. Any item may be traded between players, and helpers may also be temporarily given to another player for a single round. Those are the only 2 times the word helpers shows up. Okay. So, there's some interesting ideas here. It's really confusing. But there's some interesting ideas here. I have no idea what a helper is. I was like, I don't recall that coming up ever. So I searched the document and found there are 2 instances of the word helper. The only one is any items may trade with players, and helpers may be temporarily given to another player for a single round. Other than that, helpers starts at a D6. THC Vummy. So, who knows? But, oh dear. That's a realization. Alright, I will now be right back after a message from our sponsors. And not really, I'm just... Actually, no. On Twitch, there will be a message from our sponsors. Alright. Despite all odds, my cats once again survived the interval between feedings. So, yeah. Also, I really need to fix I need to fix my cards. They're a little overbaked. I just downloaded that Retro Effects plugin, and I just played around with it a little bit, and then was like, okay, well, I'll play around with this a little bit right now. But then before I do a live stream, I'll really go in and fine tune the adjustments to what I want. And then I didn't do that thing. So what's next? Oh fuck, I got a lot of these. Diva, this nightclub is full of monsters. It's really interesting, like, some of the, once again, another pamphlet. It's really interesting, like, some of the way more well put together games are also just like, the moon is high, the rhythm is overtaking your body, the alcohol dances in your veins, and there's an army of hideous monsters attacking the nightclub. In Diva, the nightclub is full of monsters. You are beautiful. You are unapologetically girly, and you slay monsters beyond human comprehension. Find your BFF and get out. Diva, this nightclub is full of monsters. A one-page roguelite TTRPG where you become a girly bruiser monster hunter. Look adorable, save the innocent, and kick some monster butt. It was made as part of the one-page TTRPG jam. Like, there's barely any description there of a game that looks amazing, actually. Okay, so let's pull back up this. Okay, so it's a single page. It's not a pamphlet. Okay. Once again, though, the 3-column single page. Someone must have made a 3-column single page, or like put out a really popular template or something. Last year, the games were not this heavily stuck into this format. But this one looks fun. The moon is high. Oh, I already read that. I already read that. Find your BFF and get out. You'll need a coin, a D12, a map of the nightclub. Flip over this page. Pen and paper to track hit points, kill points, and upgrades. Not in love with this typeface. You have 5 health points. This isn't very helpful. Start each turn, you roll a d12. The resulting number is how many steps you can take on the map before a monster blocks your way, or you get to catch your breath. Oh my god! This is it. This is the role-playing game where you actually roll a die and move that many spaces. Like, every TV show that shows people playing D&D, other than Community, it's always like, roll a d20, doot 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 doot. I slay the dragon. Like that is always fucking D&D in TV shows. Except Community, which, as I said, is the best depiction of Dungeons and or Dragons in a television show. Like, not just the playing of D&D, but also just the general toxicity of D&D. Okay, map. On the other side of this side of the page, on the other you will find a pre-made map. You can move left, right, up, down on the grid. Your goal is to find your BFF and get out of here. Each area of the club's effects. This one looks fun. Monsters. Yeah, they like a problem player who cheats. A problem player who gets the module and looks up where the dragon is. And says the most iconic line in all of TV shows based where they do a D&D episode. I won Dungeons and Dragons, and it was advanced. Okay. So experiment. You are encouraged to also build your own map and make up new effects. Could be. They are ugly, slimy, dangerous, and need to die. Maybe I should zoom in on this. I'm just gonna zoom in on this so that the people watching the stream can read it easier. Not that I have trouble reading it. As I lean in. Every time you come to a stop, flip a coin. If it's heads, you encounter a monster. If it's tails, you're okay and free to proceed. Flip your coin 3 times. Oh, okay, so if you hit it, you kill the monster instantly. Mark 2 kill points. 2 heads, you stun the monster. You run away. 1 head, flip a coin. Coin again. There's a lot of flipping in this. If you get a head, you kill the monster and mark a kill point. If not, take 1 point of damage. 0 heads, take 1 point of damage. Finding your BFF. Each time you successfully kill a monster, answer one of these questions about your BFF. Once you enter the mall, you find her. How did you meet? What was your messiest memory? Does she know you're a monster hunter? Oh my god, what if your BFF was a monster? Like a really sexy one, like a xenomorph. Great job, Diva. Now head for the exit. Except not really. There's still people down there. They all matter. You need to get strong if you want to save them all. Remember those kill points you got after killing monsters. Great, here's how you spend them. Dancing shoes. Move diagonal. Lucky shot. Extra coin flip. -2. Glass of water. Extra health point. Broken bottle. Kill a stunned monster. Tempo up. Move an extra space. This is seeming more and more like Crypt the Necrodancer. Spare for dance. Wait. Okay, so dancing shoes going. Broken bottles are special and consumed. Your BFF may be back, but other people need your help. Name a person. For example, the cute bartender, the DJ, that girl who held your hair back when you threw up in the toilets. With each new person, increase the amount of required kills by 1. Answer the same questions you do with your BFF. And a new fitting one. Same for any new questions added on a new run. Repeat until everyone is out of the club or the sun comes up. Each time you go back in, the monsters get more and more violent. The amount of damage they increase it deals by 1. Wow, I said those words backwards. Effect bar recharging, so you get different little stuff. Okay, I don't need to read through all these little things that happen when you go into the different areas. I assume that's a coat room. That could use a little more specification. Okay, so the squares are tiny. I guess that's it. Yeah, I kind of like this one. It kind of reminds me of bar the windows, bolt the doors. I believe is the name of it. Bolt the windows, bar the doors, bolt the doors, bar the window. It is a game. I covered it once. It reminds me of that. In that it is GM-less and like you move around a map doing stuff. I like these kinds of games. Like, here's the thing. Is this a role-playing game? No. No, it's not. But, like, that's fine. I feel like I literally said this in the last one-page RPG video. These are fun tabletop games. Someone made a fun game that you can play for funsies. You can just play this game because you're like, I'm bored. Do. Like, computers kind of killed most tabletop games. Not like a tabletop game now, it's either has to be fucking, Dungeons and Dragons, this elaborate, like, or even worse, Apocalypse World. 3rd edition coming out. Great! I get to hear the word playbook even more now. And GM moves. I once saw someone brag that they couldn't run a game that didn't have GM moves. Like, they thought that was like, oh man, Apocalypse World's the best. I can't even run a game if it doesn't have GM moves. Like, okay, that's really a you problem, actually. That's not a good thing about Apocalypse World. That's a bad thing about you. But like, that or some elaborate fucking board game. But if you look at, especially the 80s, when people were getting more and more access to like printing, smaller companies were having more success. Look at all the fucking micro games that came out. There were so many like little small board games, game books, like just like a book that you bought and you had a character and you went through it. Like little solo thing, like tabletop games used to be like within my lifetime. Okay, I was too young to play them most of that time, but like tabletop games used to be a very wide, diverse thing. And then computers really cut out everything except the one thing, the very role-playing game that a computer cannot replicate. And it's like, you can still have it. Yeah, everyone loves... Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Apocalypse World that I will say. You know those obnoxious guys who are like, oh, why would you play any other game? You can just use D&D. You want to play Cyberpunk? Here's how you modify D&D to be Cyberpunk. The fucking people who tell you that everything should be powered by the apocalypse are exactly the same, arguably worse, because they think they are morally superior. Like, that's it. Like, they're not... If you were complaining, if you were saying like, oh, I could never run a game that didn't have GM moves, you're not any different than people who are saying, oh, you should just everything should be D&D. You don't care. You don't actually want indie games. You want every game to be based on the system that you know, that you have your preferred system, and you've decided every game needs to be that. Like, I hate that's why I hate the term playbook. Here's the thing. I'm quite familiar. I'm quite familiar with two things. One, Apocalypse World. Two, things people say about Powered by the Apocalypse, and those two things do not match up. They're like, oh, it's like the greatest for narrative games. Really? How? It just is. How? How is a playbook anything different than a more restrictive version of a class? That's the thing. Is Apocalypse World is way more restrictive than a D&D, and vanilla Apocalypse World, I would say, is borderline anti-narrative. So, Drawn to Land, Evolve Edition, and a hot puddle 2 billion years ago. You think to yourself, I'm sick and tired of being single-celled. I know I knew how to pronounce that word at one point in time. One cell. It's pure. Wow, there's a lot of words in this that I used to know how to pronounce when I was... yeah, hard to pop out some adaptations. Okay. Yeah, lots of sciencey words. Drawn to Land is a multiplayer organism drawing game. You start out with a single cell organism. You will eventually become a terrestrial animal. I'm a terrestrial animal. I think it's... Okay, so yeah, like, if you... In like an abstract sense, yeah, I feel like if you look at a standard Powered by the Apocalypse, like if you look at Apocalypse World and you look at Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition, the big difference there is that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition gives you a card with a character on it, whereas in Apocalypse World you had to write it all down yourself. Because, like, also with Powered by the Apocalypse, there's the issue that, like, it's good. Here's the thing. It is good for specific things. Like, but the issue is, it doesn't have, oh, you roll a die and add a thing. It's, oh, you have moves. Oh, what if I want to do something that's not covered by a move? Oh, well, just don't. That's my take on that one. It's just like, the moves are incredibly varied, and it is a thing where, like, yeah, you can make a move that covers anything. I have a half-finished Powered by the Apocalypse game that may or may not ever come out. If you follow me on the social media, you may note that I, on occasion, I like to make puns about games and be like, lol, wouldn't it be funny if I made a game called Penetrating the Veil that was about fucking ghosts? And then I do that thing. But there is one game that I've never made. I wanted to make an animal people slasher themed game called Final Squirrel. Here's the problem is, as I mentioned earlier, I absolutely love slasher flick. And I don't want to make a slasher themed game until I have, a working concept, like a working draft of something that I can say this provides a specific experience that is notably, if not better, different than that which is provided by slasher flick. Drawn to Lands built upon the idea of hot Protozoan orgy pool. Well, that's a much better tile. Protozoa. Game 36 word jam. It evolved. Haha. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see what this looks like, because I have it right here. Once again, I should zoom in. Let's like, they're not all that way. See, this one's just like 2 columns. Okay. Why are so many of them like that? In a hot puddle like that, that was the thing I covered. Draw to land multiple organisms. You start with a single cell organism. Your goal is to eventually become a terrestrial animal. You need paper, drawing utensils, 3 6-sided dice. Every player dies a basic cell. Before every round, the first player rolls 2d6 to determine the environmental effect that affects the organism. Ooh, this one could actually be interesting. Yeah, see, it's like this. I'm working on it. But like, it's a thing that I don't want to devote time to until such point as I can say, as I said, this is why this is a game you would play instead of slasher flick. It doesn't need to be better, it just needs to be a game that provides a different specific experience. Because, like, I'm not going to make a game that is just a less good version of another game that I am already aware of. Like, I realize that's the, core concept behind a fantasy heartbreaker, but... Okay. Perfect cell conditions. +1 basic cell per player. Volcano. Mutation. Draw a shape in a single line that is not listed. Draw its effects into your organism. Food scarcity. Why do you hungry? New life around you. Describes. Draw. Say hello. Predators. Turbulent times. Earthquake storm. Cold break. On your turn, roll 2d6 for shapes. On doubles, 1, 2, 3, add another basic cell to your organism. On doubles, 4 to 6, copy an adaptation from another organism. Okay. Roll 1d6 for the shape's function. Locomotive part, feeding thinky parts. I got a lot of those. Combine respective shapes to give them to your organism. You can draw onto or into the cell. You can rotate and scale them, however, avoid making them bigger than the basic cell itself. Tell the other players they're shining out to and strive in the environment. After every player is adapted to organism, the first player passes to the left and a new intervention is introduced. When the first organism is able to breathe, walk/crawl on land, the game ends. Every other player gets 1 more turn to decide the extent of the animal to develop into. Okay. So, interesting idea. Lackluster application. See, that's the problem, is I have a lot to say about like a really good game, and I have a lot to say about a really bad game, but something like this I just don't have a lot to say about. And that's the problem, especially when I'm making the videos, is that I have to select the ones that, you know, make the most sense. Okay, here are the cast and crew of a hit show of cryptid hunters, UFO chasers, or paranormal investigators. You travel around the world searching for the weird and unbelievable, trying to capture it on video and become rich and famous in the process. Found footage is a GM-less game. Also, a lot of GM-less games this year, I'm noticing. Of horror, perfect for one-shots. All you need to play are 2 decks of playing cards with 2 different backs. The players should improve together across the acts, while the horror steadily grows. Players use exposition to add more lore to the scenario and speculate what the monster could be. Everything culminates in the Act 3 chase, where the monster manifests and the investigator forced to run for their lives. No 2 games are the same. You can play dozens of Orc-Wall investigators who provide unique perspectives on the mysterious omens they discover. Yeah, that could be good. Like, pun titles are great. I'm a I'm working on a game about unicorns myself. Uh, it's called Unicorns That Fuck. See, I've got a lot of games that I'm working on in the background, and it's like I'll have an idea, and then I'll be like, oh fuck, and then I'll, you know, spend a night feverishly writing on one game, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm not feeling this anymore. Then I'll go back to something important I'm doing. And like in the background, I've got a secret background project. A secret background project that I will tell you is a retro clone of Street Fighter the storytelling game, which basically just means that I need to rewrite every single rule in Street Fighter the storytelling game. Because I'm planning on I've been working on another game that utilizes the combat mechanics from Street Fighter the storytelling game, but I decided that I should have a workable copy of Street Fighter the storytelling game first. So like once Fist Punch 94 comes out, I will be able to copy and paste directly from that into my other game. And also, I will be able to put out like a guide to be like, here is how you convert something from Fist Punch 94 to Blood Freak Battlepocalypse. Because I can't put out a guide for converting between Street Fighter the storytelling game and my game, but I can put out one for converting between my game and another game I made that just happens to have incredibly similar rules to another game that I feel like I'm probably like incredibly safe even if I did just copy word for word from Street Fighter storytelling game, because, you know, it's a game published by White Wolf with a license that they can no longer use, but also, who the hell owns the rights to Street Fighter the storytelling game now? Like, that is a genuine question. Who owns that? Like, presumably it's whoever owns the, like, Vampire the Masquerade. I forget who that is. CCP Games? I know Renegade Game Studios is licensed to make World of Darkness games, but like, okay. So once again, this one is pamphlet format, I believe. So I believe this is the front page, this is the back, and this is like a flap. I'm just pulling this one up to like show it off because they also provided a version like this. Once again, advanced. I feel like it's not intentional. That's the thing. Is someone must have made a really popular pamphlet game, and everyone else is going off of that. Because, like, it seems weird that everyone suddenly started doing pamphlets. And I feel like it wasn't intentionally because it's really easy to read on a phone. Paradox Interactive? Okay. Okay, CCP was the first company that owned them, I think. I gave up. Like, there's a section at the end of the Goblin Guide where I'm like, oh, here are some examples of games and how they use the concepts that I have explained. You know, but for the first, you know, for the big three systems, I'm had to explain, you know, this is what Pathfinder does. This is what Call of Cthulhu does for Roll Under and then Roll Over Pathfinder. And this is like how World of Darkness works, which is a dice pool system, because I cover Roll Over, Roll Under, and dice pool systems. And I was trying to provide dates for all the discrete editions of the games. And when it came to World of Darkness, I just gave up. I just gave up and was like 1992 to 2022 or whatever. And then a whole list of everyone who's published World of Darkness. It is bizarre. It is bizarre how many companies' hands that property has passed through. Because most big popular role-playing games have been kept to like one or two companies. Like, who published D&D? TSR and then Wizards of the Coast. Who publishes the D6 system? West End Games. Like, it's all been published by West End Games. Cortex. Margaret Weiss Productions, and then Fandom. Like, there are very few people. Okay, so there were pamphlet templates going around. I assume that's what it was. I assumed, like, that people could not have all independently, randomly decided to go with this style. I really like this design. I need to get better with Photoshop so I can do cool, like, little things like this. I'm really bad at, like, aging is a specific thing I'm very bad at. You start your scenario, you get 2 standard decks of playing cards with different backs, one of which is the action deck, one of the complication deck. Remove the jokers and face cards from both decks. Deal 3 face cards from the... Wait. Remove the jokers and face cards from both decks. Deal 3 face cards from the action deck to each investigator for their starting hand and shuffle the face cards from the complication deck to become the omens deck. So are we only using the face cards? Played with or without a GM. Decide what the scenario is. Ban hospital, remote wilderness. For GM-less scenarios, each investigator takes a turn setting the scene by describing where a scene takes place, the scenario, and flipping 2 cards from the Omens deck. The suit of the Omens card prompt challenges from the investigators to face in that scene. After an investigator sets the scene, the investigator turns, using either actions to face a challenge or exposition to add a lore relevant to what they found in the scene. A scenario has 3 acts. When 3 omens of the same rank have been flipped, there is an act break where the scenario changes and the investigators speculate. The Act 1 break traps the investigators, the Act 2 breaks manifest the monsters. I think they meant 3 remaining cards? Okay. No. Back to where we started. Remove the jokers and face cards from it. Deal 3 face cards from the action deck to the the starting hands, and then shuffle the face cards from the complication deck. First of all, this means you can only have 4 players because you only have 12 face cards. Okay, maybe this will make sense later. Here's 3 acts. Challenges. Each scene includes at least 2 challenges once the... Oh yeah, you can't hear me when I'm drinking water and I stop reading aloud and start reading in my head. Each scene includes 2 challenges. Once the investigators have success from action of both challenges, they can move on to a new scene when they wish to. Wow, you don't even have to double dare to take the physical challenge. Balance, climb, sneak, endure, flight, push. Okay. Turn their exposition. Can use the term for exposition to create lore. Lore describes something noteworthy about the scene or one of the omens the crew discovered. Newly created lore as a +1 bonus. Using lore. Investigators use lore to advantage on an action to flip additional cards equal to the lore bonus. Choose one to use in the action, discard the rest. Limits of lore. There can only be 3 pieces of lore at any one time. Investigators must trash an existing lore or combine 2 pieces of lore when they have already 3 pieces with lore. Trash an existing lore. The lore's creator gets their face card back. During each act break, the investigators speculate based on the lore they secretly write. 1 note that describes what they think the monster is and pass it on to the investigator on their left. Then secretly another what they think makes the monster dangerous, passing the investigator on the right. All investigators pass notes at the same time. Like, are they allowed to discuss this? Because if you're allowed to discuss this, then the note passing is kind of pointless. Well, the thing is, I don't think there's... Not a good sign that I keep coming back to the getting started. Yeah, it seems to say just to shuffle the... like, the Omens deck is supposed to be just the 12 cards. 12 face cards from the other deck. Alright, shuffle cards face down from the action deck. Shuffle the face cards from the action deck and deal 3 cards to each investigator for their starting hand. The first card is their credit. For the program. And the last 2 are their degrees, which let them add lore and exposition. Trash any unused face cards if there are fewer than 4 investigators. Okay, they were aware of it. They were aware that that they baked in a maximum of 4. Okay, so the audio engineer with degrees in zoology and history. Think about when you're together. Why would they risk their lives in the scenario? Do they believe the supernatural or not? Can their degrees let them explain omens? Which of the investigators they risk their lives to save? What are they looking forward to the scenario is over? Action. Investigators can flip cards from the top of the action deck to face the... Okay, so the action deck is the remaining cards? They're not very good at explaining this. The construction of the decks they're not very good at explaining. Investigators can flip cards from the top of the action deck to face one of the scene's challenges. Match. Success. Hitch. Colors match. Complication or partial success and 2 complications. Okay, success, investigators hear what they want. Partial success, investigators hear what they wanted. It takes partial success to complete a challenge. Complication, a minor scrap that could impact time. Completion deck. Shuffle the top card of the complication deck into the action deck. Flipping a complication card is always a botch and causes something terrible to happen to the investigator. Okay, so these are supposed to be cards with different backs. So if you're always flipping the top card, then you're going to know when that is the card. I'm not saying that's like... Yeah, it's weirdly written. Exposition. In each scene, an investor can discard a face card to create or combine lore. If they want to create lore, they must be... If they want to create lore, there must be 2 or fewer lore in the game. They must create... Investigators can combine lore already in the game using their own degree to describe how they connect. Each investigator whose lore was used gets a face card back and a new lore as a bonus equal to the total value of the combined lore. Investigators can't use exposition in Scene 3. At the start of Act 3, monster chases the investigators, chases flips. The monster is dealt 2 cards from the complications deck, one face up and the other face down. Investigators take time calling a suit to describe how the investigator is escaping, then flipping a card from the action deck for an action, leaving the cards in front of each investigator as they flip them. The investigators want to get as close to a total ranking of 21. Yeah, I had to fucking do that without going over. Wow, they integrated blackjack into the game. That's stupid. It could have been 20. Like, going out of your way to intentionally... Okay, going out of your way to intentionally incorporate a established card game in your card-based mechanics without, like, really covering it? Like, they aren't making that, like, the thing. They just randomly sprung, oh, it's blackjack. After you investigate all past, reveal the monster's cards, and flip additional cards until the monster total equals or exceeds 17. Only the monster's total matters for a chase, not their suits. An investor gets away if they have exactly 21 at a point during the chase. The monster busts. Their total rank is greater than the monster's total. Something terrible happens to the investigator if they bust. Their total is... It's not a bad mechanic, but it feels like they just made it blackjack. After the chase, you decide eventually to get away, or if they can alternate between scenes of investigators trying to learn how to escape from the monster or fight the monster by creating lore. Chase scenes. A good rule of thumb is the lore or bonus plus fire higher is enough for investigators to learn how to save themselves. Omens. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Trapped by. Manifest by summoning from beyond. Okay, so... it's okay. Once again, it's one that's like... It's okay. I don't really have anything to say for it other than it uses cards well. I always say this, like, a game that uses cards should feel distinct from a game that doesn't use cards. Like, the use of cards should be meaningful. Love the weird, like, super long VHS box. That's like the... So it's a very long VHS tape in here. Where is it? No, is that a regular VHS tape size? VHS tapes are always like, I think they're a lot longer than I think they are. Whenever I have to draw a VHS tape, I'm always like, oh yeah. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. Now I want to make a game like that. I mean, I already made Lemon Stealing Whores. Like, if you're going to make a game with blackjack as part of the mechanics, there should be hookers. So, I like the cards. I like the concept. I've seen a lot of movies that are based around... found footage movies that are based around paranormal investigators. I would recommend Hollow's Grove and Grave Encounters and 21 Days. Those 3 movies are kind of like Paranormal Activity, but good. Yeah, it's really well formatted. Especially with, like, the VHS. I'm a big horror fan. Us horror people are obsessed with VHS. It's really interesting. The horror. I love how it's a photograph too. I love use of photographic elements in like design, and I don't understand why more people don't do it. I've it's another one of those things that I've said so many times is that you could literally have a game and you could illustrate the entire book of photographs. Blowback did that. I think I've seen another one that did that. Blowback's the one that sticks out in my memory the most. I think I've seen like actually I think I've seen another spy one that does that too. But like horror, that would be great. Oh, Zombie Cataclysm, that game that I really want to check out, but I don't want to spend $15 on. That's clearly something someone just threw together. You're not really gonna. I'm disappointed with how often I keep bringing this up. Zombie Cataclysm. You can see why I don't want to pay $15 for this game, but like, I absolutely love the photographic illustrations, and I like it makes me want to check out this game, but unfortunately, not pay $15 for it. But like, yeah, a zombie or other horror game, especially if your horror game is like inspired by horror movies, using photographic elements is great. It has that movie feeling to it. What's next? Goblin Prom. Oh yeah, I was going on about horror in VHS. See, it's really interesting because I would say nowadays, approaching on half of the horror fandom has never watched a VHS tape. But video stores were so important to the like growth of horror as a genre that like the very concept of a VHS tape is now like permanently linked to the horror genre. That you will go to a horror convention and you will find like pillows shaped like VHS tapes. You'll find VHS tapes that have like lights inside them for you to display on your wall. It's a very interesting thing, I find. Okay, Goblin Prom. Writing. Oh, okay. We'll still look at it. I am a hypocrite. Let me tell you why I'm a hypocrite. A Hack of Honey Heist. Oh. I generally do not cover Honey Heist or Lasers and Feelings hacks in these videos because it's just, they're the same game over and over again. So my game that I made for the one-page RPG Jam this year is a Honey Heist hack. All right. You're a group of teenage misfits, and you're going to show the world the prom is stupid and fake, and you don't even want to go anyways. Who cares that no one asked you to be their date? So lay off, man. You and your friend elaborate. Like, generally, we'll say it as a third thing. Usually, games that I do not is Honey Heist or Lasers and Feelings hacks, or games that are specifically like a one-page game that someone made to promote their other game. Like when they clearly are like, using the Delgex system from X Space Force. It's like, okay, buddy. You don't have a good game. You are trying to condense your entire like game that no one cares about into a one page to try and get people to be interested in your other game. Maybe try making a good game, and then if you make a good game, then people will say, oh, what else has this person made? And they will go and look at your other things. Two things. You and your friends have an elaborate plan to steal the prom queen's crown and sabotage prom. You are an actual goblin. It's really funny how much the modern gaming scene identifies with goblins. Imagine your favorite high school, like Pretty Pink, Breakfast Club, Mean Girls, Napoleon Dynamite. She's all that. Okay, and then goblins. But once again, another pamphlet. This one, though, did not. This one did not provide a screen-readable version. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. If there was, if some popular people on Twitter were passing around a pamphlet template, that would make sense. That people wouldn't fully understand how to then, deconstruct that and put it into a screen-readable format. Pamphlet games. If you make a pamphlet game, please do that. Please do the thing that the found footage one did and make a version that has the pages in correct order. Because it's always a little tricky. What is page 2 in a pamphlet game is specifically tricky. Because, you fold this into a pamphlet, this is going to be your cover. And then when you open it, you are going to get this on the inside flap, but then also you're going to be looking at this. This is going to be the first page that you see because it is the one that's going to be folded over. So you open the first page, and then this is what you're going to be faced with. And then this is going to be on the inside flap of the cover. And then you see that and that. So the reading order for... see, this one's very clearly designed to be it's all folded up, and then you unfold the entire thing, and then you read it. That's what this one is, intended as in the format. Which is actually more convenient. Listen, I hate to reference this show, but Simpsons did it isn't a good excuse. I believe I said previously, Cosmic Hooligans, the system that I made up for Cosmic Hooligans, which was a modified version of the system from Ironclaw. I specifically started working from the position of the system in Ironclaw and accidentally made the Cortex system. Everything's been done. Not everything's been done, but most things have been done, so there's a reason. Ideas don't have to be new. Good is better than novel. I say as I fawn over anything that's even mildly novel. Alright. Attached photo here. Name, descriptor, high school skill, goblin skill, stuff, stats. Goblin. See, here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about Honey Heist and the other one, Lasers and Feelings, is that Lasers and Feelings puts your value on a sliding scale, and Honey Heist gives you 2 scales. But also, Honey Heist is the one where your stats move, so it makes more sense for that to be a single scale than have a counter that you move across it than to have 2 separate little gauges. Well, you know what they say. Good artists borrow, great artists steal. They do say that. Also, they're doing the extreme Honey Heist. Success, failure, moves one way, the thing. Okay, Goblin Prom. It's prom night. You're a group of teenage misfits. You show the world. Problem stupid. Okay, two things. You're a... Oh, is this... This is a fucking flat image. Boo. Don't do that. Hey, you know what? You know who can't use this? Visually impaired people who use a screen reader. Like, yes, I'm sure there are modern screen readers that can OCR it and read it, but like, leave the text as text. Alright, roll 46. Hey, you know what I have? I literally keep 46 sitting on my desk. Dice I keep sitting on my desk. My dice rings, 46, and the silicone D10 and percentiles. So I'll go pink, blue, brown, red. All right, so a deranged jock. Who's good at sniffing danger and is a bone dagger. Okay, you have 2 stats, each with 3 points. Goblin. Teen. Please don't. I hate these. My other complaint, if you watch my... sorry, this is going to be a little repetitive if you watched my Lemon Stealing Horrors design video. My other complaint. Goblin, used when being sneaky, gross, frightening, weirdly magical, or doing goblin stuff. Teenager, used when doing anything not directly to being a goblin. Like, why don't you just fucking say goblin and other? When you act, the outcome is in doubt. Roll a d6. Once again, though, see, the thing is, I can't fault the designer of this game too much because that's what it is in Honey Heist. That's how Honey Heist does it. It's like, use criminal, I forget which one it is. One of those, like, use criminal for doing criminal activities. Use bear for everything else. Okay, when you act, the outcome of doubt, roll a d6. If it's equal to or under your relevant stat, you succeed. If it's over that, you fail. Fusing in high school, hail your ancestral goblin skill. You 2d6. Yeah, it's fucking mood swings. Rage. When the plan fails, you run into difficulties. Move 1 point from teenager to goblin. Identity crisis. When the plan goes off without a hitch. Well, wow, this is a really vanilla hack. This isn't even a hack. First of all, what's this then? Is this supposed to tell me, like, that's what this is? You can voluntarily move 1 point by doing by doing a flashback scene to which your goblin crew plans for your sabotage under bleachers. Okay, yeah, it's Honey Heist. Okay, it's well put together, but it's... I don't... If you're going to do a hack, do something interesting with it. Like, in my video of Let's Hack Lasers and Feelings, I added a damage system to it. Like, if you're going to hack a game, hack the game. Don't just vanilla retheme it. Like, that's... Like, here's the thing, is that, if you could abstract your game to just, like, generic, Honey Heist hack, then there's nothing to it. There's nothing that makes your version special. And that's why I don't cover Honey Heist hacks or Lasers and Feelings hacks. There's nothing to say about them. Maybe that game is great. Maybe, it's made lovingly. It's just like, I, as a creator, don't have anything to say about it. Wow, this is really easy to read. In Herbicide, you're an experimental plant monster. Well, maybe outside of Herbicide, I'm an experimental plant monster. You don't know what I do on the weekends. Each player controls their own part of the same creature. Oh, that's what got my attention. I'm like, this doesn't look like something I'd be interested in.
Great. A selection of rapidly evolving tissue and cluster neuron controls it, but you are all one plant monster. Spliced. Enhanced to LAW. You are ravenous. You must eat. And what you eat, you must absorb. Hybridizing, growing, but how will you grow? Whose influence will prevail? The goal: grow, gain food, and avoid harm. As I said, the optional theme was growth. And decide what or who you will eat. Pursued by the authorities, you will seek vengeance in the final hour. How will you escape? Will you survive? Herbicide is a GM-less cooperative role-playing game designed to be a fun and engaging way to help your non-RPG friends get into RPGs. This isn't sounding like a good way to get your non-RPG friends to get into RPGs. I feel like a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people have been like playing games for so long they don't understand what is actually an accessible role-playing game experience. See, now aren't you all glad that I went through the trouble of downloading these all earlier today? Didn't have to stop and download them all to do this. Okay. How to play. Is this supposed to be like a romantic scene going on here? I'll say, as a concept, Lasers and Feelings isn't bad. It and Honey Heist have the same basic concept. You have two stats that oppose. Once again, before I'd even heard of Lasers and Feelings, I designed a game that did that exact same thing. That I did, a game I never released because I, shortly after that, learned about Lasers and Feelings and said, oh, well, that is like exactly the game I designed, and the game I designed is not that interesting, so I don't release it. I released it on my Patreon, actually. Like, this year, despite making it years ago. Not a good game. Like, that's the thing that happens. The problem is that, like, you have people saying, oh, you want to make a game? Well, you don't have to, like, make a game. You can just retheme Lasers and Feelings, or Apocalypse World, or Honey Heist. I say those because they're easy. The people who are obsessed with hacking Dungeons and Dragons and everything are just, I don't know what's wrong with them. I could make some guesses, but there's something like severely mentally wrong with them. Game is played with each round being an hour in game time. A round in the game with one location. Each hour comprises 3 phases, in which you see what you encounter in this round and deal with it. Pursuit, in which you roll to see which authority forces pursue you. Growth, in which you grow, photosynthesize, and talk about what you have done. Then you go on to the next hour. You then move to a new location in the next hour, repeat each phase. Final hour. In the 8th and final hour, you discover the fate of operation phase. There is no pursuit or growth phase in the final hour, so be ready. Okay, did a popular Dice Step game come out? I am noticing, in addition to the pamphlet format, I am noticing a lot of games are giving you a step progression. I don't know what the fuck good, like, games came out. I don't follow the popular games because I look at games like this. I look at weird random indie games and things from the 80s. There's no room for me to look at Matt Mercer's Vanity Project. I'm sorry, I mean the game that's the D&D killer that's gonna completely shake the tabletop gaming industry. Because people want Matt Mercer to come on their show, I guess. So they have to flatter the fuck out of Daggerheart. It's, once again, it's a thing where individually,
coming up with a dice step progression is not bad. Completely ignoring the step from 12 to 20, that's a bit sus. Like, you know, look at my games. Hell of an RPG. Well, actually, no, all my basic utility tabletop games. That's the name of my house system, the basic utility tabletop system. I use a dice step, but like it maxes out at 12 because mathematically, technically, technically it's not a straight progression. It's kind of a straight progression. But like going to a D20 at the end absolutely is just like, I guess it'd be like, do bonk. Yeah. Well, it's not that D20s are too much. It's that the jump from 12 to 20 is too big. If you had a D14, a D16, a D18, and a D20, that would be one thing. But going from 12 to 20 is a lot. That's why I'm wondering, but like seeing so many games suddenly have a dice step system is a thing where it feels like, did a popular game have a dice step system and now it's a thing that everyone's aware of? Alright, notice that as player's feature, player tracks their own adaptations and traits separately and must roll individually in every phase. Food and harm charges are also individual. Then why does it matter that you're one creature? It seems like you're all one creature, but that does not actually factor into the game. Dice are described as DX. Listen, buddy, it's a one-page game. You don't need to explain that. You don't need to explain what a D6 is. It's a one-page game. When you got more pages, you can stop to explain what a D6 is. These represent abilities of your piece of the monster. Each rank increases your dice size from D10 to D20. You roll that adaptation. Each player should make a copy of the adaptations table below. There it is. Bottom right of this page. It's here. It's here. You don't need to tell me it's the bottom right of this page. It's literally, it's right here. I can see it. If I jumped off of this sentence, I would land on it. Each starts at D4 and increases via food. If an adaptation ranks 10 or higher, you benefit from the associated evolution. Food. Whenever you get food, you may increase the rank of adaptation by 1. Yeah, well, that means, however, it's well written. I will say that. Like, if anything, it's overly written, but better over than under. First time you gain food by eating a person each hour. You must use that food to increase brains if possible. Brains. Eating people makes you more human. Harm. When you suffer harm, you must decrease a random adaptation by 1 rank. Roll 1d6. Tortured tendrils, etc. The adaptation rank is already D3. Reroll TN. And reroll. Okay, this is a new sentence. TN and rolling. TN is the target number you must roll to achieve victory. When you roll to eat, befriend, recruit, or evade, you will roll 2 dice, each equal to the rank of 2 different applicable adaptations. If you have a reroll from Humanity Evolutions, you may only reroll a given knife round. Alright. Okay. Okay, maybe that's it. Because I heard about Never Stop Blowing Up. And that's probably where people got the idea from. Once again, it's not bad, it's just noticeable when suddenly everyone's using the same thing. Like, back in the olden days, when web forums were a thing, and I guess subreddits, here's a thing that happened that is so incredibly noticeable. It is possibly the most noticeable occurrence of this ever. I had been on these game design forums for, years. So I'm familiar with people come in, people what they say, talking about the rules, not talking about the rules, because if they tell you about the rules, they'll steal them. I told you the fucking title of a game I'm working on, which is the main selling point of it. So, yeah, no one wants to steal your ideas. They have their own ideas. But like, the most notable incident of this happening is this. Around the year 2015 or so, suddenly everyone's game had an advantage and disadvantage system. And it basically became evident that See, I don't want to be dismissive. I don't want to be dismissive of people like actually trying to do creative things, despite the fact that a lot of people are shit at it. Like, yeah, some people should give up, but like, I try not to be like overtly dismissive because I don't want someone who actually wants to do something to feel discouraged by me pointing out that it seems like a lot of people just want to be a game designer and don't actually want to design games. So they look at D&D and then they come up with an analog for every single aspect of D&D. They come up with an analog for each of the attributes. They have 6 attributes that all have different names. They come up with an attribute for race. They come up with an attribute for classes. They come up with an analog for advantage and disadvantage. It's not always the same. They don't have like the same mechanics as D&D, but every one of their mechanics has an analog in D&D. They often don't have anything new, just a different way of implementing the same feature. And that is a thing that I see an awful lot, because people, once again, they look at one game and say, this is what all games are, so I just break it down into what are the features of this game, and then translate those directly to whatever I'm doing. But back to ye olde game design forums, questions that come up, the 2 most common questions that come up in a game design forum. Has anyone ever made a tabletop role-playing game that uses cards instead of dice? Has anyone ever made a tabletop role-playing game that doesn't have classes? Those are the 2 top questions that come up. It's not like, 50% of people ask one of those 2 questions. Maybe it's like 5% each or less, 2%. But the fact is, by a wide margin, those are the 2 things someone who thinks they had an original idea, like, are coming in with. Because they look at the one thing. They don't think, yeah, it's entirely normal to not have classes. Okay. 2 dice. Each rank is adaptation. You reroll from any victory. If either die equals or exceeds the target number, you claim victory. If both dice are less than the trouble number, if both dice are less than the TN, there's trouble. Okay, catastrophe. If both dice are less than half the TN, a catastrophe. That's kind of how it works in in the basic utility tabletop system. Except that, 2 dice is success. 2 dice is critical. 1 die is success. And none is the thing. And then 2 1s is catastrophe. Yeah, because, well, I I hate D&D, but the people who want everything to be PBTA are just as bad, if not worse. Because they think they're better. While still saying, like, oh, I've seen people fucking say that, like, expecting people to learn new game. Like, accessibility is a word that has been weaponized primarily by non-disabled people. I'll just say that. Everyone should use the same system because then someone only has to learn one system to be able to play a game. Is an actual argument I have seen someone make. In favor, of course, of Powered by the Apocalypse, because D&D is too complicated. It is. Like, it is too complicated. Like, there are so many... Actually... Oh, God. All right. I just want to let everyone, I just need to say this for you. This is not an AI generated video. I am actually saying something nice about Critical Role. It is entirely possible that the advent of the actual play made it so that people could actually understand how to play D&D. Because if you just sit down and try to play D&D, it is an absolute freaking experience. As someone who's like brand new to games, it makes no sense. Like, there are two ways to do it. Like, either A, you sit down, read the rules, and try to understand everything, or you don't. I'm actually kind of in favor of you don't, but I think the popularity of Critical Role may have actually created a situation where people can say, oh, what's this D&D? I don't know how this game is played. And they were able to watch people play the game for the first time. Like, extended. Actually watch an extended game, see not just how the mechanics work, but how, like, the overall game flows and how, like, conceptually a role-playing game works. So, there we go. I said one nice thing about Critical Role. I will never say anything nice about them again. As I said earlier, I think the issue with Powered by the Apocalypse games is the moves. It's like, here are the 5 specific things that I, the designer, have decided are the things that you can do in the game. Like, that's the problem with Powered by the Apocalypse. Because then it's like, okay, what if we want to do something else? Don't. So you have to, like, the one Powered by the Apocalypse game I reviewed, Hogwarts, does a pretty good job of being really general with the moves, which allows you to, you know, apply them to everything. But that's my big problem with it. Well, is that you can say, okay, here is a move for mixing up a cocktail, but you have to make the move for mixing up the cocktail. That's the problem. Hour phases. Fatal an opportunity. Determine opportunity. Consult the back page. Start at hour 1. In each opportunity phase, you must roll a d6, consult the opportunity location table. This does not seem like something that's good for getting your non-D&D friends into tabletop role-playing games. Silent vote. Once determined, you must not speak. Silently without discussing, vote on what you want to do. Eat, befriend, or recruit. Okay, that seems kind of fun. Write your votes. Okay, no, you have to write them and then reveal them simultaneously. You don't get to, like, be like, You just write them down. That's kind of lame. Roll brains to determine whose vote wins. Resume speaking. You all collectively must do that thing. And you must roll fair. Like, this sounds awful. This sounds like an awful experience for a first-time player, because they'll be like, oh, so I want to do this, but I don't get to choose what to do. Okay, we have to do this. Victory +1, trouble +1, harm no. Last words, whenever you eat a person, whoever rolled higher must decide. I feel like I should get like a little button I can push to make it clear when I am responding to chat and when I am like reading or rambling on, so the people who rewatch the streams at a later date will know that my bizarre ramblings back and forth I constantly bring up Powered by the Apocalypse because it's coming up in chat, not because I'm just like insane. It's a complete me being insane has nothing to do with it. Okay, fascinating to decide. Roll brains fire. If you roll victory, some are saved. Record you have otherwise the authoritarian pursuers. Recruit use powerful fluorophone to mind control. Oh, hot. See, it's like I'm not even into mind control as a kink. It's just like I know so many people who are that whenever I'm like, use the powerful floral pheromones to mind control, I'm like, kinky. Roll brains and flowers. Victory. Reduce the TN for your pursuits this hour. Otherwise, they tremble uselessly. Otherwise, they tremble uselessly. Eyes swirling masses. Are there rules for force stemming? See, here's what I feel like a lot of my audience is I feel like a lot of my audience, like, I'm the bad influence on. And like, you don't know the fucking people that are bad influence on me. Yeah, basic role playing's good. I feel like BRP, Call of Cthulhu, whatever. That's a great introductory role playing game. Because it's this. It's okay, you see this number on your character sheet? When you want to do that thing, you roll the dice. And if the dice are equal to or under that thing, you succeed. That's it. Like, that's a really good introductory system to teach someone, like, not conceptually about how to play a role-playing game. All right. Phase 2, Pursuit. Determine your pursuers. Roll 2d6 for the current hour. Consult your site. I'm sorry. Authority Pursuit to Overleaf? Does that mean on the back of the page? Yeah, Overleaf. That does mean on the other side of the page. I feel like you could have. Here's they've said on the back side of the page numerous times at this point. Why did they suddenly say Overleaf? Like, admittedly, it's good. This is getting better with the modern players, but as someone who's read a lot of games from the 70s through 2000s, I've noticed that a lot of TTRPG writers use every word they know. Like, role-playing games is one of the very few places I have ever seen the word untenable. And I see the word untenable a lot. But like, it never comes up in conversation. I've never had someone be like, "Oh yeah, well, I feel like this idea is that idea is a bit untenable. Let's go back to ground one. Ground one. Pursuers, yeah. Fight roll. Growth. Photosynthesis. First, all players gain 1 food. Roll your foliage die against TN. Victory earns 1 additional food. Spend a few minutes discussing the hour. Who did you kill and why? Who did you agree with? Who are you? Whose memories are these? Utter the last words. It's like, okay, so like, okay, here's where we're at in this one is like, we've got this very fucking technical game. We've got this very fucking technical roll this, crunch things through a table. And then suddenly it's just like, stop and question. Who are you? Why do you kill? Who are you? Whose memories are these? who utters the best last word? Like, it's just takes a sudden right turn, hard right turn into being like, ooh, but also role playing. You must all decide who acted according to any traits of theirs. Anyone who did gains 1 humanity. Ugh. If an adaptation rank is 10 or higher, you guys toxins. Once per roll, you may reroll thorns die, flashing vines, ugh. And then a bunch of things. Okay. I'm, once again, This is an I can see sitting down and playing this with some friends, but like, overall it feels more like an experiment of like what a game could be than like a game. I'm not even through half of the games that I've prepared. I severely underestimated how long this would take. Lethal Clash. Welcome to Lethal Clash, a one-page RPG system that emulates the lightning speed and ferocious power of your favorite fighting games. Dizzyingly simple and viscerally satisfying. Lethal Clash forgoes the bloat of more cumbersome systems, delivering an experience easy to learn, pulse-pounding to play. Create your fighter, choose their special moves, crush some skulls. Included in this single pamphlet, and back and forth, we printed trifolded. All you need to play is one copy per player, which functions as both rules guide and character sheet, a pencil, and a 6-sided die. Be sure to look for our upcoming story mode campaign guide coming soon. Be sure to check out the Oozeborn? The heroic one-page TPRPG of Mutant Mayhem by Kennen and Talking Skeleton Games. Okay. Why am I checking those out? But Talking Skeleton Games, okay. There sure were almost 700 submissions, but like I'm only looking at like 25 of them. Lethal Clash. Now, I have already looked at one game based on fighting games, so we'll see how this one compares. Once again, in the pamphlet format, which forces me to question, okay. I think, I believe the pamphlet, whatever template everyone is using, clearly said that this was the back and this was the front. Because everyone seems to make it look like you have the pamphlet folded and then you unfold it completely and then read the inside and then turn it over and read the back. Versus, as I said, opening this and then that. I don't have one on hand, but like, I'm pretty sure 3 raccoons in a trench coat, and 3 raccoons in a spacesuit. You open up the front flap, and the first thing you see on the like interior flap, on the second flap, is character creation. So that's how you make character, and then you open that flap, and you have all the rules on the inside. I don't remember if that was translated to the Steve Jackson Games version. I think it was. When that thing comes out, I forget the name of it. When the thing comes out, I recommend checking it out. They did a really good job. Like, they edited and laid out the whole thing, but they maintained my pamphlet format. I like that okay. Pro tip. If you're trying to lay out your things, making the text much bigger to take up space is not the best choice, because someone's like, oh, the text here is really easy to read. Huh? What's this? Create your character by selecting one of the 6 fire types, then choosing 2 offensive special moves and 2 defensive special moves. While their abilities and their type grant them all effect to their special moves will not change. Wait, what?
While the abilities their type grants them and effects of their special moves will not change, you may and should describe your fighter's appearance, style, and personality. Okay, so it's just saying that you can describe how your character looks. Not something that needs to be specified. You can write your choice down on a separate sheet, simply circle your choices on this one, or carve your character's options into a nearby skull. Okay. A quick and deadly master. So we got Ninja with 10 hit points. Once per match may use an offensive special move at any time. Once per match may reroll one clash roll. Damage dealt by a successful clash is always increased by 1. I don't know what these are, so... May choose an additional defensive special move at creation. Once per match may add 2 damage. I like the cyborg. That's chainsaw hand, right? Yeah. I'll make sure you wasn't just holding a chainsaw like a loser. Okay. Well, I don't know what most of these things are. Damage received. Always reduced by 1 on the clash tie. Uppercut combo. You may choose next clash roll if automatically becomes 5. If you inflict damage on your opponent. Like, I'm giving these people a pass because, you know, one-page games, but seriously, you wanna explain the shit. You wanna explain the basic rules. This is Lethal Clash. Another game about fighting games. I, of course, I'm very interested in TTRPGs that seek to emulate fighting games because I like fighting games despite not being very good at them. But also, Street Fighter the storytelling game is one of the best games ever. So, like, how do other systems handle this? What less good way do they have to emulate the genre? Like how I want to cover the Mortal Kombat game because it's like, oh, let's compare this. I guess it would make more sense to cover the D&T 3D&T Street Fighter game so I can compare it to the Street Fighter storytelling game. Interestingly, Drago Brazil, the magazine that published their own Street Fighter Zero role-playing game, also republished the Street Fighter, the storytelling game in Brazil. So, Drago Brazil is the only company in the world who can claim to having published 2 different Street Fighter role-playing games. Okay, Reckless Strike. You inflict damage on your opponent in the next clash. Add 5 additional damage. You receive damage from the next clash. Add 3 damage. Stunning Blow. Okay. You chose 2 of those in defensive moves. Heavy Guard. Roll a d6 to reduce any damage by this. Control as a result. Okay. But how do I do? What do I... It's not... The layout's not awful. It's just... Alright. Good night. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Have a lovely evening. While I continue doing this like a crazy person. Lethal Clash, this game is stylized, ultra-violent, one-on-one combat to the death. A full battle between 2 fighters. Hold on. Let me go full 90s on this. Lethal Clash is a game of stylized, ultra-violent, one-on-one combat to the death. A full battle between 2 fighters is called a match, which can optionally consist of either 1 round or best of 3, or first player to reach an agreed upon number of victories. In combat, 2 fighters simultaneously roll 1d6. The fighter who rolls the highest deals the difference of the rolls and damage to their opponent's HP. Each opposed roll of this match is called a clash. The first fighter to reduce their opponent's HP to 0 is the winner of the round. When a fighter rolls a 6 on a clash, they may then activate an offensive special move. When a fighter rolls a 1 on a clash, they may then activate a defensive special move. Both fighters may activate special moves at the same time, whether they are the same or opposing type. If both fighters roll the same number during the clash, this is referred to as a clash tie.
When a clash tie occurs, no damage is dealt to either fighter. However, with every consecutive clash tie, the next time damage is dealt from a clash, an additional point of damage is inflicted upon the loser. Whew. When running a story mode campaign of Lethal Clash, a game master will find that some battles may call for either a higher or lower level of difficulty than what would be provided by a standard fighter as detailed in character creation. For a weaker, fodder enemy, have them roll 1d4 instead of the usual 1d6 during each clash. They may also have a single defensive special move that activates on a roll of 1, or a single offensive special move that activates on a roll of 4, or no special moves at all. They may also begin with a match with 2 less HP than normal. For a stronger boss enemy, have them roll a d8 instead of the usual d6 during each clash. They may have up to 3 offensive special moves and defensive special moves each. They may have a match with 2 more HP than normal. Story mode campaigns of Lethal Clash often involve around grand tournaments between the champions of opposing worlds, sagas of ultra-dimensional dimension, and fulfillment of ancient prophecies, and it's always spectacular displays of martial violence. Be on the lookout for the full story mode campaign zone coming soon. I might actually look into that. Yes, I don't have to read it like that. That's why it's fun. I feel like you don't want to print the map for Diva because it's unnecessary. You just open it up in like Photoshop or something, and you can just move around on it. And yeah, I don't have to read. See, no one has to talk like a fucking like you're from a PlayStation commercial from 1997. No one has to read like that. You do it because it's fun. Yeah, I know there's Fight. I have Fight. I need to read Fight. And yeah, there's a few Mortal Kombat supplements. If you follow the links. Oh wait, no, I cut those. I cut the fan content section from my Street Fighter storytelling video. I need to put that up. I'm gonna put it up in a separate video eventually, because there's a lot of good websites that have so much. There's so much fan-made content for that game. It's ridiculous. And there's like one guy translating it all into English. There's like one guy translating all of the Street Fighter storytelling game content from Portuguese into English, because it's all written by Brazilians. So, I like this one. I like the, I will say I like the idea of, using a different die for, like lower, harder enemies in like a base game. That's an idea I had once for another game. One of my many games that I wasn't kidding when I said like most of my games never get made, because I work on them to a point where it's just like meh. I don't know, maybe Discord content. I've had the Discord for like a day, so. But like, oh, I'll put it up for channel members. But yeah, like, what was it called? I forget what it was called. For some reason, I had a zany idea that I want to make a game based on, like, Captain N, the Game Master. The idea being that while I can't say, here's stats for Mario, here's stats for Samus, here's stats for Pikachu, I can provide people with rules which they can reasonably make whatever video game characters they wanted, like, you know, in categories. And then there was a concept of like power-ups that were like literally described as like an abstract concept, which would then allow you to, based on your type of character, you know, achieve different things. That was things, if you were a Mario, your power-ups would be different than if you were Samus. But one thing of the game was the idea. Okay. Sweetie, you play every game to have sex with weird transgender women. That's like your brand. That's what we love you for. That's the best kind. But yeah, the relevant thing is here is like, the idea was
that you would be able to make the game easier for yourself by accepting lower rewards. And the way that worked is just it changed the dice that you rolled. So basically each individual player could have their own difficulty rating, and they would get less rewards, but it would be easier for them. And obviously it never came out, because if it did, I would be saying, buy it! Buy all my games. All of them. Especially Cosmic Hooligans. And buy all of Eclipse's games too. She's weird. I like it. Buy the games of all the weird, horny people I hang out with. Man. You know what I posted enough links? I will. Oh, you're gonna ask me for a link? Huh? You want a link? I'll link you. I feel like the moderation is probably not letting her put in a link. There you go. Get weird with it. Advantages to being my friend. I will tell chat to purchase your games. I'll tell YouTube chat too. Is that a link? Yeah, you can click a link. I don't know if you can. I don't use YouTube chat. Those are the advantages. There's also many disadvantages to being my friend. Like, for one thing, I talk about really... I might hit you with this, if you're my friend. I might pull this out and hit you with it solely as a punishment. This is a thing that you can hit, that I can hit someone with only in a negative context. I just want to be very clear that this is only for hitting people in a negative context without any positive implications, that is not enjoyed in any way. Just to be clear, for Twitch.tv. All right, Living Things, one-page RPG. What if you could bring to life mundane objects? What if what kind of personalities would they have? What kind of mischief would they get up to? In Living Things, you set off for a wondrous adventure in the comfort of your home, garden, or perhaps even your office. Ooh, the office. Well, it's fine. It's fine as long as everyone understands that is it's entirely negative. No one is deriving joy, because Twitch is weirdly specific about that. Twitch is weirdly specific. If I had bundled ropes sitting behind me, my stream could get reported for adult content. They are weird. You've been grounding yourself in the environments and mapping your place. And the place becomes the setting of your stories. Enormous Tale is inhabited by the people folk. That's you and me, and the living things that are brought to life by our imaginations. You know, if you're interested in another game that features both people and living objects brought to life by your imagination, or through any other causes,
just some way that you could possibly putting 8.5 by 11-inch books in a 8.5 by 11-inch box seems like a good idea until you need to take them out. You could purchase Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game. A great game that allows you to, experiment with the idea of a world with living objects. I mean, what if just what if the arcade machine could play you back? That's the kind of questions that we must ask in Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game. Yeah, it is cool. You gotta. Yeah, it's a game that people like to tell their friends about. Yeah, I can't. Okay, see, I can say whatever I want. I'm just, careful about it. I'm careful about it because I know all their very, very specific rules. The ones on Kink are very weird to me. Because it's like, oh no, oh no. Like, that's enough. Yeah. I actually have some exciting things in the works for Dinosaur Erotica coming up. Without giving away too much, I'll just give away everything. Coming up in October, you may remember last December, I released the Dinosaur Erotica Holiday Special. Well, coming this October, the Dinosaur Erotica Halloween Special. So there was going to be a whole. I wasn't in, that pun wasn't intentional, but there's going to be a whole book of Halloween themed content for Dinosaur Erotica. Was I there? I don't know if I was there or if, like, I was just there another time when you were talking about it. But that sounds very familiar. But then, like, the other thing, oh yeah, I placed it, your living thing. Let's just look at the game. But then, the other thing coming up, I don't know if you tried, I don't know if you've played, Dinosaur Erotica, like, the traditional, once again, the same pamphlet format. Okay, see, this one's more like taking in mind the idea that this will be the very next page you see. So, I noticed a weird issue, with both my experiences and, player reports from other people, where the whole, a long, 7-act romance novel plot outline for Dinosaur Erotica, and by association, the investment mechanic, doesn't end up getting used. I found that a lot of games end after the first sex scene. Probably because people play it, and then they get horny, and then they either fuck, or they go, I'm not so sure about this, and then they never get back to it. So I'm actually also working on a new set of alternate rules that will, that are focused around that being the end. How many have I gone through so far? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's a lot.
I mean, that's more that is what Chuck Tingle writes. There's actually no living food in Dinosaur Erotica. I don't say like, oh, you can't do living food, but I have personally not included any because that makes me a little uncomfortable. Look around your environment to find yourself in right now. What objects are there? How are they arranged? Pay close attention to the size and scale. How the light finds some areas and leaves shadows in others. They're trying. They got a thing going on. Begin by plotting out a simple map of this place. Take note of most notable features of the place. One way to develop a simple map is to name these key features and turn them into landmarks in your map, connecting the landmarks to paths and roads. Hotelia. Okay, that's a hotel room. The next step is to find a suitable object to become your living thing. The next step is to find a suitable object to become your living thing. I've been following Leaf for too long. My mind is absolutely fucking rotted to the core. This object should be one that has character and a connection to you. Should also be sturdy and, if possible, posable. Make sure the object you want to become your living thing is sturdy and posable. It's going to get up to a lot of hijinks after all. Object. Hold it in your hands and look closely. What emotions does the object inspire? What kind of personality would it have if you could bring it to life? What strengths does it have? What challenges does it face? Your living thing is just starting to come to life. They deserve a name to match their new personality. Sometimes I get inspired to read things weirdly. Wait. Am I supposed to... So am I supposed to, like, move to here? I feel like I'm supposed to go to here next. A thing has 3 types of stats: smarts, guts, and hardiness. Let's just remove the D-ness. There we go. Smarts, guts, and hard. Keep it all one syllable. Smarts, guts, and hard. Smarts is the ability of your thing to come up with a solution. Know an important fact or look before they leap. I never look before I leap. That's where fear gets you. I always charge in without thinking. Guts, the ability to attempt dangerous tasks, climb and run in dangerous terrain, face physical challenges. Hardiness, your thing's ability to survive. Oh. Your thing's ability to survive. Its capacity to put itself back together and keep going through tough times. I feel like this game definitely has a market that is not the one intended by the creator. You have 8 points to use on your stats. You have 8 points to use on your thing's stats. It costs 1 point to fill a circle, and leftmost circles must be filled first. Yeah? A little bit of a doll game. Okay, so like... What? Thing stats. You have 8 points to use. Okay. Okay. Wow. They really could have put a picture of Owen Wilson there in the center. Wow. Oh, okay. Whenever something that requires smarts, guts,
Wait, Smart's Guts. A hardiness comes up in your thing's adventure. You use the amount of points in that stat to decide how it goes. It's up to your imagination what happens. The stats just help you decide. If you want to add an element of chance, you can roll 2d6 and keep the highest roll. If your roll is equal to or less than the points you have, that stat, it's a success. The mechanics are optional. You need a pencil or pen, a piece of paper, a place you feel comfortable playing in. Hi, Lilith! Oh. I assume people get excited when I say hi to them. I mean, my puppy gets excited when I say hi to her. An object to represent a character, usually a toy or figurine, but it could be anything. Okay, choose a place that your thing calls home. Place them there. You people, you've destroyed my mind. I love it. Try and put yourself in the shoes of your thing, even if it doesn't have shoes. What do they need? Why are they alive? Are they greedy and want to snatch all of the snacks? Are they super helpful and want to help with the dishes? Do they just want to explore their new world? Try and see how long you're thinking. Crouch down and look where they look. Imagine their choices based on their personality. Tell the story of their failures and successes, and develop with their stats to tell a story together. You may wish to write a diary of their adventures from your thing's perspective. Take photos to catalog the journey, or place your thing in interesting poses as a tableau of their most interesting moments. I miss, like, no. You know what? No, I do not miss being innocent enough to be able to read this with absolutely no change in implication. There's a big world out you're supposed to explore. I hope you have fun exploring it together. That one was a little, I don't know. I don't know what to say after I go through them. I'm like, okay, it's okay. It's okay. 9, that's how it's so easy to cut down from, like, 600 to 5. Is most of them just like, it's okay. I can't talk about this for a minute. I mean, it's an interesting little, like, you know, like, ooh, what if type game. What if this glow-in-the-dark rubber chicken were to have adventures? What if the chicken were to go on a quest? Like, that's the idea of the game. Like, oh, is that like to sit here and be like, what if the chicken went over there and climbed up the bookshelf? But, like, if you want that kind of game, I guess it's that. The weird thing is, like, the suggestion of, like, oh yeah, the mechanics are just like, if you want to use them, you can use them. You don't need to use them. One also, like, boy, there's definitely an audience for that game that I feel like they did not consider. Although I do really like the design. Once again, I really like the use of photos. Like, we can do this. We can use photos in things. That's allowed. No one's gonna say, oh, that doesn't look professional. No, it looks great. I love it. All right. We're gonna need a bigger can of DDT. The natural order has been reversed. Bugs now tower over humans. Who fight to protect themselves and the world? Enter an alternate 1950s where the insects are the apex predators. Will players work to save the city? Will players work to save their city, drive back the swarms, or escape to somewhere safer? That's up to them and the GM. And the tradition of giant insect creatures, mandibles, has been created for the one-page RPG Jam 2005. That's right, everything from character creation in a single page. I mean, I feel like it's... Once again, as I said, like... Yeah, photos are fun. I go on that a lot. Like, especially in layout. There's no reason you can't use photos. The only reason that photos didn't get popular in book layout until recently is it was just really hard to print them. Like, it was really inconvenient. That's why if you look at newspapers, like old-timey newspapers, there were etchings
instead of photographs. It would be like a news story, and it would be like an etching of it, because that was just the easy way to put a photo on something. But like computers, we can put photos and everything now. I could put a photo of this green rubber chicken, or these squishy silicone dice that I keep on my desk. Unfortunately, I don't use the other products that Wandering Bard makes. So, I don't know if they're good. I don't know if their other products are good. What I do know is, apparently your ability to purchase both smut and silicone art is being threatened at this very moment, and you need to call the payment processors and complain. You need to complain about it. If you're on YouTube, but you can go to my channel and look at my recent shorts, where I direct you to places that you can do that. Because, like, here's the thing that I will I'll say this. God, have I exclusively bought sex toys on Etsy? No. Wait. Yeah. Everything I have bought on Etsy has been for adult fun times. But like Etsy specifically has talked about banning all adult content. So this is like not just like game developers, it's literally anyone who makes adult products. Like, here's the thing about what's very the thing about the all the banning is, here's who it's going to hit. It's going to hit independent creators first. Because if I make adult games and I can't put them on itch.io, where am I going to put them? Like, the reason itch.io rules were so much stricter, like why their reaction was so much stronger than Steam, was because everything that is put on Steam has to be approved. So Steam has that authority where they can say like, oh, we approved everything, so if we don't like something, we can not approve it. It also costs money, I believe, to list things on Steam. I don't know how much. But like, if itch.io just like got forced to cut all adult content, that is basically the only platform where an adult game creator can post their content. Once again, Steam exists, but not everyone has access to that. And then also, for what I was saying about the adult toys, it's like the cheap shit that you get at like Fantasy Island, Pleasure Island in Hawthorne, Lawndale. I forget the exact city it's in. Like the cheap stuff that's like crap that you get, at a novelty store, that stuff you can still buy. But like things that are actually made by individual artisans, is stuff you won't be able to buy. You won't be able to, because like, aside from Etsy being my big example, if Etsy banned adult content, if you're not like up on it, like Etsy has there's a lot of silicone sculpture people on Etsy. And if they banned adult content, those people just lost their platform, both for transactions and discoverability. Because that's the big thing, is a lot of it is discoverability. Because hypothetically, you can sell whatever you want. You just have to use one of these services, which I can't believe this works. See, there are services that basically just say like, okay, well, we will process the payments for you, take a cut, and then yeah, ovipositor for LARPing. Nothing insidious, nothing
Nothing lewd. Where would someone even get an ovipositor? I mean, do they even make those? Certainly not from Etsy.com. Okay, you need a sheet, pencil, player, 6-sided dice, deck of playing cards with jokers. A lot of people have been adding cards. Divide 12 points across the 4 stats: movement, combat, strength, and brains. Movement covers running, climbing, involving moving yourself without a vehicle. Combat includes fisticuffs, weapons, attacking, blocking, parrying, and anything involving fighting, except dodging, which is covered by movement. Yeah, we'll see. I feel like oviposition is too obscure. So here's a fun thing. Here's a hilarious thing. I said this in my review of them. On these silicone dice, which I do have a full set of, just these are the 3 that sit on my desk. It specifically says on the listing on their site that they are not for internal use. Which I love. I love that they had to specify that. Because, like, this would fit. This would fit into your silicone meatball dispenser. We've just invented a new stealth censorship word for TikTok. Instead of ovipositor, silicone meatball dispenser. Well, lifting things, kicking down doors, breaking stuff. Okay, includes thinking. Yes, this is all very normal. Roll d6 for each point you have. Roll 1d6 for each point you have in a given stat. Your GM will tell you what target number is. Dice meet or exceed the target number are successes. The more of those you roll, the better your task. Dice lower than the number are misses. You do nothing but misses, something bad happens. You might take damage. Might use something active or something else. Anyone's any ones are failures. You read enough games, you get your brain starts to be mushy. Each one cancels out a success. If you roll all ones, you have critical failure. GM will tell you how bad things just got for you. I wonder if they took into account that you're more likely to roll ones on a d6 than you are on a d10, because that is a World of Darkness rule. One player may help another by adding one or more to their die to attack, but they will be without those dice for their own roll. Now that's neat. That's a cool idea. See, like I was ready to be like, oh, this is just like a boring ass generic game, but no, that's a cool idea, allowing you to literally transfer a die from your pool to another player as a way of like assisting in a dice pool game. Every time you get hit, you lose a die in one stat. If one stat goes 0, you are incapacitated and cannot act unless healed. If 2 or more stats are ever reduced to 0, your character is dead. If you want to continue fighting the bugs, make a new character, or be a zombie. Oh. I may or may not have rules for that in my weird erotic dungeon crawler I'm working on. It's a weird game because I don't do generic fantasy, so I did this like horny generic fantasy game, and it's just like I get to use all my cool ideas for generic fantasy, including situations where your character can die and then continue playing as a zombie. The game is meant to be played in a single session in which players drive the insects back, eliminate them, escape the city, or live to fight another day. Separate the deck of cards into 2 decks. The numbered cards and the jokers go into the hive deck. The hive. Face cards, jack, queens, kings, and aces go in the boss deck. Like a boss. Remember, like a boss. I'm dating myself. Not as much as when I say, remember Jonathan Colton. Players will occasionally face challenges that require die rolling. Give them a difficulty between 2 relative easy and 6 difficult. What's this?
The GM does not roll dice. Players take damage for missing or failing their own rolls.
Not every situation calls for a die roll.
We'll say this is also a rule I like in games in general. God, I don't... Chaotic. Chaotic, the first game I ever reviewed. Yeah, you wanna... If you ever feel bad, if you ever, like, watch me and you think, like, wow, I wish I could be a cool YouTuber like that, go watch my review of Chaotic. It's my first game review. It is absolutely terrible. But it's the first game I believe that was the first game I saw that introduced me to the idea of the GM not rolling dice. And it's an idea that I have loved since then. It's a beautiful idea. Because, like, you're the GM, you got shit going on. Player, if a monster is attacking the player rolls to avoid. If the player is attacking a monster, they roll to attack. You can do it like that and let them deal with all the rolling. And it makes them feel more involved in the game. Because, like, I've never run a game and felt like I wasn't involved in the game. If anything, I'm over-involved. I'm over-invested. I've got notes and stat blocks. I don't need to roll dice to go along with that. So I like that concept.
Alright. When the situation calls for bugs, draw a card with the hive deck. Clubs and spades are non-flying insects, and centipedes.
Centipedes are not insects. They are myriapods.
Diamonds and hearts are flying insects. Flies, bees, moths, wasps, etc.
Ants can fly.
A lower card value means a smaller insect, less than 2 feet.
I like how by giant insect standards, less than 2 feet is a small giant insect.
They travel in swarms, number of players, plus 1d6. 6 feet between 2 and 5, they travel in smaller numbers. 6 feet and up, they also travel. Joker, a false alarm, no insects here. But don't get too comfortable, they're still out there somewhere. Also, they only go up to like 6 feet and above, only like people-sized. I was hoping it'd be like the giant Deadly Mantis. Deadly Mantis is probably the best. An appropriate time to draw one card. At an appropriate time, draw one card from the boss deck. Use the same suit guide as the hive deck. Determine the type of insect. I don't know why I've read it like that. There's no ordinary mutant bug. It's massive. Melee weapons and small arms will not work on the player's need. Okay, so there is Deadly Mantis size ones. Military ordnance, a crackpot veg, stroke of luck. Then again, better idea. Size of a house, size of a motel, size of an apartment building, skyscraper size, and extinction level events. Cool. I love skyscraper size bugs. As I said, Deadly Mantis, great. Let the players move the story forward. Dangers that are present, bugs, keep the booming vibe. Yeah, like so this is the normal game. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm not letting this one go. Arachnids are not insects. Oh, really? Arachnids are not insects. You know, unlike centipedes that are definitely insects, spiders and scorpions are not insects. Unlike centipedes. I feel so tempted to go onto the page and complain about this. I'm not going to be that pedantic. I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to do it. Alright, I am going to take another short break because I'm out of water. I keep reaching for my water bottle and it keeps being empty. It did not magically refill itself, which is a bit disappointing. But that means y'all get to enjoy my mind-numbing bossa nova music again.
All right, I am back. And no, I have not seen Blue Monkey. I have this weird thing where like there's a lot of things that you would assume I have like seen, but I haven't. That someone will be like, "Hey, you like this one thing. Do you like this other thing that's like nearly identical?" Like, I don't know, never seen it. Huh. See, here's a problem with like Blue Monkey. That doesn't tell me it's about giant mantises. Like, if you want people to watch your movie, you got to make it clear what it's about. Like here's a big one. There's this movie called Bait. It is about, well, it's about like, no, fuck, hold on. I'm gonna make a point about this. What do we think this movie is about? What do we think this movie Bait is about?
A tsunami just flipped the food chain.
Oh no, what could that's it's clearly a shark movie, and the people are being pursued by a shark. There's a tsunami, maybe? What's going on? This is a movie about people, this one's a little clearer, being stuck in a flooded supermarket after a tsunami. See, this one's a little bit better, but like a lot of the, yeah, see? Flooded supermarket after a tsunami, and there's a giant shark in there with them that they have to survive. Oh, and then there's the car park, like also flooded, and they're dealing with a shark during all of this. And like, that sounds like a really cool movie. But like, they didn't make that clear with the fact that it's just called Bait. Okay. Ironically, no, I've not seen The Nest, but The Nest has been on my it's been on my watch list for a while. So, Mutant Freak Masters. Mutantes Flippantes. If you're anything like me, mutant humanoids completely riddled your childhood. Be that mice riding bark. Oh, hello, fellow kids. Mice riding bikes through Mars. They weren't biker mice on Mars. They were biker mice from Mars. They were on Earth. Sharks roaming streets or some other cowabunga dudes. Oh, nothing about a mesa of moo men. On a mesa. See, what I liked about Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa is that it was coherent. It had a coherent story to it and a coherent setting. Okay, Cowabunga, this game aims to fulfill a fantasy while allowing you to throw fistfuls of dice. Your favorite dice, by the way. You don't know about my favorite dice are. Maybe my favorite dice is a D3, okay? Maybe this is my favorite die. This D3. I have a negative opinion of nostalgia. It's a thing. I have so many windows open. Yeah, for having that really cool image, they didn't really use it. Wish that was multi-link. Sometimes, I really wish I was. I could be if I see. The problem is here's the problem is I chose to learn a language that is incredibly difficult to reach a fluency level in. So even if I weren't incredibly out of practice, if I tried to translate one of my own games to Japanese, it would just read terrible because it would read like it was written by a foreigner speaking Japanese. And if you watch enough Japanese media, even not speaking Japanese, you can get a feel for that. You can get a feel for when a character is speaking Japanese like a foreigner and be like, ah, yes, that's the point they're making right now. Okay. Assign 8, 6, and 4 points to the different columns and then distribute those points. It's like that they're Whale to Dykeness. It's like the vampire, the masquerade. I don't know why I do these voices. There was no reason for me to say that in that voice. Can't allocate more than 4 in one stat. You can leave 1 empty per column. I feel like with the amount of effort they put into this, they could have put a line between the columns to make it more clear.
Okay, teamwork, action, planning, weapons, gadgets, surprises, base, allies, fame. This is really small. Combine the stats however you want to roll. Difficulty is set by X plus 1, where X is the number of stats mixed for the roll. Modifiers up or down come from creativity or complications. The host has a final word on it.
Are we using the word host instead of game master now? Because that's another thing that you know, a host also means something different.
An irradiate construct, yeah.
Miles High Mesa, yeah. Cowboys of Moo Mesa is cool.
That's why of all the fucking things that I could have made a character for in my GURPS video, I chose to make a character based on the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Did Hodag draw that? I think Hodag drew the character I made. I need to go back through everything and see. I think he did that. It was not exactly a reskin, but it was basically like a copy of Sunset Riders, which was already a good game, and then, you know, they put the license in it, and it's just so fucking weird. I feel like there's a weird story behind it, but I don't remember what it is. Because from Konami, I don't remember what he said.
When all of your dramatic fall markers reach, you're knocked out. You can allocate. The game, rules run. Every roll is composed of as many statistics as you think makes sense mixed together. The total amount of points is the amount of dice you're rolling. Pick even or odd numbers and roll whatever dice you want.
Oh, what? Hold on a second. I believe they said your favorite die. And I specifically said that this D3 is my favorite die. Therefore, I choose odd numbers and roll that many D3. I saw where they were going with this, and I preemptively got sassy. As long as you have two groups of distinguishable values, don't try to be cute here. This is a TTRPG, serious business. See, I violated this rule just then by being cute. Oh my god, is this one a single image too? Why is this a single image? Why isn't this... See, like, some of them, it's like all super fancy layout and unselectable. This is just there's barely any layout to it, and they exported it as a fucking flattened PDF. What? Oh god, yeah, that'll make sure that no one steals your idea, buddy. Check for ease nor odd successes and fails. The difficulty is fixed to however many skills you use plus 1. If you use 2 skills, you need 3 hits. Okay, I understand. Wait. So what's the point of... Okay, so if you have 0, if you have 0 in one of your skills, you just avoid ever using that skill, because that's only going to... Okay, weird. Classic, 4 possible results. Oh, yeah. I fucking hate this shit. Like, say fuck or don't. That's my thing. Say fuck or don't. Like, don't censor stuff, because you're like, fuck yeah, because I'm cool, but also I'm censoring fuck because I'm a little baby. Say fuck or don't. Draw tits or don't. You have any idea how many people I see who are afraid to draw nipples? It's absurd. Just
Get over yourself. Yeah, I'm also dodge, roll, and win. Which roll when rolling? I keep trying to highlight this and I keep not being able to because it's not selectable text. Rolls are important. Data carefree. Respect each other's spotlight. This is about doing the over-the-top things that Mega Mutant characters you deserve to showcase your abilities. There you go. Let's spend 15 minutes saying that. Just how to play with the host to create a memorable story. Don't antagonize the person. Antagonize the NPCs. The authority to be good to two shoes or the mischievous rebel with a heart of gold. Be kind to there. Once again, good point, but like they're really looking at it from one perspective that I see a lot in games where they're like, okay, you know, don't antagonize the game master. Okay. Hey, game master, don't antagonize the players either. It's so weird how few people understand the concept of like both sides. There are asshole players and there are asshole game masters. The session, tone, and audience. Games a lot largely, so don't happen to over-attack characters, don't be shy and have fun. I'm a child of the 90s, I'm guessing you are too. Welcome back! If not, welcome in. Tune in to some cartoons, take eyes in the end, blah blah blah, catastrophe, more amazing, unnecessary, complicated way. Evil schemes won't make sense most of the time. Part of the fun. You're here to question the big value or thwart his plans. The job. Okay. I've got dice, I will roll them. 2d10. Got a 9 and a 6. Alien invasion in a high-tech skyscraper. That's crazy. The roll. Who is that? Let's see. 10. 5. The pragmatic, weathered edgelord. Mutant who now what? Oh, well, it's D20s. Once again, specifically, I keep a D20, 2 D10s, and some D6s on my desk. Like, a game never asks me to roll a D8. Plumber. Chemical spill. Snake. So, the mutant. I guess, mutant. Chemical spill, plumber, snakes. Okay, I feel like reading those ones. Okay, this one's just... This one is they had a concept and they made like a really generic rule set for it. A lot of them are like that. Like, these people... Actually, I wonder how many games this person has made. Oh, this is possibly the only game they've made. It's a thing I've noticed. A lot of people just like make a generic game. Like, as I said, Head the Severed is basically just World of Darkness. Not that interesting. You may now panic, which, based on like the art, I have a weird feeling is like official Star Crew compatible. So I'm guessing it's like their big game is Star Crew. There's a thing that I said I tend not to look at because I'm like, I don't care. But like, I feel like this one just got my head because it's got a xenophobia feel to it. Far from Earth, the newest galaxy, Lyadrune, Federation ship, learned a terrible secret, hunted by many, you escape the dread port scum, find yourself in hyperspace. Large battle section built into the moon, where obviously being charged. So is this supposed to be Star Wars? Episode 4, No Moon's Land. As you enter into this hive of scum and villainy. Yeah, that's Star Wars. You may now panic. You are held in a cell. Guards are trading your gear, saying it'll be disintegrated. Alarms blaze. Flare. Guards rush in the room, promptly shot. Cell key holder drops within reach. Wall monitor, you spot your ship in Hangar 4. Escape No Man's Land. You May Now Panic, a mini sci-fi role-playing game. It features episodic adventures of a low-level starship crew through the catastrophe. Scenario can be run on its own, with minimal prep for 1 to 5 players. It is also official Space Crew compatible. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. Okay, so I guess it's okay, but like who the fuck gave ah I hate templates. I hate templates so goddamn much. This is nonsensical. Like the way that this pamphlet template was used is nonsensical, and even more so here on the character sheet. Why is the character sheet done in the 3-column pamphlet format? Because that was the format they used for whatever goddamn. I'm also noticing a lot of them have this bar at the bottom that has the credits on it. So, rules of play. If we are meant to read this, this is the cover. And if this were a trifold pamphlet, as this is a template for, which is why the cover is here, then this would be the first flap that you would see, and then this would be the back of the pamphlet. And then this would be the interior of the front flap, and then inside. Like, this is just completely illogical layout for this being, like, usable. Like, in the world where this is printed up and folded as a trifold pamphlet. And if it's not meant to be a pamphlet, then why the fuck is the cover here on the right side instead of on the left side? Because the template they used said cover here. And that tells me that whoever made this game doesn't really know what they're doing. Alright, referee describes the situation you're in, players, NPCs, and yeah, that's how it works. Each character has 3 stats rated -1 to +2, body, talent, wits, success are unclear. If success is unclear, establish consequences together and then ask a yes/no question or roll a d6. I can't put my finger on it, but like that is stupid. Add stats help hinder your column. Less than or equal to 3. No. Consequences happen if sensible. An upside on a 3. No, but. I'm done with this one. It's like someone just fucking popped open a can of TTRPG buzzwords, threw them into a template they didn't understand. I don't have time for that. It is 1995. You are a park ranger at Shady Bluffs National Park. I'd like to point out that I don't have time for that, and yet I praised the goddamn one-page, hastily cobbled together fighting game mechanics. Okay. South Forest, Shady Bluffs National Park. You must keep the public safe, investigate, and contain cryptid appearances. Check campfire permits. Now, here's what I will say. If you do not have to check permits, I'm going to be very disappointed. Because what this game promises me, here's what this game is promising me, that I am a park ranger. I need to investigate and contain cryptids
while also doing boring park ranger stuff. And if the game does not have me doing boring park ranger stuff, I'm going to be disappointed. Once again, it's just a flat image, but at least it's a flat image because it's all fucking cut up and weird. Alright. At least it looks like something that someone was actually, like, interested in making. Okay. Keep the public safe, investigate and contain cryptids, check campfire permits. Look at the player to your left. It's a plush alien. You recently broke up. Go for a beer every Friday. Think they're okay. Me and the plush alien recently broke up. Oh, why you gotta be like that, Boo? Do people still say Boo, or has Boo been like usurped by Bay? 2. Pick skills. Tracker, first aid, state law. Authoritative bearing, history degree, horror movie buff. Horror movie buff is my skill. I have often said, when people are like, "Oh, what, trope, like what stock character would you be in a horror movie?" I am the one that the main characters go to. Because they think that I might know because I'm into all that weird occult stuff. That's the character I am in the horror movie. I am the older brother that they go to in Idle Hands. I think that's something that happens in Idle Hands. When you want to roll an act in doubt, roll 3d6 if the threat non-existent, if the threat to the Rangers or public is non-existent, take the highest result. Okay, if there's no threat, why would I be rolling? If the threat is non-existent, why would I... Alright. Severe, take the lowest result. Now that's interesting. +1 to the result per useful skill, +1 to the result for an advantageous situation. This is another interesting one. See, once again, this is why it's good to look for these one-page games. That one game, the Mandibles, had one interesting thing, and this probably is only gonna have one interesting thing. But like, roll 3d6 and then choose a result based on the difficulty. That's an interesting little way to do it. Failure adds complications. You are the cryptid that is lurking in the park. The weather is scaring everyone in the encounter. Follow the arrow to craft a mystery. Roll a d6 for every line on the table. Fine. Lives in the mountains. Leaves animal remains. The cryptid is insectoid. Oh, does that mean that it's a millipede? A centipede. And misunderstood. It's a misunderstood centipede. Everyone thinks it's an insect. And is feeling alone. And it cannot be reasoned with. In addition, people are camping in the area. Okay. Fun little idea. Once again, I would have liked if it actually did focus more on having camp things as well. Well, let's move on. This one is very interesting. Paper Knight in the 3D world is a whimsical one-page RPG where you step into the boots, folds, of a brave paper knight exploring the vast and perilous realm of Bavaria in the 3D world. Armed with imagination, a pair of scissors, and maybe a dab of glue,
You'll embark on a tiny yet epic adventure right on your table, floor, or wherever danger lurks outside your haven. The idea and inspiration. I don't care about the idea of inspiration. Like, I don't know if other people do, but I do not care about your Appendix N. I don't care why you did this. Anyone, wherever you're a veteran in table games, the rules are quick, light, and can jump into. Solo play a quick session with friends. Cut and fold the lines. Cut the lines, fold in the dashes. Everything you need right here on the page. That is what interested me about this one. Also, it is in English and Brazilian Portuguese. Although clearly it was made by someone with very young children, as evidenced by the images. I don't know. Feels kind of gross. That was the cool thing about this, is like, see, I'm noticing that. Here's the thing I'm noticing. Do you not need this information? Once upon a time, okay. I guess you don't need this information here. I'm having trouble figuring out exactly the reading order on this one. Once upon a time, in a land of towering chairs, rolling cups, and mysterious mirrors, there lived a brave knight. You, armed with only a paper-thin coat of honor, a spear, shield, and unshakable sense of epicness. You embark on a grand adventure within the walls of your very own home. Inspired by Don Quixote's boundless imagination and heroic tales of old, Paper Knight, in a 3D world, is a narrative-driven, light-hearted RPG using streamlined version of the Age system. Cool. Am I supposed to know what that is? I'm gonna complain again. I complain a lot. I'm a reviewer though, so I'm allowed to. Telling me something uses a streamlined version of the Age system tells me this is a thing for people who know what the Age system is. I, not knowing what it is, shouldn't care. Just 3 core attributes: dramatic feats, a rule of thumb, movement. Yes, literally your thumb. Oh. The game transforms everyday objects into obstacles and pets into fearsome foes. Designed for one narrator and up to 4 gallant knights, this game encourages creativity, storytelling, just the right amount of chivalrous absurdity. Will you best the dreaded laundry golem, duel your own mirror reflection, or simply get past the house cat? Only one thing is certain: the greatest adventure is when you create yourself. So if this is for like 1 to 4 players, we only get 1 paper knight. I like that they include the dice, though. Conceptually, I like some of what's going on here, conceptually. Paper Knight is defined by 3 heroic attributes, shaping the strength in battle, exploration, and storytelling. Valor, combat and physical strength, endurance and courage, wit, exploration and cleverness, perception, problem solving and thinking. Charm, speech and social, persuasion, theatrics, and power of speech. Each turn, a knight has 5 AP to spend on actions. Attacking, 1 AP. Oh, we're playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition? Don't make fun of Pathfinder 2nd Edition like that. It's rude. Actually, I like the action economy in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Blocking, 1 AP. Raise your shield to do damage. Moving, 1 AP per 4 thumbs. Navigate the battlefield. Deeds, varies. Impressive valor with or charm. Abilities, level 0. Ow. Okay. So these are abilities that do different things. Every knight has health points, which represent their endurance in battle. If your HP drops to 0, you are considered slain. However, the narrator may allow a final desperate action before you fall. Be it a heroic blow, a dramatic declaration, or a chance finale to intervene with charm or valor. You know, that's the thing I've seen in games that I do like. As much as I'm generally against codified death rules, I think you will find no game. No, Satanic Panic. I think Satanic Panic might have codified death rules, but almost none of my games do.
I like the idea of giving characters like a final heroic blow before dying. Because when your character dies, that sucks. But like, if you get to like, make one final action, do like double damage on an attack, like fucking dungeon likes. If you could do that, that would make dying a lot less sucky. Ow. Ah. My neck is cramping. Okay, Unify. Okay. Why do I have Discord open? I need to mute my Discord for a moment. Because someone is sending me a lot of messages on Discord. And I need to temporarily mute them. Because Discord lets you do that. It's a convenient feature of Discord that you can literally just like mute someone for an hour. If you're like on a live stream and they're sending you a lot of messages, and they can send you a lot of messages and it'll be fine because they're muted for an hour. And then you can get back to them. Alright. At start of each turn, a knight recovers all AP spent, as they will. Be warned, reckless bravery comes at a cost. Movement is measured in the ancient rule of thumbs. Yes, your actual thumb from knuckle to tip. For 1 AP, a knight may travel 4 thumb lengths in every direction. If they choose to sprint, they may search for a straight line for 6 thumb lengths, spending 2 AP. Alas, knights are not gazelles. Jumping is limited to 1 thumb by default. Climbing proves even harder, with each thumb costing 2 AP, unless aided by sturdy handholds, in which case normal movement rules apply. Should a knight fall from a height greater than 2 thumbs, there's no exceed a valor check or suffer 1 damage in the back. Knights are not tireless. A knight spends all. Well, the risk coming to fatigue. When this happens, they must valor check. Rest is staying pausing to sip a goblet of juice. Deliver a rousing monologue or state nobly. They don't inner vigor. Defeating an enemy does not always mean felling them by blade. Even the dreaded cat may be reasoned with. I have 2 cats. That is a lie. Cats may not be reasoned with under any circumstances. They are the least reasonable creature on earth. Enemies can be overcome through cleverness, courage, or cunning, as well as combat. Every knight is encouraged to think beyond the sword. At the end of every quest, every knight earns a legendary deed, a title, Forged in Blood, story actions, the rule set meant to be a basis for adventure, but not let a shape limit you. The paper dice. The game revolves around rolling 3d6 and adding the relevant attribute to determine success. The result is compared to a challenge rating set by the narrator. If the total meets or exceeds the challenge, the action sees. False or attempt fails. If Elara introduces a complication, making the quest more dramatic. Okay. Wait. How many points do you have to... How do you determine your characteristics? Stopping that in storytelling. Valor, wit, charm. Each turn you have 5 attributes. They're Deeds of Wit, Toss of Fate, level. I don't know what. Wait. I don't know what these numbers mean. Each paper knight has 3 attributes that define their heroic approach. Valor, wit, and charm. They also have 3 traits: HP, AP, and move. These attributes are in terms of each character, but do not be afraid to try other combinations. These attributes are inherent from each character, but do not be afraid to try other combinations. If players want to spice things up, it's suggested that they can assign their starting attribute values using one of 2 optional methods.
Random roll. Roll 3d6 and assign the highest result to one attribute, the middle to another, and the lowest to the last. Repeat for the traits. Wait, what? Repeat for the traits. The fuck's a trait? Point allocation method. Distribute 20 points among the 3 attributes and 3 traits. Oh, okay. The traits are hit points, AP, and wait. They have 3 traits, hit points, AP, and move, but it says that you have 5 AP every turn. Okay. Sure, why not? With the attribute set, every paper knight is ready. I'm going to assume this overrules the thing that said 5. With the attribute set, every paper knight is ready to ride forth, whether by blade, cleverness, or sheer force of well-timed speech. Story ideas, I don't care about story ideas. Growing. After each story, a knight's legend grows. The narrator may bestow upon them a title celebrating their deeds. Each title grants a unique bonus, an action, stat increase, or curious boon. You know, back in college, they used to call me Curious Boon. That makes no sense. Nothing I have ever said has ever made sense. Titles can be replaced with new ones earned, and while the bonuses normally respect the stat limits, the narrator may allow them to surpass the cap reward. Knights. So 7 times while each level, a knight may add 1 point to one of the core abilities, or to a trait. Wait, what? Yeah, what the fuck does movement mean? Charm, valor, or wit, age movement, because you move up to 4 thumb lengths. So what do you do with movement? Hey, then future tales in once. Okay, so are these appellations? House fast Drummer. Deeds of Charm. On combat and curious foes. In combat would be dramatic surge to strike an enemy. You roll the toss of fate each time you use the attack action, resulting in a challenge rating. Wait. I just realized, like, the paper dice, and, like, they barely mention the dice here. Big question, why is one of them a different color? That part's kind of important. Toss of fate each time you use the attack action. The challenge rating means your blow lands and the damage is fixed based on the weapon or relevant attributes. The narrator immediately slow describing each sort of enemies by default do not roll to hit, but those they may add to rolls to keep duels unpredictable. Not all foes are conquered by strength alone. The cursed hand mirror only shatter when all dice roll the same value, or the calculating contraption would only be struck on odd number rolls. Each encounter may include unique conditions, encouraging knights to think, adapt, and spend deeds boldly. In all cases, combat thrives on creativity, whether hacking, hurling, buttering it up, or just nagging it till the end. Battles are not merely fought with defeating foes, they're about being creative and turning every swing into your own legacy. When a knight acts, they make a toss of fate, rolling 3d6 to determine the outcome of their actions. Depending on the nature of the action, the narrator will determine which attribute applies. You add that attribute's value to the roll if you meet or exceed the challenge rating. Roll 3d6, add modifiers narrator allows. Compare the total challenge to the narrator. Challenges. Yay. Some rolls are more successes than failures. They are omens, declarations, cautionary tales. Look, ellipses. A natural 1 is the lowest roll possible. Is a critical failure. Yeah, Number of the Beast. A natural 6 and all 3 is the highest roll possible. A critical success. Rolling critical success failure will make you fail or succeed without considering anything else. Some battles also hinge on special rolls where fate is the only true weapon, striking only perfect sequence 1, 2, 3, or landing blows in odds or even totals, or requiring all 3 dice to match. You know what the odds of that is? 1/36. I just wrote a book. I just wrote a book on dice math. Odds of rolling 3 1s or 3 6s is 1 out of 2, 16. So if the odds of rolling 3 6s is 1 out of 216, yeah, 216 I think, and the odds of rolling any, that means the odds of rolling any matches are going to be 6 2/16 or 1/36, which also happens to be the odds of rolling 2 6s on 2d6. It's a math thing. I wrote a book about it. When the 2 white dice match, you gain deed points equal to the number of the gray deed die. These can be spent immediately to perform dramatic attribute-based deeds. Okay, so you roll 2 of those and then you get to do 1 of those. Okay, yeah, okay. 6 AP. So the 5 AP thing is definitely not correct. So long as you have enough DP and any unused DP vanishes at the end of the turn. So if you roll really well, you can do a DP. Just make sure you have enough lube. I am a pervert, it's what I do for fun. I feel like there's a way that you could do the dice better. Like, I think there's a, like, boop, boop, boop way that you can fold them. This is the easiest way. I think there's, let's see, da, da. I mean, it's like that, and then one goes that way, and that goes, I don't fucking know. The Knight's Cheat Skull. Roll 3d6 for actions. Okay, so meet or exceed challenge. Once the deed, 1 dies the deed die, which determines special effects. It is? Did I miss something? Okay, because here it's like when the 2 white dice match, you get to do a deed. And here it's saying 1 die is the deed die, which determines special effects. If the white dice match, the deed die value gives deed points. Okay, so if the 2 white dice match, then you get a number of deed points equal to the liney die. Seems like there could have been an easier way to do that. Each turn, a knight has 5 AP to spend on actions. You recover all your AP per turn while not fatigued. 1 move equals 4 thumbs. Valor's used when fatigue happens when spending AP for 3 consecutive turns. Oh, all AP for 3 consecutive turns and failing. A Valor roll damage is calculated based on damage plus Valor shielding. Keep reading this narrative story. Okay, what are these numbers? Why are there numbers already written here? And what are these boxes for? I don't fully understand what's going on here. That's like the character sheet, because then the abilities are on the back. And then you fold that up into this little tower. So, like, that's what's going on there. So I will say, I guess, Paper Knight in the 3D world, cute but confusing. Prized possessions. 1 to 6 players plus GM. 1 play session, 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, nah. Another thing I found annoying is, like, a lot of role-playing games started trying to, like, put shit like that, like, force that as, like, the normal things you find on a board game. And it's just like, dude, just fucking be an indie publisher. Like, that's a weird thing about indie tabletop role-playing games. It is a community where no one seems to actually want to be an indie designer. Everyone wants to work for Wizards of the Coast, and they think that, like, they're gonna make it eventually. So they want to be like a big corporate game. They don't want to be a small artisanal game. Henry Dogger has a thing for the old and forgotten. The cracked and faded, this is why, despite his wife Janet's wishes, he brought home a box full of antique items, picked up at a nearby estate sale. Basking in the thrill of the good deals he found, Henry is blind to the horrors he has unleashed on his peaceful little life. You, in this game, players are in demonic spirits haunting antique objects that Henry Dogger has brought home. Well, you know, happens sometimes. Sometimes you buy an Amityville dollhouse. They make a movie about it. It's not very good. I need to watch Amityville in space. That one actually does look good. Well, you know, it looks so bad that, like, it's worth watching. Okay, that was the whole thing. Game. Okay. Antique objects. All you need to play are some scrap paper, pencils, pens, and a D10. I have all those things. All right, what haunted object will I be? 3. A necklace with a large green gemstone. And I give humans visual hallucinations. And my goal is humiliate one of the humans. Well, that's easy. Okay, so I get them to put on the necklace, and then I make them think that they're, like, give them visual hallucinations. So, like, that they think they're, like, so I can make them think that they're, like, dressed when they're actually naked, or I can, like, make them think that they've, like, closed the curtains. All kinds of things. Determine what Harry and Janet are doing in their home. Table below. Current player can perform one action in line with their demonic power. For example, powers to levitate object people. Players' action can be more like move the couple's bed while they're asleep. They couldn't, however, make evil clowns burst from the closet. Each player uses their action to attempt to achieve their goal. Additionally, you may assume the demon can do basic paranormal stuff like turn off the lights, throw small objects, speak to humans, disappear at will, and reveal the horrific form if desired. What are Henry and Janet doing at home? They are watching TV in the den. Browsing social media on their phones because it's 2025. After a player's turn, the GM describes what the outcome based on the demon's effort. There are disputes and the DM. If there is a dispute as to what occurs, the GM wins or settles the agreement with a quick debate or compromise. Normally, any action taken is performed successfully as long as it's in line with the demon's powers. Humans' reactions. After each turn, the GM determines how the human couple reacts following the list of potential reactions. They ignore what they saw. They watch videos or read books on the supernatural. They look into the history of the house. They decompress by watching or reading uplifting media. They try and take to the entity. They talk to their partner about what they witnessed. They call a friend or family member to stay at home. They call a spiritual advisor to cleanse the house. The game ends when the players achieve their goal or if all goals can no longer be achieved. Interesting. I mean, it's a completely diceless game. That's kind of interesting. There were no mechanics. I don't like that the only mechanics are, if there is a dispute, the GM wins or settles the disagreement with a quick debate or compromise. I don't like games that ask you to debate the game master. All right. And Yeah, I was checking in. Okay, so what's next? Room Runners. A one-page dungeon crawling TPRG where players take place of room runners, game masters, running the room's ever-changing dungeon. It is said the dungeon is ever-changing. No two adventure parties have described it the same way, and not that many make it out. You are a band of lonely adventurers, not the type with magic or those that follow the gods. No, steel and sweat is all you ply your trade. Ugh. How would you find a spell scroll? Maybe you'll be able to read it, or maybe you'll accidentally summon a demon. You have come to the dungeon to get in, find a treasure, and get out. A dungeon crawler where everyone takes turns as the room runner. GM. You are forever GM? Yeah, I think this was what got my attention about this one. When you are the room runner, you roll to see what happens to your character, usually adding complication for the rest of the party. Your die is your power, represents how strong you are and how close you are to dying. Your power starts at a d12 roll. A 4+ is always a success. Each time you roll 1 or you get hurt, you drop your side down 1. 12 becomes d10. Another dice step game. Track of a character sheet. When you get the treasure, roll a combination, making it harder to get back out. Okay, let's look at room runners. Room runners, run in the room. Room runners. Would it be wrong of me to just skip all the ones that are like an image? Why is this a PDF? It's just a single image. Why didn't you make it a fucking PNG or something? Why are we doing this? Okay. Room runners, no prep dungeon crawl the dungeon. To get the treasure band adventures, you must delve through the main rooms as adventures your party. Unfortunately for you, the dungeon is ever changing, and you gotta fight your way back through a different set of rooms to get out. Players take turns running rooms. If your party makes it all out, everyone should have run 2 rooms. You may describe your adventurer how you like. They don't have any magic or special abilities. They have a melee weapon and a backpack. Each person at the table should have a d12, 10, 8, 6, and 4. Each player can also start with a d12. Each player starts with a d12 as your power. Your power represents a combination of your stamina, how hurt you are, and your morale. Various things can reduce your power from a d10 to a blah blah blah. Anytime, we all know how a dice step works. Anytime you want to accomplish a task with a decent check of failure, your power. Rolling 4 or more is a success. If you roll a 1, reduce your power. If anything would significantly hurt you, reduce your power. If you are trying to avoid a trap or other effect intended to hurt you, failure reduces in your power, even if you don't roll a 1. If anything would significantly hurt you, reduce your power. If you're trying to avoid a trap intended to hurt you, then yeah, if something hurts you, reduce your power. If you have to reduce your power while it's a d4, you die. Interesting. So it's kind of like a more complicated version of... It's like a cross between the Black Hack and Twerps, the world's easiest role-playing system. In that, similar to the way consumable items in Black Hack use a decreasing die, which is one of my favorite things about the Black Hack. As well as a weapon, you also have a backpack of mundane adventuring supplies. To check if you have a piece of adventuring gear, state what you are looking for, and roll power. If you roll 4 or more, you have the gear. Write the gear down if you got it for the rest of the adventure. If you don't find the gear, you can't check your backpack for this piece of gear again. A roll of 1 when checking your gear does not reduce power. That's cool. I like abstract equipment systems. If you roll a 1 while you're using a piece of gear, and not including your weapon, to accomplish tasks, the gear breaks and you reduce your power. In this game, everyone takes turn as the room runner. You can choose to bring a room from your favorite existing adventure, run a room you've prepped in advance, or just go off the cuff. My room is full of pudding. Unlimited rice pudding. At the start of the session, pick someone to be the first room runner. Each time the party enters a new room, the player left of the room runner becomes the new room runner. A lot of these games, like, I know it's a thing that, like, everyone loves to imagine that you're sitting around, like, the dinner table playing these, but a lot of these games don't take into account the fact that you're going to be playing them online and there is not someone sitting to the left of you. Like, it can be much easier. Like, you know, after you get to choose the next person. Like that, there you go. That's an easy way to do it, other than being like, oh, we are being logical, and it's the person to the left. It's fair for everyone that way. When you are the room runner, first roll on the table to see what happens to your character. If any effects wear off when the party enters the next room, what am I rolling? I'm rolling a d8. So you know what's funny? Remember how I just said I never have to roll a d8? I had literally said that earlier. I'm going to roll a d10. 4. A mist fills the entrance to the room, and no one can see each other. As the mist fades, your character is gone, carried off by a gang of regular adversaries. You are now unconscious in a cage on the other end of this room. If the party attacks the adversaries, they will try to pull a lever that lowers the cage into the lava after 2 rounds. I like this. I like that. I like having a table for, like, okay, so we switch who's the GM. What happens to your character while you're running the game? Well, you're the room runner. You don't need to roll power for your character to follow along. If a player asks about a detail in a room and you aren't sure, like, hey, is there a spot I can tie my rope off to rappel down this chasm? You can have them roll a d6. So does Never Stop Exploding have no and, no but, yes but, and yes and? Because I feel like that's another thing that's been popping up a lot in this particular set of one-page RPGs. When the party reaches the treasure, after each person has run one room, the first player to touch it should roll on the following table of treasure complications. Now there's only 4. I'll roll a d6. I got a 3. Why does everything seem to go wrong for me? The treasure brings bad luck. Whoever carries the treasure must roll power twice, taking the lower result anytime they make a non-combat roll. You must kill or suitably deal with, maybe even befriend, the adversaries. You know, maybe more than befriend. Before you can leave, maybe you can sneak up on them, but you can't sneak past them. When fighting adversaries, players take turns, starting with the player who acted first, and then going around the table. On your turn, you can move and take an action. Adversaries don't reduce their power when they roll a 1. They reduce their power each time they take damage. Yeah, that's okay. To damage an adversary, you can attempt to hit it with your melee weapon or come up with some other ingenious plan. Regular adversaries have a power of 6. They cannot reduce an adventurer's power by directly attacking, but may set up other dastardly plans to hurt the adventurer, which is the adventurers must then avoid by rolling power. If a player rolls a 1 while trying to attack a regular adversary, the adventurer reduces power, and this is described as the adversary fighting back. Strong adversaries can have power up to 12, and an adventurer directly attacks a strong adversary. It fights back, rolling power to hit. As above, if an adversary rolls a 1 while trying to hit, described as the strong adversary fighting back. And random table. So, I don't know. I kind of like it. Like, if I wanted to do a dungeon crawl, I feel like this could work. I feel like it was very good up until this point. Kind of started to fall apart around here. With yes and is a thing I read online, so I'm going to put it in this game. Hey, remember when the Adventure Time role-playing game was going to use the brand new yes and system? Like it was some brand amazing new concept they came up with, and then they couldn't even do that and just made it 5e. And every time I bring up the Adventure Time RPG, people go, "Oh yeah, that was a thing, huh? How weird that." It just completely dropped off the map. It completely dropped off the radar because even when it wasn't interesting to begin with, they were like, hey, what if we made it 5e so that no one cares? Alright, rot and roll. You are zombies, rotting and falling apart as you attempt to eat what you can to stay alive. You will need 2 or more players, at least one D4, D8, D12, D16, and D20. Like, hey, at least they, if you don't have a D16, you can use 2D4 with one die being numbered 0, 4, 8, and 12. An online tool, or a D20, and re-roll as needed. Or a D8 and a D2. And then if the D2 comes up 2, you add 8 to the roll. That does the same thing as 2d4 with 1 being numbered 0, 4, 8, and 12. It's just a d2 numbered 0 and 8. As explained in the Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling. This is what happens when you write a math book. Ah, this one's nice. Okay, you are zombies running, falling apart. Do you know if you don't have a D16? Yes. The gameplay cycle consists of days. Each day you must battle once. What do you battle? You may only search for fortunes once. Decide as a group what you want to do. I don't know. I feel like I don't want to continue reading this game past that point. Whenever you attempt something that's left to chance, make a roll with a stat that seems relevant, unless the rest of the group disagrees. You succeed if you roll lower or equal to the task's difficulty. What do I roll? Brutal battling. When you fight humans, you will inevitably win. Only question is how long it will take. Roll 2d4 to see your face. What you face. Be sure to describe what you do and all the zombies don't... Wait. Be sure to describe what you do when you roll. Zombies don't roll to attack. They rip off limbs, bite shoulders, and lunge. Fail to roll. Maybe you got shot. I feel like there's a lot of assumptions being made in this game. Character creation. Once again, character creation should probably be before this. Your character has 4 stats: brains, heart, gut, and muscle. Each has a corresponding die, which starts at a d8. Also, choose a name for your character consisting of 2 alliterative words. No. Dice size is in order d8, d12, d16, d20. Anytime you make a roll with a stat, grow its size by... Okay, so it's roll under, so you... Anytime you make a roll with a stat, grow its size die by 1 size. Be sure to mark this down. If you reach d20 in all stats, you go from being undead to unundead. I feel like that should have been italicized, so that I was clear that it was you go from being undead to unundead. Eating entrails. Anytime you kill a human, roll a d4 and shrink the die of the corresponding stat by 2 sizes. Brains, hearts, guts, muscle. It should be guts, not gut. Okay, so... Wait, what the fuck do you roll for? Sure, describe what you do. Zombies don't roll to attack. Anytime you make a roll with the stat, what do you roll for then? Precious fortunes may be expended instead of making a roll inapplicable. You may roll with brains in hopes of finding one. If you do, be sure to describe it and write down some later use. Simple, a piece of junk, wood, tool, 2 pieces of junk, 2 tools. Like, this is half a game. This is... Honestly, I would say this is the worst kind of one-page game that I come across. Because, like, there's promising ideas here. The decaying and, you know, going back and eating to, like, refresh your dice sizes. That's interesting. Being a dice step roll under, that's what that kind of what violence is. But like, there's a lot that is being assumed here. It assumes that I know what to roll brains, heart, gut, or muscle for. What I roll gut for. How are gut and heart different? Brain and muscle, got it. But heart and gut, what am I supposed to do with those? I'm a zombie, so obviously I'm not like pouring my heart out to someone. And then it clearly says zombies don't roll to attack, so like whenever you're attempting something left to chance, like how much of that is left to chance? Gameplay Sonic activity. Each day you must battle once and may only search for fortunes once. So, like, I don't understand what you were supposed to be doing in the game that you are rolling for. That's my complaint. I feel like I am providing like legitimate criticisms of these games, and that wasn't my intention. I should have like set up a tier list thing. Because that's what this category would be in, like, okay, too bad it wasn't, like, well done. Slime King, Solar V. You died. Fortunately, your spirit magically traveled to another world. There, you were reincarnated as a small green ball of slime in a damp, dark dungeon. All you want to do now is engulf edibles and split into smaller versions of you. It's a great way to make friends. In Slime King, I was a slime in another world, minding my own business, growing and dividing until an overpowered hero tried to destroy me. Oh, God, I wish that genre didn't exist. I wish the animated television series that time I got reincarnated as a slime never happened, and I never had to hear things that were formatted in that title again. It's not clever. Referencing an anime is not clever. It's the opposite of clever. Appetite for friendship. He wants to destroy you. Slimy Until Dungeon. Okay, so this is a game that sounded similar to a game that I made called Consider the Ooze. So I want to see how they handled the similar concepts. It's like it just has this feeling of like I'm trying to be so clever with this really, really long subtitle. And like, 20 years ago, yeah, that would be funny. But like now it's just such a fucking tired old joke. Wow, there's a lot of credit and copyright on this. Oh, it's licensed under the Orc license. That's why. All right, you died. Fortune. What threatens your way to life? Roll d6. A roll of 4 more successes. Wait. Okay, a roll of 4 or more. All I want to do is engulf edibles. What threatens your way of life in the crypts? Roll 1d6. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like there's supposed to be a table somewhere that I'm rolling on. A roll of 4 or more is a success. Narrate how you overcome the threat using the pattern of yes, but. Oh, God, please. What? I can't believe I have to look this up. Okay, maybe it's not from that. Like, why did everyone suddenly have yes and yes but on their goddamn collection of overused fucking TTRPG terms? Like, why did that suddenly pop into everyone's little bag of tricks? Also, it's a shit concept. It's like an idea that was designed for the idea, for like the concept of like this perfect little fictional group of people where the GM goes, oh yes, but yes, and oh, because we keep it moving. You know what? You don't need to have shitty little prompts to keep things moving if you aren't incompetent. Controversial opinion. If you're actually good at running a game, you don't need that. I evade the adventurer, squeezing through a wall. Using the pattern, yes, but things improve, but danger remains. For example, I evade the sim wall, but I bump into an angry hippo bear. Okay, roll maximum number of a roll maximum number of critical success. Narrate your success with yes, and your situation improves. The step up your die with the D6, D8, D10, D12, D20. It's the same fucking game over and over again. Why is it the same game over and over again? Do I have to look up the stupid... See, the funny thing is, no one is saying a hack of some other game, and yet they all have the same damn mechanics. So clearly, everyone didn't just, like, magically manifest all these mechanics on their own. Narrate how... Assess... Yeah, fuck it, I don't want to read this one either. If I see yes and, I'm just skipping them now. Alright. Once you are fear, but now you are mostly forgotten. The humans have taken to the stars and live within great space stations protected from solar radiation. Yeah, I'm still here. Like, here's the thing. Stream or not, I have to go through these, so... Might as well stream it. Aspire fearfully amongst them, maybe a bit of both. Manage your hunger, avoid the hungers. You achieve your goals. Come to the beast within. You need approximately 36 10-sided dice in mostly one color. A means to respond to prompts to a journal, record a scrap piecer. Okay. You play around by rolling a collection of dice and assigning them to your actions to carry out your goals while managing your vampiric needs. Watching on your thralls fade. Watching on as your thralls fade while you continue. Responding to a prompt to explore your vampire and how they are adapting or not to this futuristic world. Okay. Starting. Okay, I read that earlier. Create a vampire and station, gather 10 6-sided dice in mostly one color and some paper, and bring the first round with 1 vampire die and 2 thrall die in your gathering. What? Creating your vampire. You lived a long life, something you remember. But here and now, you have a goal, intend to achieve it. To create your vampire, write down a trait. This is part of your vampiric nature and how humans might identify you as a vampire. Pick and make one up. Sharp and protruding teeth, extremely translucent skin, bloodthirsty eyes, visible bat wings, decaying flesh, a very ancient accent. Bonjour. I am not the vampire. How dare you accuse me of that? Because it's in the future where French will be an ancient accent. You've been around for a while, no developed nasty habits. Pick or make one using archaic words no one knows. I do that. Collecting luxurious clothes, cracking your old joints. I do that one too. Attempting to mind control everyone. Like, these are just things that people do normally. You were once feared by humans, thing. Pick up, laying waste to a populace, enthralling an entire army, making terrible art. I mean, I do that. Like, granting wishes with twists. Goals. What are you trying to achieve in the space station? Pick one and take control of the station's management, create a self-sustaining feeding ground, establish what appears to be human life. What was that shitty movie they made where, like, the vampires had taken over and they were farming people for blood, but no one cared because it was a terrible movie? Why must I be aware of these? I have a lot of vague awareness of movies and then not remember what they are. Some, like, I know there was a movie that was about. I mean, Texas Chainmail Massacre is a hack of original D&D. Kind of. I mean, if you want to see my like the bizarre side of my game design, Texas Chainmail Massacre, I wrote with the absolute goal of seeming like it was written in 1974. It is the worst written game I have ever done because I intentionally wrote it poorly. Also, it doesn't include complete rules, and you literally need the original Dungeons and Dragons rules to play it. But like most original Dungeons and Dragons content, I do not specify which version of the rules you need to use. I don't say if you have to use the original Chainmail combat rules or if you need to use the Dungeons and Dragons combat rules. I just say, like, oh, you have, hit points equivalent to a cleric. And then it's up to you to decide if hit points equivalent to a cleric means the chainmail hit dice for a cleric as put forth in the original D&D books, or if it's the variable dice ones from Greyhawk. I ran out of time because I didn't have time to get it done during 2024. I did want to write a 50th anniversary edition, which is like fully playable, like has the same basic rules, but like you don't need a copy of original Dungeons and Dragons to play it. Because that was the big joke, is that like Dungeons and Dragons is like, hey, it requires chainmail by Gary Gygax. And from what I've heard, a lot of people didn't have chainmails. They didn't know some of what was going on. Because there was the alternative oh yeah, that's another one. Do you use the chainmail combat rules or the alternative combat rules? Like the D20 combat rules are in the original D&D book, but they are referred to as alternate combat rules. So when I say that you attack as a level 2 fighter, does that mean that you have to go to that you take level 2 fighter and find the equivalent chainmail stats, which is like man +1, or use the actual fighter stats from D&D? I'm very proud of how bad that game is. I'm very proud of how like thoroughly I made it feel like a terrible game from 1974. Alright, governing body, populace, and everything need to survive. Yes, space stations are very nice. Deep Space Nine. Okay, name. Prominent location. Electric Bazaar. Eclectic Bazaar. Wow, worship space, laboratory. I feel like they're talking about Deep Space Nine. Prominent group. Anyone who's there, pick or make one. Aging astrologers. Raging renegades. They're just talking about Deep Space Nine. The game persisting through time. Space vampires. Let's not fuck through that movie. Is it Planet of the Vampires? There's a very weird movie that is mostly reused footage from a Filipino, I believe, caveman movie with dinosaurs and like random stock footage of dinosaurs, and there's like crab people and bat people, and then of course there are the Americans that they added into it, but it's literally just like the Americans standing on a hill being like, look at that thing over there, and then cut to a scene from the Filipino movie. But it's about vampires being from space, and there's this weird
intro where they're like, vampires are unstoppable. We have to go to the planet of the vampires to figure out how to stop them. But the other movie was in black and white, so they were like, oh, there's chromatic radiation. So the scenes that are from the black and white movie are just randomly tinted like green or blue or red or something. It is insane, and I cannot think of and then occasionally they cut back to two people on Earth using like a weird futuristic sex machine. Just fucking Planet of the Vampires. That's a real movie. All right. Series of rounds. Each round you will roll a group of dice and assign them to different actions, or hold on to them next round. Once you've assigned all your dice, you want to pip down all remaining thrall dice in your gathering, e.g. a die with 3 pips becomes 2 pips. God, there's no easier way to write fucking that. Resolve each action in order from top to bottom, including actions with no dice assigned to them. Respond to prompts. The dice. There are 2 types of dice. Vampire dice are you. Everlasting. Thrall dice, your followers. Short-lived. There are 3 groups of dice. The Gathering, the Dice Pool, the Hunter Pool. The Gathering is all your Magic the Gathering. All your dice you can assign to actions. The Goal and Hunter pools are separate pools of dice associated with the progress your goal and avoid the hunter's actions, respectively. Each time you assign a die to an action, all unassigned thrall die in your gathering pip down. You can always remove an unassigned thrall die from your gathering and add its pips to the unassigned vampire dice. Max 6. The thrall die pips down from 1. It is removed from your gathering and from the goal pool. The thrall die pips up from 6 is replaced by a vampire die of a value 6 in your gathering. Actions. An action can occur only... You can only have 1 die assigned to it every round. Follow the instructions for each to resolve them. Once resolved, return the assigned die to your gathering unless specified. Both the Control Your Bloodthirst and Avoid the Hunter actions have a track represented in a line of boxes. During play, you'll be instructed to mark or fill a number of boxes on these tracks. When you mark a box, draw a temporary line through the leftmost unmarked box. When you fill a box, colored leftmost unmarked box. After resolving all actions in a round, respond to the next prompt in the first list. Top matching action you didn't assign to a die this round. If you're assigned a die to each of those actions, respond to the last tier. So this game does not sound like something I would want to spend time playing. Always start with the first prompt on a list. Respond by journaling, drawing, pondering. Ah, one of those roll and ponder games. Okay, progress on your goal. Assign any die. The actions, progress your goal. Pip down all current thrall dice in the goal pool, and then add the dice associated here. When it responds to the prompt this round, reflect on how you furthered your goal. Control your bloodthirst. Mark a number of boxes equal to the difference between 6 and the number of pips in the dice you have assigned there. When the last box is marked, remove all marks and fill in the box. If more boxes require marking, mark them now. Your bloodthirst is equal to the number of pips in the marked boxes on the track. Avoid the hunters. Place the die associated with the hunters in the hunter pool. It does not pip down or up. Mark a box, so marked. Roll the dice in the hunter pool. If the highest die is marked less equal to your bloodthirst, or you have no dice in the hunter pool, fill a box or both as track bloodthirst. Remove all marks from this track. If any more boxes require marking, mark them now. Remove the rolled dice in the hunter pool. They do not return to your gathering.
Gain more thralls. Only vampire dice can be assigned to this action. Based on the number of pips assigned here, add 2 to 3 thrall dice to your gathering. Empowering your thralls. Only vampire dice can be assigned to this action. Do you roll dice at any point? I don't feel like you don't roll dice. There are 3 groups of dice. The Gathering, the Gold Pool, and the Hunter Pool. The Gathering is all your dice. I feel like I missed something. Only vampire dice can be assigned to distribute the value of the die between any thrall dice in your Gold Pool or your Gathering. Space Vampire ends of a round when one of the following is met. There are 5 dice in the Gold Pool. If this happens, roll these 5 dice. If more or less are equal to your current bloodthirst, you are unable to control yourself and see your goal through to the end. Otherwise, you have succeeded. What do you do next? All bloodthirst and hunger blocks are permanently filled in. If this happens, you have succumbed to your hunger or have been slain by hunters. Any prompt instructs you to end the game. The prompts control your bloodthirst. The calls to hunger within beasts, spirits. How do you do? Okay. I don't know. I feel like I definitely understand what they're going for, but like I don't want to play it. Like going through the trouble of like assigning dice and pipping up and pipping down just seems like if I were going to do that, I would want it in a more interesting experience. All right, and I once again need more water because I should get a bigger water bottle. This is a fairly small bottle. Us streamers, we go through a lot of water because we're talking constantly. My throat's a little sore because I've been talking for the last 6 hours continuously.
All right, I'm back. Back with more Summer/Camp. The one that I'm actually going to play. Like, not now, because it's fucking, 11:30, it's almost midnight. I definitely plan on playing this one at some point, though. Because, as I feel like I could really make it more of my my brand of like super into slashers and zombies. Although I'm not a Ghostface main. I've been playing a lot of Ghostface lately during 2v8, but overall more of a Sadako main. Although Sadako is about to become useless. Oh. For those fortunate enough to not be Dead by Daylight players, they are introducing massive nerfs to the killer side because, so like, you know how a lot of people grew up watching gaming streams and like they're like, oh man, I want to be a cool competitive gamer when I grow up. So a lot of people want to do that, but then like they weren't good enough to play League of Legends or Counter-Strike or any of the actual competitive games. So they're like, well, I'll play Dead by Daylight and I'll be really, really competitive and toxic about it. But then they're also not good enough at Dead by Daylight. So they basically like badger the developers to make it easier for the Survivor players. Just to tell you one thing, that one of the biggest complaints that the very poor Survivor players has is something called tunneling, and that's the idea that the killer shouldn't be allowed to attack the same person twice in a row, and that is what they're addressing in their next big patch. It's going to be horrible and like basically make playing a killer completely miserable, and no one is going to want to play it. And because nobody wants to play killer, that means the queues for a Survivor match are just going to get longer and longer and longer, and then the game's going to shut down. Honestly, I'm surprised Dragon Ball Breakers is still up with like super long queues that it has. Like, let's see how many asymmetrical horror games are still running? Like, that's a thing. That is a thing about asymmetrical horror games. They have very, very short lifespans. 90% because, here's the thing, one killer versus four survivors. So, if you have five players in every match. So if the killer wins, you have, let's say, one player, the killer, saying that it was fair, two survivors saying being indifferent, and two survivors saying that was unfair. They're looking at that stats and saying, okay, well, twice as many players think it's unbalanced in favor of the killers, despite the fact that there are 4 times as many Survivor players. But they don't take that in mind. Like, fucking go on, like, YouTube or TikTok and watch some Dead by Daylight videos. You'll find the most fucking toxic people who literally think that, like, playing killer just on its own is cheating. But yes, I'm actually really excited about playing this one with my partner, who I also play Dead by Daylight with, because I'm romantic like that. Summer/Camp is a duet TTRPG that seeks to emulate the thrills of classic slasher movies. One player takes the role of a fearsome slasher, and the other plays 5 unwitting campers that must attempt to escape with their lives. Are you looking for a story that might just kill you? Or are you looking for a campy tonnage thrill ride of sickeningly creative kills? The choice is yours. Make sure both of you are in agreement.
Okay. Laugh or scream through 6 hair-raising scenes as the slasher pursues the campers, who are attempting to make their escape. Will they survive? What sacrifices will it make along the way? What terrible delights does the slasher player have for them? Designed for the one-page RPG Jam 2025 and Dice Exploder 1 hour or less jam. Summer Slash Camp. Oh my god, a game with pronouns. Woke. Group of lone campers at a summer camp, getaway camp, where a terrifying threat awakens them. You could have made it a little smaller. I don't like this. I don't like this. Overall, good layout. Very, very board game box looking. Is that the same texture? Okay, they flipped it around. Game is for 2 players. Make sure both players are aligned on consent, content. I felt like it was supposed to rhyme. Consent, content, and tone up front. What are you comfortable with? Is there going to be a tense, gory thriller or a comedy? Together, name the camp and decide on its location. Decide who will play the slasher and who will play the campers. See, I feel like if they were, a bit more... No, this one's really, well laid out. And yet, oh, look, they were able to still have the text selectable. Alright. I feel like they should have added, at least a mention. Sex is a really big thing in slasher movies. And if you're talking about, consent, content, and tone... that is another issue that you want to bring up with your players. Or player in this case. I say this as someone who wrote a game that literally has a fucking 4-page section on consent and tone. That's what happens when you write games about fucking. Slasher, you tell the campfire story, the myth of your origin, what happened to those unlikely to be caught by you. Campers, there are 5 cancers. Give them a name and a reason for coming. Oh, I'll give them a reason for coming. As a group, the campers have done something unforgivable. Describe it. I feel like you just fucking saw season 2 of Slasher and then wrote this. Admittedly, one of the better seasons of Slasher. As night falls upon the camp, the slasher arrives and begins to stalk the campers. The campers will attempt to escape through 6 scenes. Each scene involves the campers attempting to escape as the slasher pursues them. First scene, the campers describe where they are and what they're doing. The slasher then narrates how they make their entrance. The campers will try to escape. And I will say this is the other possible slasher game I was thinking of making was actually a solo game focused on the killer, because I've noticed that a lot of these games really focus on oh, you are the victims trying to escape the killer. It's like, why can't we have a fun game where you're the killer? That was the thing I was thinking that might be a fun way to as I mentioned, mix up the formula enough that I would feel worth my time. Can't describe what they are first doing. The slasher then narrates how they make their entrance. Campers all try to escape. All the other scenes. The slasher starts by describing the location the campers are in. The campers then describe why they're there and what they're trying to do. The slasher starts by describing the location the campers are in. The campers then describe why they're there and what they're trying to do. The slasher then describes how they catch up with them, and the campers will attempt to escape. Okay, so I feel like this is saying oh, the slasher shows up and the campers try to escape, but then the game master / slasher narrates where the campers are. That's a little weird. Attempting escape. When attempting an escape, the camper makes
campers make an escape roll for each living camper, one at a time. Declare which camper is attempting to escape and roll a d6. If the camper rolls a 2 or higher, they escape and narrate how. If they roll a 1, they die. The slasher will describe how they kill them. Repeat per camper until 2 die or all escape. Either ends the scene. At what point do you put on the song Bodies by Drowning Pool?
I wasn't sure that I knew who did that song until I said that out loud. I'm like, no, that's right.
Okay, once per game,
the campers may choose to survive a scene instantly by sacrificing one camper, guaranteeing their death.
For each death, the slasher gains 1d6, a fear die. Starting next scene, whenever a camper makes a successful escape roll, the slasher may use fear die to make fear rolls. I see on that fear dice. This is why I've seen people like, yeah, they're going the other way. I've seen people complain, say like, you know, that it's a uselessly pedantic thing to be like, oh, a single dice is a die. You can't say a dice. But like, this is why there's important distinctions. Because are you using a fear die? Are you using the fear die? Are you using fear dice? Fear roll. Immediately upon a successful escape roll, you may roll 1 fear die. On a fear roll 6, the slasher kills the targeted camper. Multiple fear die may be rolled against camper, but each can only be used once per scene. Okay, so like, however many die I get, I can roll that many per scene. So next scene, when a camper makes a successful escape roll. When only one camper remains, their resolve is strengthened and they become immune to fear rolls. God, it is like fucking... Sorry. It is very much like Dead by Daylight, because when there's one survivor remaining, they can find the hatch and escape. They become immune to a lot of the existing game mechanics. The game ends when every camper has been killed, or at least one has managed to survive all 6 scenes. I'll probably play it on stream. The problem is, like, you know, a time when the two of us have both have like the same time off, which is not after midnight. That's the problem with getting like anything together like with her. If there are survivors, camper gets to narrate their final confrontation with the slasher and how they escape once and for all. No matter what, the slasher will end the game by narrating a sequel-baiting cliffhanger. The nightmare is over. For now. As you escape the camp, you hear the killer sequel-baiting in the distance. Yeah, I really like that one. It's the only one I actually like really looked at ahead of time because I actually want to play this one because I like slashers. As evidenced by the fact that I did that whole one-page slasher games video. It's really weird. Like the reason I made such a big deal about there being like growth being the theme is actually this year there were a lot of kaiju games. I actually have a whole separate folder of kaiju games. I'm not sure if I'm going to go through those or if I'm going to be tired. The Lost Roseville Stage. A small town theater review. A group of furry Roseville friends decide to form a theater troupe, only to discover that one existed half a century ago. How silly. Time to build up your own theater company as you seek to pay homage to the past. Stage uniquely inspired plays and convince the community to help you realize your dreams. Bring sweet Roseville to life. An idyllic and cozy setting. Form your animal theater troupe. Use songs to craft your plays. Celebrate Roseville's performance past.
Minimal materials necessary to play. A deck of cards, something to write on, something to write with. Let the show begin. The Roseville Stage is a solo, cute and cozy tabletop role-playing game inspired by media like Mapletown Story, Kage Shoujo, and The Phantom of the Auditorium. The Phantom of the Auditorium, and a lifelong love of the performing arts. The game is directly influenced by the uplifting and heartfelt mechanics of Omotenashi by, I'm not going to try and read that name. Check out the official Spotify playlist to help you during your playthrough. Please consider rating and reviewing the game. Reminder, I can be hired for voiceover work, and I don't make as many mistakes when I'm not reading the thing for the first time. Help the adorable anthropomorphic Roseville residents establish a new theater company while they unearth cherished memories from the town's performing arts past. It's funny because the Lost Roseville Stage, and then there's another game that's like Moonlight on Roseville Beach. Essentials. Gather these items before you begin playing. A deck of playing cards, a music playlist, pen, and paper. Next, take a deep breath, exhale, and allow your imagination to run free. Now you're ready. Let's make some friends. Meet the theater troupe. Whether meeting through auditions, a common interest, or a lifelong friendship, each theater troupe consists of 4 principal members, the 4 hearts of your production. Please pull 4 cards. Use each card from the table below to learn about the individual troupe member. Okay. I was about to be like, do I have a deck of cards? Where did I put my decks of cards? I do have a deck of cards. I have my deck of goth cards. They're plastic. They have a very nice sound. And I can be like, oh, let me just So let's see what we've got for our folk type. A 5. That's a mouse. Wait a minute. Why is it mouse, rabbit, ace, bear? Why is fox so uncommon? Comportment. Spades. Cool. Our character's a cool mouse. Yeah, so after playing with these kind of heavily, they are starting to wear off. Also, the blue was never as vibrant as the red. Please give each member a name. Place any card you pulled, except jokers, into a discard pile. In this game, whenever you pull a joker, you should place it back into the deck and reshuffle the deck. This deck has jokers, right? Oh, yeah. Joker. Literally have 2 decks of cards. This plastic one and one with Disney villains on it. I'm not a Disney person, I'm just dating one. You end up with Disney stuff. Okay, after your troop gathers, you're all set for the main game. This consists of 1. Crafting play, 2. Finding an old theater memento, 3. Opening night results, and 4. The interview. To craft a play, choose a song and pull 1 card. The song may be from a favorite playlist, album, a random single, or even a podcast episode you just heard. A podcast episode's not a song.
I was gonna call the game an ignorant slut, but it's a nice little happy game, so I'm not gonna call it an ignorant slut. The choice is yours. The song title will be the title of your play. So if you listen to a lot of true crime podcasts, add up each numeral of the music's running time until it's a single digit. Use the plots and themes table to learn the main plot of your play. Lastly, use the card you pulled to check the production type table. Got an 8. And 8 of spades. It is a musical. Okay. Ugh. Feels like that part was kind of unnecessary. Discover the old theater memento. The same card serves a second purpose. Check the old theater discovery table to gain a memento found while writing your play, searching the town archives, library, or the theater itself. Now assign principal members to a role. Lead, co-star, antagonist, stage manager. Opening night results. Pull another card. Use this card to check the audience reaction table. 4 of spades. Empathic claps and whistles. Yay. Note, if a card result twice, treat it as a chance to elaborate on the result. The interview. Answer one question from two different interview role selections. With that complete, one round of gameplay concludes. A typical theater season runs 4 shows, but you may end the game whenever you like. I dropped a card. The day after your final show concludes, you all die. Your exhibit dedicated to the first Roseville Theater Company will open. Explore one of your exhibit questions when you're ready. And then all the fucking things. It's cute. It's like sickeningly cozy. That's what I'll say about this game. I did a whole video on Cozy Town. This game's a little sickeningly cozy. Like, it caught my attention for being different, for being cute and quaint. I'm not just, I'm not just into slashers and zombies. I like people who do things that are different. Very, those little figures. Calico Critters, those little Calico Critters figures. I had some of those when I was a kid that were rabbits, I believe. I should get some now. Like, I can literally just go buy the thing that I think about sometimes. Like, when you're like, oh, I remember having this thing as a child and loving it. It's like, you can go online and just buy one right now. It's allowed. No one's gonna stop you. Okay, so what now? The official Grandma's Pleasure RPG. Oh, well, I know a thing or two about Grandma's Pleasure if you catch my drift. Grandma's Pleasure, everyone's favorite rediscovered canceled sitcom from the early 90s. Story of a sassy, smoking, drinking grandma, dad, her undersexed widower son, and 2 grandkids, Corey and Marcus, all their adventures living and growing together. Now you can bring the wacky hijinks home in your very own living room. Ever want to walk a mile in Grandma's shoes? Now you can with the official Grandma's Pleasure RPG, where you cast, crew, and studio audience. But watch out for that hole in the front yard. You never know what comes out of it next. Okay, this is 10 minutes. I'm not watching that for 10 minutes. This feels like something that is setting me up to be Based on the TV show, catchphrases, the whole. I mean, I like whole. I like whole. Choose a character. Okay, doesn't seem to be the actual game here. The Worst of Us, a one-page TTRPG. A comedy zombie apocalypse TTRPG. First of all, zomedy is a word? I've seen plenty of zomedies, including Undead or Alive, starring Chris Kattan. I know what you're thinking. Wow, that must be horrible. No. It's actually quite... Saying it's good for a Chris Kattan vehicle is, a little insulting. It's fairly decent. Until the end. Shitty ending. Where the leak is line. It's you, you're the weak. Okay, a comedy zombie apocalypse TTRPG where the weak get left behind. It's you, you're the weak, you get left behind. Minimal gameplay is a queer, trans, neurodivergent, disabled content creator. I mean, listen, that's not uncommon in the people I know. Oh, one review says a perfect self-contained one-page TTRPG. We'll see about that. The Worst of Us. 1 GM, 3 to 6 players. I feel like solo and duet games are really where it's at right now. Like when closest in here, she's talking about playing solo version of Dinosaur Erotica, which is a duet game in and of itself. Like one of my top selling games now is Penetrating the Veil. My only real solo game. I feel like people are really liking games that you can play with a friend or play by yourself. Because as I mentioned before, getting 4 to 6 people together, in this case 4 to 7 people together, to play a game is really hard, especially the older you get. If you are a young person, if you were in your 20s and yeah, me and all my 20s friends, we can hop on Zoom whenever we want. We can play D&D until 3 a.m. and then go to sleep and get up for work the next day. No. When you get older, people have they don't have jobs, they have careers, and they have families and children. And basically so basically you have to wait for their children to grow up. Sounds like a dick thing to say, but yeah, in some cases you literally have to wait for your friends' children to grow up before you can do things with them again. So there's some teen number of years where they're just unavailable. Alright, when players enter an indoor location, the GM rolls a d6 for a possible ambush. Is this where we're starting? Okay. Man, people have been loving that .gay. Seen a lot of .gays around. Okay, no ambush, infected ambush. Ambushes count as a quick time event. Individual actions can be taken otherwise. The team must agree on any action, unless someone goes rogue. Players roll d20, attempts to succeed in order from lowest roll to highest roll. If a character is bitten by an infected, they must be killed or left behind. Player then rolls a new character. And now you must team up with others who have suffered the same fate. Was I supposed to start from here and then go here and then go over here? I'm having severe issue reading some of these. Okay, veterans who have suffered the same fate. If you want to make it to the nearest quarantine zone or sanctuary city, no food, no water, no weapons, no shelter. Good luck. Roll d6 and choose one from each category. Greatest weakness, worst fear, non-survival skill. I like this. I like how you only have penalties. I like that. I mean, technically this is a bonus, but like a bonus to mathematics. How often is that going to be a thing that comes up? Players roll d6. On an action, massive failure, failure, failure with bonus, success with an issue. See, this is like no but. This is yes but. And this is like yes and. But they don't, like, but you don't have to use the fucking language. That's the thing. The language is what bothers me. Is like the overuse of the exact same terminology that feels very condescending towards the player. Once per game session, a player can override a group decision by announcing they are going rogue. Player can take whatever action they want for 1 minute. If they have a -2 modifier, the next group roll. So, okay. That's basic, but, you know, it does a thing. I have to have one complaint about everything. My complaint about Slasher Camp is that I'm having trouble finding time to play it. Not Slasher Camp, Summer Slash Camp. So you roll a d6 for actions, and you roll a d20 for initiative. That's my complaint. Like, yes, chances are anyone who's playing this has a d20. I've got at least 2 d20s on my desk, and several more over there on the other table. But like, if everything uses a d6 and then suddenly you're like, d20 for this one thing, I don't like that idea. Need to be consistent, because what if people don't have their d20s? What if they just went and got some dice out of an old Monopoly game that they have? Okie dokie. 2025. Oh! And the last one, unless I decide to look at the kaiju ones. I'll look at the kaiju ones. How long have I been streaming? How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 6 hours and 48 minutes. That's a long time. In Tower of Deviltry? Deviltry. One player will create an accursed noble entering a deadly gauntlet that will test their mettle. The other will act as a GM, controlling the power and its mystical nightly guardians. Ascend the impossible tower. Defeat the curse-bound knights that guard each level in single combat. Press on or rest, but be wary, the curse is always on your heels. Ring the sacred bell and break the curse that haunts you. All in the core rules be featured in front of an easy print B&W 8.5 by 11-inch page. The back features a character sheet for the player-controlled accursed or the guardians they face, and a blank tower map ready to be filled with hazards. Procedural generation for player characters, guardians, and tower levels will ensure that every playthrough is different. Failed attempts may even entrap the player characters as a guardian, creating a persistent element that evolves as you play. See, like, I feel like a lot of people are putting a lot of putting a lot into the idea that their game is going to be something that people are just going to fucking play over and over and over again. As a game designer, especially for a free one-page game, you are fucking lucky if someone plays your game once. If they played it once and thought they had a pretty good time, that's like the fucking best you should hope for. Not being like, oh, and then your character will become one of the guardians, and the next time you play, don't assume. Don't bake into the rules that people are going to play this game every, weekend for the next 18 years. All right, Telerial was built using a simplified version of our Crux universal role-playing rules. And it's compatible with other Crux games. They're tempting me to just fucking not right now. Like Passport to Yonder, our one-page entry from last year that boomed into a version of full book, and Descent, our upcoming medieval skirmish rules. Well, let's see. Oh, this is on Kickstarter. Crunchy medieval skirmish wargame with a host of STL miniatures and terrain. Well, at least there's a fucking game to go with them. Back when I was actually doing the crowdfunding spotlight videos, so many, like, if you look for, like, role-playing games, so many of the fucking tabletop game campaigns on Kickstarter were just fucking STLs. Like, oh, 3D printable STLs. I don't fucking care. Why should I pay you for something I can do myself? Alright. Oh, maybe I should mention my Patreon on my game pages and say, give me money. I have a Patreon. You go to my Patreon, give me Patreon dollars. I like dollars. Okay, I guess I'll look at this, despite the fact that I don't care about the universal system. And before you go around saying, like, aren't you always talking about your universal system? It's not technically universal, but I have a system that I use in my games. I'm constantly referring to as the basic utility tabletop system. Because I'm making fun of people who have stupid names for their system. There's also the advanced skill supplement. Oh, the advanced system supplement for basic universal tabletop. But there's kind of like a weird question about where the actual divide is between the basic and the advanced system supplement. Because I feel like Hell of an RPG is really straddling the line. If I make a second edition of Cosmic Hooligans, that will definitely be advanced system supplement. But I'll just use the acronyms. If I make a second edition of Cosmic Hooligans, that'll definitely be an ass-butt game. But Cottagecore Goblin Lesbian Destroy Capitalism is like the regular base level butts. You walk the remaining stretch of your horse. Got it. Why did I think this was interesting? You walk the remaining stretch after your horse fails to the poison moors. Weary and aching, you find renewed vigor as you clear the serpentine spines of the sullen forest to the Tower of Devilry. Now looms before you, in the night sky above the dread constellation burns bright, a shape familiar to the curse mark born upon your skin. The gates creak open, your crucible is at hand. The Tower of Devilry. Why am I in trouble using the word deviltry? The Tower of Deviltry. In Tower of Deviltry, the player will take the role of an accursed noble, fated to fight their way through a gauntlet of cursed-bound knights. Ascend the tower, defeat the guardians, and break the curse. What is needed to play? Oh my fucking god, it's another one. D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, and D20. If there's a dice step in this, I'm going to fucking... Pencils and scratch paper. Okay, this one doesn't. Characters roll their crux die. I feel like I've seen this before. Oh, I probably saw it last year. For whatever game they made. Characters roll their crux die and add attribute score, plus skill bonus modifier as a result to compare it against tests made by another character or against a static difficulty value, DV. Just call it a fucking difficulty value. You don't need to make everything into a little acronym. Little initialism. You don't get graded on how much your game is like Dungeons and Dragons. The character has advantage, increase their die by 1 step. A d6 becomes a d8, etc. Yes, I understand. Each unit of distance is an increment, and each is roughly 1.5 meters or 5 feet in the game world. These are denoted by square grid cells. Every other diagonal cell counts as 2 for the range of movements. Reiterate the last thing I said. My last criticism yet again. Attacks with a range of 0 may not be made diagonally. Each character occupies a single increment / grid cell. Initiative. When enemies are encountered, each character rolls a perception plus awareness. I assume that's perception. I'm just guessing. No, that's alertness. Wait. Okay. Now, is that perception? Presence. Okay, it's presence. Sure, why not? Presence plus alertness. Okay, but like if they're all tied together, then why do we need to specify that? Oh, because that's the way they do it in D&D. I forgot everything is fucking D&D. All right. Actions. Each character can use 2 actions during the turn. A move action and a standard action. Attack. Action. A character may use an action to attack, choosing a target within range and testing. So, okay, if you want people to think you're literate, like if you're making a game and you want people to think that you know how to read, like that you are functionally a literate adult. So here's the first thing you do. Don't introduce initialisms or other abbreviations before you introduce the thing that they are an abbreviation of. So when you're telling me pre plus alertness, vit plus fighting, vit plus athletics, I don't know what the fuck any of that is. Oh, here we get over here. Oh, it's vitality. Oh, it's presence. Is this so is there such a demand on the space in here that you can't just say vitality plus athletics? That you can't say vitality plus fighting? That you can't say presence plus alertness? You can. You just want it to be a cool little initialism because you think that's neat. Once again, you don't get graded based on how similar it is to D&D. That people say, STR instead of strength, because everyone knows that's strength. But you don't use strength. You don't use strength. You use bulk because you can't have the same name as the stat from D&D. You just have to have the same stat. But with a different name. Character may use an action to attack, choosing a target with range, Vite plus fighting. An attacker gains advantage when they are in elevation, their enemy is not. They attack in succession, stacking advantage with each attack after the first in the same turn. But you can only make 2 actions a turn, as I said earlier. Defense. The target attacks. The target test vitality plus athletics to dodge. If they meet or exceed the attack, they avoid it. A character may use a fighting skill to defend against a melee attack instead of athletics, unless the attacker's strength modifier or weapon heft exceeds their own. This was like, oh, this sounds fun. Why the hell is all of the text, like, stroked on the character sheet? Okay, text at this size, that's fine. Text at this size, no. Is that stroked too? Wow.
this person has apparently never laid out or looked at a book. Alright, move. Action. A character may use an action to move, traveling an increment per point of speed. They may rush once per turn, adding plus +d4 speed. If 2 actions are used to move, a free melee attack will be made at the end of it as a charge. You can move through enemies. Diagonal moves between 2 cells with special properties will trigger those effects. Wait, diagonal moves between 2 cells with special properties will trigger. Aim/brace. A character may spend an action to aim or brace. Aiming grants advantage on the next attack made. Bracing gains advantage on defense test. Multiple uses stack, and they will be at the end of the next turn after a non-aim or brace action is used. After, okay. So basically, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because you can't move, you can't aim and then move. You can tell that I've been doing this for 7 hours, because I'm getting a little crabby. Getting a little grumpy. Saying rude things about the developers. I was saying that at the beginning, too. It's just like, when you've... I'm at the point that I've looked through probably hundreds of one-page games at this point. Because, like, not just from the one-page jam, but also back when I was starting, I looked through a lot of one-page games. Because those were the ones that you could get. That, like, people would just, like, put out for free. And if you want to, like, you know, learn about game design, you have to look at lots of games. And I've looked at lots of games. Most of them are bad. Just in general, most games are bad. Most TV shows are bad. Most movies are bad. Most art is bad. Most actors are bad. Most musicians are bad. Like, we really have a weird habit of holding up like the top 1% of a thing and saying this is the average, when it is not. Okay, player will roll at random to create a character. The curse starts with 0 experience points. Roll for an attribute. In order. One through 5, 6 through 13. At least it's not fucking 10. At least it's not 12 plus is 1. Skills. Roll a d6 5 times plus 1 to each skill rolled. Skill traits. Roll d12 twice for skill traits. Reroll any duplicates. Equipment. Hands, hinder, I don't care about this. Weapons, whatever. Experience points. The accursed gains 1 experience for each guardian AP8. Advancements may be used to raise a skill by +1, max 5. Or select a new skill trait. What? The advancements may be used to raise a skill by +1 or to select a new skill trait. What the fuck does advancement mean? Alright. Each level is a 6x6 grid. Use map on the other side. Each level is guarded by an enemy knight who must be defeated before the curse main stairs. The GM will create a random curse with XP equal to the level and control them. Guardian advancement should be determined random as well. 1d6 random skill, blah 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 blah. The accursed will exit the stairs at the top corner of the room, and the Guardian will start at the opposing corner. Roll for the initiative and battle it out. The stairs up will be obscured by dark magic until the Guardian is defeated. Once defeated, the accursed may loot the Guardian's equipment, including enchanted items. After rolling Guardian stats and equipment, roll d8 for the curse boons.
The affected cursed will begin with a curse value of 0 after defeating the guardian. The curse may rest before ascending to the next level, testing medicine, healing, lost hit point. By the result, they must then test willpower against a d20 DV. Difficulty would have been too many words, too many letters. Can't have a word with more than 2 letters. Okay, on a failure, increase curse value by the differential. The accursed may also choose to increase curse by d6 to reroll any test. If the curse reaches 100, they will perish, becoming the new guardian of that level forevermore. Only the player uses curse rules. Victory. If the curse ascends the 51st level. Wow. Imagine trying to do this for 51 levels. Okay. Characters must roll their crux die and add attributes. Okay. Advantage on crux die tests. Crux die d4, crux die d6. Increase hit points by crux die roll. Okay. So, am I to assume that at 0 XP, your crux die starts at 4? Is that what I'm to assume? That it starts at 4, and then you get nothing for spending 2 points, and then it goes up to a 6 for 4 points, etc., etc.? Is that what goes on here? Because I don't get, like, what advancement means. 1 XP, advancements may be used to raise a skill. Okay, so you have to buy that to raise a skill or select a new skill trait. So you buy this, and then you cash it in for one of these. Okay, that's not a very good game. Let's see. How many other games do I have in the other folder? Fuck it. Let's keep going. Let's check and see if hello? Okay. Let's see if someone is... no. I believe my partner is still out. So I guess I might as well just keep playing. Keep playing, keep reading. She's gonna fucking lose. Oh. Oh, maybe not. Oh. That was a weird coincidence that I was like, oh, I will see if, fuck it, I'll go through the handful of other ones to the left. So I have a few left. 7 skulls later, you're a sapient cephalopod kaiju. You will need a piece of paper or empty document and your computer phone to write on. Dice needed, D4, D6, and D2. Feel like, okay. Online dice are available via a quick search of your favorite search engine for solo play only. You didn't need to tell me that. You didn't need to tell me that I can find online dice roller by a search of my favorite search engine. You didn't need to tell me that I can go to Alta Vista search and find a dice roller. Alright, okay. As a sapient cephalopod kaiju, you are considered part of transhumanity. After all, your people have been part of the bottled sea folks community for generations, fighting off threshers as allies. As the threshers form an empty, automated deep-sea cities harvest the open oceans of excellent population, your people often end up reliant on the coast's catches for food. Many of the bolted sea folks own pups, even wish to become a kaiju, bolting their nervous systems into ancient archaeotech and gene-spliced bodies to become post-human. However, not everyone knows how to treat a kaiju like yourself as a person. A one-page RPG in the sense that it's double-sided. Seven Skulls Later is my cyberpunk transhumanist post-apocalyptic setting focused on community building. Good for you. It's got everything from Netrunner Ghost to Machine, Immortal Lobster Kaiju to clans, mecha pilots, all that. That sounds like it's really unfocused. That's a blank page at the end of the PDF. I would be sassier about that, except that I've done it several times before. I think the original, like the first release of 11 Stealing Horrors had an extra page on it. Alright. As a sapient kaiju, you are considered part of the identity. After all, people have been part. I just read that whole thing. Instructions. The following table is yours to generate what kind of cephalopod kaiju you are. Roll 1d4 and write out what you are on a separate piece of paper. Why are you here? To trade. You have discovered new submersibles, drone frames, and deep sea shells from various anemia. To explore. You've never been to the surface before. To obtain a new pups, you wish to look over to sea folk bolted to answer the call of the depths. I mean, is that a kink thing? Sounds like a kink thing. To feast on the coastal migrations of cyber whales. What kind of cephalopod are a... Oh. What kind of cephalopod are you? I thought that was a single word. What kind of cephalopod are a? Pacific octopus, your ancestors were noted for their tool use, and now you and your brethren have an undersea civilization. Humboldt squid, your ancestors hunted in packs, and you are no different. Giant squid, your ancestors were colossal, and you are titanic. Machine-framed human-souled, you are once a bolted pup born on a ship. A kaiju adopted you, and your brain was installed into a proper deep-sea tentacled frame that grows as you age. Eh. You know, so far, this is not the best transhumanist underwater role-playing game that I've encountered. I mean, Mermaids After the End wasn't good, but, like, it's weird. It's a, you know, it's a very Two Nickels thing, you know? How old are you? Remember the fall and the crash? Okay. How do you communicate? All right. Text messages. You send text messages. Cool. Roll 1d6. Alienation community starts at 0. When either alienation community hits 4, end the game. When you first arrive, the local bolted mech starts bragging about its lobster kaiju kills. When it sees you, it starts complaining when it's supposed to help a cephalopod egg after killing. Nation. Okay, this... I'm not sure how this is a game. I reincarnated as humans, and I hate it, so I'll rampage my way back to a kaiju. Heroes are such troublemakers, coming around acting mightier than thou and slaying innocent creatures for no reason. You being one of those creatures. Now you have been reincarnated in another world as a human. You thought you could acclimate. You could not. After you unlock your ability to rampage, it's time to become your true self again. A kaiju. This one they actually just presented as a PNG, so... Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. That's Kaiju Pocket Rampage. I reincarnated as a kaiju. Rampage.pdf. There are two files called Rampage in my thing. Okay, episode 1. Oh no, I'm trapped in the human world. It's been 2d6 years since you arrived on Earth. Since then, you tried your best to acclimate. Roll the events table. For each year you have been on Earth, roll 1d6 to determine the category, another d6 event. Describe the influential events. Enough is enough. The snap. During your last year, something sends you off the edge. Run one or more times on the events table. Result is the reason you have done with the place. The last straw of the world. Time to rampage. Starting dice. 1s, 5s. Straight. 3 of a kind. Okay, I feel like this is a thing I'll need to know later? The rampage begins. Each turn roll 5d6 and look at the scoring dice, see the scoring table. Keep any scoring dice that you wish, but you must keep at least one. Well, what if you don't have any ones? You could have a 2, a 2, a 3, a 3, and a 4. Like, that's none of these scoring dice. Set these dice aside and then roll the remaining dice. You must keep rolling until you score at least 350 points. What? Each turn, roll 5d6 and look for scoring dice. See the scoring table. Keep any scoring dice you wish, but you must keep at least one. Set these dice aside, then roll the remaining dice. You keep rolling until you score at least 350 points. You can keep rolling as long as you score. Okay, so... Okay, after turning it, you may end your turn any time and record your points, but if you score with all 5 of your dice, you have gone all out and must cover your rampage. Pick them up and roll again. You must score at least one more time before ending your turn. When you record a score, describe what destroyed during your rampage. Anytime you roll no dice scored, including what you covered your rampage, you botch and the turn assists. Like everyone, you hit a milestone, you grow larger and look more like your true self. Describe what this looks like. You also gain 1 reroll per milestone that allows you to either reroll a bad roll. At 2,000 points, you get 2 rerolls. Okay, so this feels like... someone wrote these rules and was like, wow, I wish I had a game that I could use these super cool rules in. And then saw that the theme of the one-page role-playing game jam was growth. And, like, just made this. Like, no part of this sounds like fun. It's like Cloverfield. Let's take the idea of a giant monster rampage, but make it as unfun as possible. Okay, Kaiju Pocket Rampage. You are no longer trying to survive the rampage, right? You are the kaiju. In the short, fun, board game-esque RPG, you traverse the game board while you try to level up, charge your beams, avoid being killed by enemy, and knock down buildings. The goal of the game is to ensure competence, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know, I made one of those too. It's called Crabpocalypse. The game where you play as a giant enemy crab. Kaiju, the goal is to destroy the city in as few turns as possible or before you die. The rules will cover how to move around the game, which dice to use, and also cover properly use the Kaiju stat tracker. Let's begin and cover commercial. Let me from the outer rim that contains the game tiles. That dictates what your Kaiju does. To move around in the game, you'll always go in a clockwise motion, meaning from left to right. That's not what that means. Clockwise motion from left to right. And then from left to right. Once you finish a lap around the game board, you repeat the process until you either destroy the city or die. You can skip the start tile once the game has already begun. you can use a 6-sided die or a 12-sided die to move your kaiju. You'll move your kaiju according to the number of rolls. Does anything happen? Meaning you left right when you finish the lap around the game board, you repeat the process. Okay, so there's no reason not to use a d12. There's no reason not to use any die. Yeah, okay, when you land on a rampage tile, you cross out a city block on the inner portion of the game board, working your way from top left corner all the way down to the bottom right corner. That determines both points if you are die and how much of the city you have left. If your kaiju hasn't died within that, you're ready to destroy the city or die trying. Kaiju Stat Tracker. This serves as the player's UI and essentially controls your kaiju's level, HP, and beam charge level. When you land on a level up tile, use a chip to indicate the current level of your kaiju. Each level you gain allows for an additional beam charge. That's all. Simply 0. Level 0 simply means you do not have any beam charge bonuses. If you land on the tile, you can still accumulate beam charges. Leveling up only makes your charge beam faster. Hit points are restored there. You can only regress on this bar, not recover HP if you land on military strike. If you use 1 level, 1 HP, and 1 beam charge. Beam charge level, essentially your ultimate attack. It does not have a 0 value starting, since having 1 as the starting point makes it to land on a beam blast tile. You can still at least destroy. Where did I put the... Okay. I just had a check of where I put my copy of Monster Island, because I need to do a review of Monster Island. You can still at least destroy at least 1 city block. The more you charge your beam, the more of the city you can destroy in one go. After landing on the beam blast tile and using your beam attack, you reset and set a chip back at the start. Okay, so... Okay. Meh. It's just like, you just go around here... Oh, wait. Yeah, is this like... Yeah. Okay. So... I'm about to lay something on you, folks. Why I think this game is shit. It's Candyland. It's Chutes and Ladders. As far as I can tell, at no point do you make a decision. So, you roll a die, you move, and then something happens based on where you land. It might adjust your level or your hit points, your beam charge level, your beam charge, whatever. But, like, you don't make a tactical decision at any point. You just move around the edge, which is what Candyland and Chutes and Ladders are. Except Chutes and Ladders, like, you go, like up and down, but like you just roll a die and move. You never make a decision. Arguably, you're not allowed to make decisions in Monopoly either. There is debate about whether or not you have to buy a property if you land on it. But that's debate about Monopoly, so no one cares. Legends tell of the Mother of Monsters. Legends tell of the Mother of Monsters, the worst fucking big bad in all of Supernatural. Progenitor of all living disasters. We now know she is real and given birth to new heralds of destruction. However, she is much too weak to care for them, sending them away to people of the world to carry out the task. The players are the one choosing to raise in the guise of giant monsters. In this game, the players get randomly assigned a giant monster to raise. As it grows, it will evolve into something to be feared and defend its territory against other monsters. All you need to play is 2 or more players, a set of 6-sided dice. What's a set of 6-sided dice? A set of dice is like a specific thing. A set of 6-sided dice is not. All right. Okay, because it says available in English. Oh, there's a second entry in Brazilian Portuguese. Okay. I like that gorilla. I like gorillas in general. Okay. How to play. Monster Mothers requires at least 2 players, and me zooming in so I can actually read this. The player interprets the events according to their imagination, discussing what they fit the narrative. At times, you will need to perform checks by rolling dice. Choose 2 attributes that apply to the situation, then roll 2d6 per ability. Results of 4 or more count as successes. Checks require multiple successes to pass. If you use an ability that is advantageous in the situation, flying away from danger or resisting a nuclear station's radiation, you roll an additional die. Monster babies. Mother gives you one of her offspring to care for. Roll a d6. The result determines the origin abilities as follows: radioactive, aquatic, flying, chimeric, robotic, humanoid. So she gives birth to a fucking robot? That's pretty metal. Cropped from the original background. Why would you make the background transparent if you're putting them on a white background? Okay, that's weird. Also, I don't think that CC BY requires you to specify if changes were made. Or does it? I'm not sure. I can click on it and it will tell me. You are free attribution. You must give appropriate credit, provide a link to the license, and okay, indicate if changes were made. You don't have to like list out what the changes were, I think. I don't like the Creative Commons licenses. Because here's the thing about the Creative Commons licenses. There is none that allows you to adapt but not share. That's my problem. Is that you can't put something under a Creative Commons license and say, yes, other people can use this content, but they cannot just take the content and redistribute it. That is not an option in the Creative Commons, and that's why I don't like Creative Commons licenses. As your monster grows, it will face many obstacles, but overcoming will make it fearsome. The monster has 3 growth phases: baby, child, and adolescent. Each phase has an incident marked by rolling a d6 for an action and another for location. See below. Pairing the results, incidents require checks that need 2 successes to pass plus 1 per successful incident. Incidents and successes reward your monster with a mutation. Action: 1 attack, 2 devour, scare off. Location: monument, military base, island. Mutations. The mother creations are very evolving. When you receive a mutation, decide between evolving an existing ability or acquiring a new one. If you choose the first, roll an additional die when using it. If you choose the second, select an ability from a different origin. Ultimate Showdown. Your monsters become territorial as adults, attacking nearby threats. Player takes turns, starting with the last one to watch a monster movie. Jesus fucking Christ. You don't have to be cute. You don't have to be cute. You don't have to be cute. You can just say the player's role. You can just say that. On its turn, a monster attacks one another who must defend itself. Both choose which abilities to use in secret. Then reveal them and make a check. Whoever has the most successes wins. In case of a draw, the attacker wins. Monsters are defeated after losing 3 times until only one remains superior. Okay, so like, it's an okay. Like, it's one of those games that feels like, here's my idea. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like, here's my idea. I feel like there's supposed to be, like, way more game in here, and way more game in here, and way more game in here.
Like, this isn't even squeezed onto one page. It just feels very... I like what's here, but it feels like a rough outline of a full game. All right. Mutoid, Bumblebee Sprawling, Atomic College Race OG from Mr. Does he have his name here? Wrangle Me. This is let's click on him. Same guy who did Gruesome Ghoulies. I covered the one-page version of Gruesome Ghoulies in one of my previous one-page RPGs, and I backed the Kickstarter for this one, for the full version of Gruesome Ghoulies. I haven't covered it yet because it took like 2 years to come out, and I kind of forgot. Like, all right. My interview on it 40 years ago, I designed a Made in Japan. My Atomic Monster RPG that was a huge hit at Dundrakon. The last time I played that version was 2002. This effort is 100% original, using the aesthetics and techniques that I've developed to make smaller, faster, funnier RPGs for the last several decades. This is 100% GM-less that can be played cooperatively, competitively, or even solo, with all the rules fit onto a single sheet of paper, printed on letter or A4 for both sides, folded in half, RPG zine style, proudly using no AI bots. I'm quite happy with the results, including creating a lot of art and graphics for this. I really wish you had chosen a different font, though. I'm sorry, fit onto one page. Oh, no, I forgot. Oh, do I not have the other? Did I not download the other version? There are two versions. There's one that's, oh yeah, it's one page folded in half, so technically it's on 2 pages. But, like, you know, it's one page folded into a 1, 2, 3, 4 page little booklet. There's a line from Men in Black. A person is smart, people are dumb. Wow! I forgot how good of a line that is. Sir Terry Pratchett is also famous for saying, real stupidity beats artificial intelligence every time. The end of the world isn't the result of world war. Instead, we abdicated our governance to stupid criminals and egotistical tech bro oligarchs. Gee, I wonder what he's talking about. I have no idea who this guy's talking about. Shh. These idiots defunded all the scientists, ruined the colleges, and replaced all the creative technology jobs with AI bots. Rampant unemployment leads to a new class of creative and tech-savvy supervillains bent on rebuilding humanity by burning down everything, along with greedy billionaires, by concocting atomic kaiju called Mutantoid, called Mutantoid Bumblebeasts, and having daily rampages to literally eat the rich. In Mutantoid Bumblebee Sprawling. That's a thing to say. Players portray atomic monsters that grow more powerful by gobbling up canisters of atomic toxic waste. Mutagen Omega. Mutagen Omega? Why is Mutagen, like, why is that bolded but none of the other? Hidden around urban setting, remote islands, and secret military installations. It sounds a lot like one of the Godzilla games where you had to collect G cells. I forget which one. It was either Save the Earth or Unleashed. Oh, I need to play the Godzilla Unleashed mod. Someone modded Godzilla Unleashed to, among other things, be playable with a regular controller. Together, the players agree on the premise and goals of each MBB gameplay session. Cooperative mission, cooperative
Free for all. One versus many, team royale. There is no game master or referee. Each player on their turn activates encounters while exploring, battling, and hunting mutagen. Autonomous bumblebeasts or encounters will move against nearest opponents and automatically attack when in range of a bumblebeast. Fails their attacks. If a player bumblebeast attacks is successful, an autonomous bumblebeast or encounter can get an automatic reaction. Pro wrestling has kayfabe, which includes rivalries, exposition, storytelling, characters, and non-wrestling shenanigans. So does MBB, which is what makes a role-playing game, just a lot more pantomime and roaring. I think this guy might be saying that wrestling is fake. That's ridiculous. Who ever heard of wrestling being fake? When Papa Shango puts a voodoo curse on Ultimate Warrior, that shit is real. My favorite professional wrestling story. WWF in the 90s. Papa Shango, who I forget his name. I forget his real name. The man who would later go on to portray the Godfather during the Attitude Era, was a witch doctor previously, had a rivalry, had a feud with the Ultimate Warrior, which involved him putting a voodoo curse on him. And this was right in the heart of kayfabe. So all the announcers, all the other wrestlers, everyone had to pretend that Papa Shango had actually put a voodoo curse on the Ultimate Warrior, and like black goo would like ooze from his head, and he'd be like, "What's going on?" Like it was lovely. Everyone had to pretend it was real. Everyone had to sit there and be like, the announcers had to be like, yeah, the Ultimate Warrior, quite on edge ever since Papa Shango put that voodoo curse on him. We've seen the effects of that voodoo curse several times over the last few weeks. Like, kayfabe is beautiful. Back when it was like required that everyone had to pretend it was real. It was great. Okay, how to play. Roll a d20 and add a d4, d8, d10, or d12 for defense, movement, and attacks. d20 plus dx. Higher is better for attack rolls. Dice rolls are swingy on purpose. Wait. Add... Okay, roll a d20 and add for defense, movement, and attacks. Okay. Attack rolls. To attack another character, roll a d20 plus dx bonus for any attack. Roll higher than the target's grit defense to succeed. If the attack rolls against another player's character, the target number is 10 plus the maximum grit d20 plus, I assume that's supposed to be attack, greater than 10 plus grit. A d4 grit is 14. Using a mover as another d6 to the attack roll. Wait, what the fuck? The target number is 10 plus the maximum grit. d20 plus attack. Okay, I think he's saying that d20 plus attack needs to be greater than 10 plus grit. Using a mover as grit defense rolls. When an autonomous character attacks a player bumblebeast, the attack is defended. If the player rolls d20 plus d grit higher, okay, d attack and d grit are the die for the attack and the die for the grit, I think. So a d4 grit, so like your d grit is a d4 if your grit is a d4, I think. d20 plus d grit higher than the attack value. Like, yeah, you have room. You have room. You could have explained that a little better. Combat damage. Combat damage. When attack rolls, successful damage is whatever value was rolled on the d attack die and any maneuver bonus die. Subtract that total amount from the target's guts. Guts. See, this is the sort of thing where I really would have liked it to be more, difference of role of attack versus defense. Because wrestling is very much like that. Dread fumbles. Rolling a 1 means a fumble and the attack roll automatically, and the Bumblebeast gains +1 karma. Any fumble also means rolling on the Chaos Twist table, which typically complicates the brawl. Gizzards. Spend 1 gizzard to reroll a failed but not fumbled attack roll. Perform a maneuver with a bonus die for attack and damage, or recover when guts drops to 0 or below. Epic crits. Rolling a 20 means a crit. I don't like d20s. That one game has made me like look at d20s and be like, eh. Rolling a d20 means a crit. The attack succeeds. You get an extra attack. Ranges. Ranges are self-adjacent, can touch, visible, line of sight, and out of range, off the edge of the map. Being behind a building or barricade avoids being visible unless the attacker has height from being on a skyscraper. Bumblebeast can move once and attack once each turn. Movement can include climbing on a skyscraper to improve range, or swimming in a pond or river. Lastly, every player marks a spot or puts a token somewhere on the map for a new mystery encounter. Decide arbitrarily who will go first. Youngest, highest roller, Rochambeau. See, at least they're not saying the last person to watch a monster movie. No, he's just like, decide arbitrarily. He is at least admitting it. Then proceed clockwise around the table. Mostly dead. When a Bumblebeast's guts is reduced to 0, it cannot go lower. It is mostly dead. Any Bumblebeast can spend 1 gizzard to revive another or themselves. Full guts. Contest, racing, and chasing. When characters engage in these challenges, all participants make action rolls. If all characters fail or all characters succeed, nothing happens. Continue the next round. If some succeed, the action roll others fail. The challenge is over, and the one who succeeds wins. No game master. I like this one. Because I feel like that's kind of a lizard guy, that's a blob, that's a robot. I don't know what this is. But I like it. Like other TTRPGs where the GM doesn't roll dice, MBM is GM list, so all dice rolls are done by the players against target numbers or opposed, if against each other. This also means that every time you player's character attacks an autonomous character, they will attack back automatically. And the player's character must do a grit defense roll. Players also see new mystery encounters every turn. How many more pages is this? Alright. Bumblebeasts are hyperactive, destructive, and prone to solving problems with violence. Oh, well, I know someone like that. Succeeding or failing does not matter as much as doing silly antics and being funny. Do not overthink creating a Bumblebeast. Pick a good atomic kaiju name. Imagine what this monster looks like and acts like, along with how it attacks. Start with 20 max guts plus 2d6. Plus 2d6 health. Wait, 20 max guts plus 2d6 health. Oh, 20 max guts plus 2d6 health. You already told us that guts was health, and now just... As I said, I've looked at this man's games before. Not the clearest with the explanation of the rules. Current guts will start at max guts each day, deplete as attacks cause damage, and recover when eating people or returning to the secret lair. Start each day with 1 gizzard. Earn more with dread fumbles or certain mystery encounters. For a starting character, allocate 1d4 to grit, 1d4 to movement, and 1d6 to 1 attack. So, grit, movement. Oh, wait. 1d4 to grit, 1 to movement. Okay. Movement. How many random scale inches can be moved in a turn? But, like... So that's a d4? Does that mean 4? This is confusing. Whack, pow, zap, and sizzle. So, like, do I only get one of those attacks? For example, allocate 1d6 to whack to start. You may improve grit, movement, attacks, and learn more attacks as you level up. Honestly, I'm
kind of digging the simplicity here.
Level up with Mutagen. While exploring the map, Bumblebeast may encounter a Mutagen canister. Eating this canister will cause an evolution. Add 1d6 to Gust. Improve grit, defense, or movement, or attack. An attacker gain a new attack. Improvement goes. Gaining new attacks always starts at a d4. Why wouldn't you just, like, power up one attack? I'm hoping there to be a thing that explains why that is not a good idea. Character sheet, kaiju name description: guts, current guts, gizzards, grit, movement, whack. Random tables. Yeah. Okay. Chaos twists. Mystery encounters. Okay, mutagen. Apartments. Eat. Skyscraper. Okay. Maps and grids. Determine what the scale of your map is. I suggest that if each move is 1d6 scale inches, I suggest that if each move is 1d6 scale inches, 2.5 to 15.5 centimeters, use a football field or soccer pitch for estimating to appropriately 20 size. This also works out one city block in many urban locations. I don't understand this part. Gameplay session types: cooperative mission. All bumblebees work together to complete the mission. Like, okay, so... Okay, I like the mechanics here. I'm just a little confused by the map things. And, like, I think it said at one point... There was a... What were they called? Mystery encounter. Players also see new mystery encounters every turn. Yeah, put a token somewhere on the map for a new mystery encounter. But, like... Is there a map? Yeah, no, there's no map provided. Okay, that's interesting game. I like the base mechanics. I like the simplicity there. Doesn't seem to have a map. So, like, I can draw up my own map, but, like, I don't know what the map's supposed to be. Okay, total party kaiju. What the fuck? Oh, that one. Yeah, okay, I decided not to cover that one. Ultra Fighters versus. We are here to fight. You are one of the Ultra Fighters, protectors of humanity against monsters, natural, man-made, and alien origin. You have special powers that can grow to ridiculous sizes. Oh, I can grow to ridiculous sizes. It doesn't matter how we got here. We are here to fight. A game trying to emulate the beautiful or ridiculous tokusatsu genre, and specifically giant monster fights. Godzilla, Kong. You know what? If your second go-to example is Kong, you're telling me you've never actually seen Gamera, Ultraman, Super Sentai, Kamen Rider, or Daimajin. You just looked those up. That you saw the shitty American Godzilla movies and decided that you were a kaiju fan. Because his name is King Kong. Alright, a tokusatsu style game. You're one of the Ultra Fighters, protector of humanity. Yeah, the thing I just read. Okay. You will need at least seven six-sided dice. Preferably 6 per person, plus 1 growth die. To attack, roll a number of d6 equal to the growth die.
What is it about one-page role-playing games that make people unable to explain the rules in an order that makes sense? You explain the thing that needs to like be explained so that you can understand a later thing. To defend, roll a number of d6 equal to the growth die and add your defense modifier. Okay. A number of d6 equal to the growth die? What's that? What is that? What's the growth die? Do I roll the growth die? Does the growth die increase? If the growth die increases, why is it a die if it never gets rolled? Controversial opinion here when it comes to games. If you are never going to roll a die, it shouldn't be a die. When an attack roll is higher than the defense roll, it results in a strike. Defender loses 1 energy. Everyone starts with 5 energy and gains 1 point per advancement of the growth die up to a maximum of 10. When attack roll is equal to the defense roll, both attacker and defender roll 1d6 plus appropriate modifiers, and the higher result breaks a tie, wins the round. When attack rolls lower than defense roll, the defender has 1 in 6 chance to dodge and let the attacker run into the next zone. If only there was some better way of saying that. Like that is a 1975 way of saying, roll a d6 if on a 6 you do this. Characters you're rolling as: Zeta That Man, Alien Humanoid. Okay. A Shower Tiger, Humanoid Robot. Okay, so there's just pre-made characters. Each turn, take action only, move near and take action far. Move distances close within reach, near, okay. Wow, did they buy a set? No, these are too specific. I was like, did they buy these icons and just need an excuse to use them? But like, there's a fucking King Ghidorah here. I know I've seen people who buy asset packs and then are like, oh fuck, I need an excuse to use these. When at least half rounded down, the attacker's dice are higher than the defender's, the attacker can push defender into another zone. A d6 to easily track how many dice are rolled and how large the characters are starts at 1, goes to a maximum of 6. So yes, it doesn't need to be a die. They just made it a die to be needlessly confusing. Normal mode, growth die increases when a number of 6 equal to the number of the growth die is rolled. If the growth die is 2, it goes up to 3 when 6 is rolled twice. Thunder mode, the growth die increases every time a 6 is rolled. Size, with each level doubles the size of the previous one. Level 1, 6 foot. Level 2, 12 foot. Okay. That's I've never seen stories spelled like that. Size of the most Showa Millennium Godzilla. The size of most Showa and Millennium Godzillas. So I know that it's not very nice to like be gatekeepy and call out other fans for not knowing what they're talking about. Showa and Millennium Godzillas are different sizes. Very different. The average Showa Godzilla is around 50 meters. The average Millennium Godzilla is around 100 meters. Millennium Godzilla is about twice as tall as Showa Godzilla. So, saying around the size of no Showa and Millennium Godzillas, not true. 58 meters, yeah, that's around the size of a Showa Godzilla, but Millennium Godzilla goes up to like really big. The cheap American Godzilla, I think was even bigger. But like, call me crazy, but why would I want to watch a giant monster movie that is so cheaply made they can't even afford a rubber suit? Like, even the 1998 Godzilla movie had guys in Godzilla suits. Yeah. They were all like, "Oh my god, our movie is so much better than the old lame ones where there were guys in rubber suits." Yeah, there were fucking guys in rubber suits in that movie. All right, enemies. Choose elements or roll. Mecha, bat, lightning fists. Okay. How to play? Did I read this? I did. GM plus player. One player. Game master sets up the scene, controls the monsters, and describes the details. Like, I feel like this game wants to be more complicated than it is. Like, this wants to be a board game, but like this wants to be Monsters Menace America. But it's not. They're trying to condense an entire game into like one page, and it feels like you could play it, but it feels like it would get really stale really fast. All right. Is that the last thing I have to cover? It is. That's the last thing I have to cover. So, after 8 hours of looking through one-page role-playing games, I'm a little sassy. So yeah, that was 8 hours of looking through one-page role-playing games, getting progressively saltier about the things and being more insulting as time went on because I'm getting tired and grumpy. Because that's what happens when you get old. You get very grumpy when you don't get to bed by 8:30. All right, so I am the very professional streamer. Will try and figure out how to end my streams. I just push the button. Yes, I just pushed the button. I was just checking. Before I end, I like to check on like how many people are viewing. So I'm like, how many people stayed till the end? Okay. So, boop, boop. All right. So, thank you for joining me here on the internet while I looked at all of these games for 8 hours. I wasn't planning on it being 8 hours. I was planning on this being like 3 hours. That was a really bad estimate. So, yeah. Thanks for coming by, and I will see y'all next time. Also, buy the Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling. And join the Discord server if you want. There's a link in the description of this live stream. I'll probably start putting it in my videos. I don't know if anything interesting is going to happen over there. Probably not. It's probably going to be very dead because I don't use Discord. So, All right, so that is it. Thank you. Stream, go bye-bye now.